Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki Mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 421, Clash Between Past and Present. These reanimation resurrected Shinobi were none other than legendary figures from each of the villages. Among them were elite jonin like Kinkaku and Jinchuriki, and even former Kage who had died in past wars. Their appearance dealt a massive psychological blow to the allied Shinobi forces. Isn't that the second Hokage from the mural? How is he here? And the second Mizukage from Kirigakure too? I clearly remember the second Hokage and the second Mizukage perishing together decades ago. Before long, Shinobi from Kirigakure and Iwagakure recognized their respective second Kage among the crowd. Compared to the others, the second Tsuchikage wrapped in bandages and the mustached second Mizukage were unmistakable. Hearing the cries from the crowd, Inoki, Terumi Mei, and Zabuza all had a visible shift in expression. They had expected difficult enemies under Madara Uchiha's command, but not that they would be their own predecessors. In hindsight, it made sense. Madara himself was a resurrected shinobi. If even Madara could return, it was only natural that previous Kage could be brought back as well. But now, they had to face their former leaders in battle. Seeing the allied forces across from them, the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage seemed momentarily stunned. After dying together on the battlefield, they had both moved onto the Pure Land. It had only been recently, after being revived by the masked man, that they had begun trying to understand the current state of the shinobi world. Now, they suddenly realized that the 5 great shinobi villages had formed an alliance, and they were standing as its enemy. This realization made them question their very existence. Third Raikage-sama, why are you here? After spotting the second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage, the shinobi from Kumogakure also noticed the third Raikage among the crowd. This Kage-level powerhouse, known for fighting tailed beasts in hand-to-hand combat, looked utterly bewildered. He should be dead, killed in Iwagakure's siege. These past few days he had met many familiar, deceased faces, assuming this was another version of the Pure Land. That shinobi who bore a strong resemblance to him, surely that was his son. Did his son die in the war too and come to the Pure Land? The fourth Raikage also noticed the third. He stood still, brows furrowed, unsure if he should go and speak to him. Would showing any weakness hurt his prestige as Raikage? Similar situations kept unfolding among the allied forces. More and more shinobi discovered their loved ones and friends had been resurrected through reanimation jutsu. This meant their next enemies would be those closest to their hearts. Thinking this, the allied shinobi looked toward Madara Uchiha with conflicted expressions. His methods were far too vile. To even conceive of such a cruel strategy was unthinkable. Regardless of victory or defeat in the upcoming tournament-style battles, the emotional toll would be unbearable. Madara, however, felt slightly wronged. He glanced toward Byakuya as if to say, "You're the one who started the 4th Shinobi World War. It was also you who decided on using tournaments to determine the outcome." Byakuya smirked, activating his chakra ring to send a message. "Madara, don't you think this is interesting? Using the past 5 Kage against the current 5 Kage. Let's see if the next generation has truly surpassed the old." Madara didn't disagree. He too found the idea intriguing. Before launching the Infinite Tsukuyomi, he had no issue playing this little war game. It also gave him the chance to vie for control over the demonic statue of the Outer Path with Byakuya. Though both of them aimed to resurrect the 10 Tails, the Rinnegan was still in Byakuya's hands. If he managed to fuse with the 10 Tails and become its Jinchuriki, there would be no guarantee that the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan could be realized. Moreover, Madara was unwilling to leave his fate in Byakuya's hands. Thinking this, Madara replied with chakra, "Do as you wish. The tailed beasts are still being gathered anyway. But when do you plan to reveal your identity and strike at the 5 Kage?" Byakuya answered coolly, "When the time is right. Oh, and based on my intel, some of my rogue subordinates have resurrected a few rather impressive individuals. Interested in them?" Upon hearing this, Madara seemed to recall something and replied, "I already told you, do as you please. No matter who gets resurrected, I don't care. I haven't fought those guys in ages. Let's see who's stronger now. After the commotion in the crowd settled, Byakuya and Madara stepped forward to restore order. Under the control of reanimation, the resurrected shinobi's eyes slowly dimmed, becoming mere puppets. Only when the tournament began would their consciousness be restored. And author is using both terms for the jutsu, e.g., reanimation and impure world reincarnation. So I am also using both. Several minutes later, after rough arrangements were made, the tournament officially began. As expected by the allied forces, every shinobi who participated ended up facing their most troublesome opponent, formidable in strength and bound by bonds of kinship or friendship. Seeing this, Byakuya, as the leader of the allied forces, couldn't help but frown. As the tournament started, the reanimated shinobi gradually regained their consciousness. Though they could still fight with about 50 to 60% of their strength while mindless, full power could only be achieved with their wills restored. The fourth Raikage's opponent was, naturally, the third Raikage. After regaining his mind, the third gradually came to understand the current state of the shinobi world. Faced with Madara, who posed a threat to the entire world, all the villages had united. Even old enemies like Iwagakure were now allies of Kumogakure. For someone like him, who had long been focused on expanding power, this was hard to accept. However, every generation faces its own unique challenges. As a father and former Raikage, all he could do now was test his son's strength with fists. Thinking this, he looked at the fourth Raikage and shouted, "Ae, don't hold back. Treat me as your true enemy. I'll also go all out to test how far your training has taken you." "Yes, father." Before the words had even faded, the fourth Raikage activated his lightning-release chakra mode and charged at his father. The speed of both was so fast their figures were nearly invisible. Spectators could only see afterimages in the air and marvel at the sheer power of the Kage. But to Madara, the speed and taijutsu of the Raikage were unimpressive. They met the minimum standard, but in all other aspects, they were leagues below him and Byakuya. To him, reckless brutes who relied solely on brute force could be neutralized with a single Jinjutsu. Byakuya, on the other hand, wasn't bothered. He was more interested in figuring out how to bring these reanimated shinobi under the Akatsuki's control, further boosting his own strength. If the two Raikage symbolized the pinnacle of taijutsu in the shinobi world, then the battle between Inoki and the second Tsuchikage undoubtedly represented the highest level of ninjutsu. Both of them had mastered dust release through relentless training, a Kekii Toda that surpassed Kekii Genkai with devastating destructive power. No Kekii Genkai in the shinobi world could compare to Kekii Toda. Not even the wood release used by the first Hokage, because the truly powerful one was the first Hokage himself, not the wood release. After evading Inoki's dust release, the second Tsuchikage hovered in midair. He looked at Inoki and spoke in a faint tone, "Inoki, I didn't expect you to be this old already. Even your speed has dropped noticeably. If you can't defeat me quickly, you might die in this battle. You have to find a flaw in my technique, don't give me a chance to dodge." "Yes, second sensei." Faced with his old teacher's instruction, Inoki was momentarily brought back to that summer when he learned dust release under the second Tsuchikage. While he had now surpassed his teacher in mastering dust release, he still had many shortcomings in other areas. His speed was simply too slow. While it outmatched more than half the Jonin, it was a fatal flaw in a battle between Kage-level powerhouses. There was nothing he could do about it, he was simply too old. The only reason he could still fight at this level was thanks to long years of careful physical upkeep. Byakuya also turned his gaze toward Inoki, a clear vision of Inoki's future flashing through his mind. Inoki would be the primary damage dealer in the 5 Kage vs Madara Uchiha battle and was currently the strongest of the 5 Kage. Unfortunately, such a formidable Tsuchikage would ultimately die in the internal strife of Iwagakure. Madara was also quite intrigued by both Inoki and the second Tsuchikage. Back then, just before the first 5 Kage summit, he had taught both of them a lesson. At the time, neither had particularly strong abilities, yet now they were showing strength that could even threaten him. If he had a physical body right now, even using Susanoo, he would have to be careful when facing these two. After all, Dust Release was simply too destructive. But in his current state as an Edo Tensei body, Dust Release posed almost no real threat to him. Compared to the serious tone of the IWA and Kumo battlefields, the Kirigakure arena was filled with a much more relaxed atmosphere. The second Mizukage was one of the strongest Mizukage in the history of Kirigakure. Not only was he an expert in assassination, but he also possessed extremely high proficiency in both Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Upon seeing that the challenger was none other than Zabuza of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, he intentionally started to go easy. While explaining his own weaknesses aloud for Zabuza to hear, he asked, "Hey, you with the Executioner's Blade, your strength isn't bad, but you shouldn't be qualified to be Mizukage. Who's the current Mizukage of Kirigakure? Why hasn't that person shown up yet?" Zabuza swung his blade at the second Mizukage, slashing through the illusion. He responded, "Second Sama, Kirigakure no longer has a Mizukage. Right now, the village is ruled in turns by various elders. I'm currently the third elder. But the one everyone truly trusts is Master Genji." "Genji? That old geezer is still alive?" The second Mizukage frowned, and while forming hand seals to summon a miniature clone, he explained, "Zabuza, this is my secret technique, Steaming Danger Tyranny. Since you're an elite of Kirigakure, you should know its power. Be careful. Don't get yourself killed." Before he even finished speaking, the clone had already approached Zabuza, its body swelling rapidly, and then exploded. Boom! The clone burst into a wave of intense heat that swept in all directions. The temperature of the steam exceeded natural limits, easily scalding or even killing any nearby shinobi. Faced with this assault, even the modified Zabuza had no choice but to retreat from the arena. The next fighter to enter the arena was Haku from Amigakure. As soon as he appeared, ice crystals began forming in the air, and the temperature in the arena dropped by several degrees. Even the mist in the air began to condense. Haku rapidly formed hand seals and, with the power of the cursed seal, launched an attack on the second Mizukage. Seeing such a large-scale ice release technique, the second Mizukage's expression grew solemn. At last, a capable youth from Kirigakure. And from the Yuki clan, no less. It seemed that Kirigakure still needed bloodline limit shinobi to compete with the other villages. He couldn't help wondering how the bloodline clans were faring in the current Kirigakure. Had they managed to integrate successfully? Of course, if any shinobi from Kirigakure could hear the second Mizukage's thoughts, they'd likely find them bittersweet at best. After multiple purges, the village barely had a few bloodline limit shinobi left. Thanks to Sunegakure's excellent tradition, the Suna Arena was the only one where no reanimated shinobi participated. After all, most of their powerful shinobi had either been turned into puppets or repurposed in other ways. They never even made it to burial, thus avoiding the curse of Edo Tensei entirely. And the combatants in the Sunegakure arena were old acquaintances. The 5th Kazekage Sasori of the Red Sand versus the 4th Kazekage Raza. Their battle was a familiar magnet-release civil war, as they clashed with iron sand and gold dust across the arena. However, unlike the other arenas, both sides held back. Though one was a Kage and the other a missing nin, they were in fact both members of the same organization and shared a vision of elevating Sunegakure's status. After all, without the threat of the 4th Kazekage, Sasori wouldn't have been able to manipulate the Wind Daimyo so easily. Regardless of the outcome of this war, Sunegakure would ultimately emerge as the true victor. This was the benefit of betting on both sides. Suna would rise above once and for all. Meanwhile, on the Kanahagakure arena, as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade did not face any of the previous Hokage. Her opponent was merely an elite Jonin, who didn't seem particularly strong. This was good news for Konoha. It meant that none of their past Hokage had been desecrated. Tsunade wouldn't need to bear the pressure of fighting her predecessors. Because truthfully, all of Konoha's former Hokage were excessively powerful. Tsunade had no confidence in defeating any of the 1st through 4th Hokage. Facing any one of them would have ended in disaster. Yet, upon seeing her current opponent, Tsunade hesitated in a rare moment of emotional turmoil. Her opponent, though possessing only the chakra of an elite Jonin, was none other than her former lover, Dan Kato. Chapter 422, The Natural Enemy of Edo Tensei. Dan Kato was never considered a notable figure across the 5 great shinobi villages. He was merely an average Jonin. Besides his proficiency in spirit transformation technique and his support of Tsunade's medical ninja system, there was little else remarkable about him. It was precisely Dan Kato's mediocrity that filled Tsunade with dread. He had been dead for over 20 years. How did Madara Uchiha learn that he had been her lover, and why resurrect him specifically as her opponent? Madara's information-gathering abilities were simply terrifying. At that moment, Dan Kato also noticed Tsunade and hesitantly asked, "Tsunade, is that you?" Tsunade gave a small nod. Then, recalling her current identity, she steadied her gaze and said firmly, "Dan, it's been a long time. You still look as young as you did back then, but unfortunately, the you standing here now is no longer you. You're just a puppet being controlled by Madara Uchiha." "I know." Dan sighed lightly and said apologetically, "I never imagined we'd meet again like this, but since we're now enemies, I ask that you don't hold back. Finish what you must do quickly." "I understand. I'm no longer a child. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha-Gakure." With that declaration, Tsunade activated her strength of 100 seal, determined to use her full strength to defeat Dan and minimize the pain he would feel. Not far from her, both Kakashi and Might Guy had each encountered formidable opponents. Kakashi's opponent was none other than the former White Fan of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, his own father. In the days before the rise of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsukumo had terrified the entire Sunagakure with his White Fan short blade. From the moment he laid eyes on Kakashi, Tsukumo instantly recognized him and asked with a calm tone, "Kakashi, have you been well these past years? How is Konoha doing?" Expressionless, Kakashi replied, "I've been fine, but the village isn't doing so well." Tsukumo nodded slowly. "As I expected. For an enemy to force Konoha and the other villages to unite, it must be quite the threat. If I'm not mistaken, that ninja sitting on the high platform must be the demon of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha. If dead shinobi like us can be brought back, then of course he could be revived too." Kakashi gave a slight nod and said, "Father, your insight is as sharp as ever. But it's unfortunate we now stand on opposing sides of the battlefield. Before we fight, though, I have something I'd like to ask." "What is it?" Tsukumo paused, then as if recalling something, said, "You want to ask why I chose to commit suicide back then, right? Why would the great White Fan of Konoha end his life in such disgrace?" Kakashi fell silent. That was the answer he had been seeking all these years. After a brief moment, Tsukumo chuckled softly. "Kakashi, I didn't die because of the 3rd Hokage. A ninja who fails a mission must accept punishment. Nor did I die because of Danzo. I saw through all his little schemes and also witnessed how rumors can kill. These things are nothing new to those born into privilege and power. I simply felt that what the 3rd and Danzo were doing went against the will of fire that the 1st Hokage passed down. It seemed the villagers and ninja had also forgotten that will. Since my existence made things difficult for them, I might as well die, and test which is more important, their regulations, or the will of fire." Tsukumo sighed softly, then added, "Someone has to sacrifice their life for the will of fire. Why can't that person be me? Kakashi, tell me, in today's Konoha, which is more important, rules, or comrades?" Kakashi was silent again. He had always believed his father died due to the weight of rumor and disgrace. He never imagined Tsukumo had willingly chosen death to challenge the village's failing values. But what was the cost of that decision? Was it truly worth sacrificing one's life to make the village reflect on its rules? Kakashi didn't know the answer. Yet, if not for his father's sacrifice, which had shifted many people's perspectives, he might have perished in the previous Shinobi World War. As Kakashi fell into a daze, Tsukumo raised his short blade and looked at him. Kakashi. I can sense your inner conflict. Then let's speak through our blades, just like we used to. Kakashi nodded, activated his Sharingan, drew his short sword, and charged. The fight between Kakashi and Sakumo was simple and unadorned, nothing but taijutsu and swordplay. There were no flashy techniques, only pure martial skill. Rather than a shinobi, Sakumo Hatake was more akin to a samurai wielding chakra. He had little talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but his blade was fast, so fast most ninja couldn't even form hand seals. Fast enough to sever chakra threads attached to puppets. Before Sakumo, Kakashi couldn't even use normal ninjutsu, only techniques that required no hand seals. He brought his hands together, generating lightning in his palm, then dashed toward Sakumo with a chidori. Sakumo didn't dodge. He tried to cut through the lightning with his white fan blade. While their fight intensified, Might Guy charged at his own father, Might Due. Despite his plain appearance as a genin, Might Due was a shinobi capable of fully opening all 8 gates. During the Third Shinobi World War, Due had sacrificed his life to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, paving the way for Guy to rise through the ranks and become an elite jonin, elevating a civilian-born shinobi into the elite of Konoha. To be able to fight you after death, it seems even in the afterlife, my youth isn't over yet. Guy! Show me how passionate your youth is. If you can't defeat me, tonight, you must run 50 kilometers. Yes, father. Before the words even fully left his mouth, Guy entered the 6th gate state, his body wrapped in green chakra. This was the strongest he could go without risking injury. In an instant, 2 green shadows collided, releasing a massive shockwave. To the spectators, this wasn't a battle between taijutsu masters, it was like 2 mythical beasts clashing in the wilderness. Each blow was earth-shaking. Similar scenes unfolded across all the arenas. The Shinobi Alliance couldn't help but feel both terrified and exhilarated. It was rare to witness elite jonin and even Kaguya-level battles up close. If they survived this war, the benefits they'd gain would be immeasurable. From the high platform, Madara Uchiha found himself struggling to keep track of all the intense battles, but at the same time, he was deeply satisfied. The thought of eventually fighting the winners made his blood boil. However, weren't the pairings a little too intentional? Madara turned to Byakuya and said, Byakuya, you've gathered quite a lot of intelligence from the great villages over the years. I just had a glance, the matchups are all father versus son, master and student, lovers or brothers. You've got quite the twisted sense of humor. Byakuya accepted the remark as praise and replied with a smile, all this information was collected for the sake of reviving the Ten Tails. As for that twisted sense of humor, I admit I have a bit of it. But don't you enjoy watching clashes between the past and the present, Madara-senpai? Madara didn't answer, he simply smiled. Yet, in his heart, a shadow stirred. He was thinking of Uchiha Obito. Obito really was a failure all these years. Not only did he fail to resurrect Madara according to the original plan, but even his intelligence gathering was sloppy, completely inferior to Byakuya's. Madara even suspected that if Byakuya truly pressured Obito, Obito might not have revived him at all. At that moment, Byakuya seemed to receive some kind of message and smiled as he passed it on. By the way, Madara-senpai, according to intel from the main body, the 4 tails and 5 tails have already been captured, and the 8 tails and 9 tails are on their way. I believe it won't be long before we can revive the 10 tails. Until then, we might as well continue observing this tournament. Tell me, do you think today's shinobi are stronger, or are the ones brought back with Edo Tensei superior? Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't answer Byakuya's question immediately. Shinobi revived through Edo Tensei, while having their strength capped, gained an immortal body and nearly unlimited chakra in return. From that perspective, they obviously had the upper hand. However, Edo Tensei shinobi had 2 fatal weaknesses: they were vulnerable to sealing techniques and could not resolve their lingering regrets. Sealing techniques needed no elaboration. The most powerful ones could imprison even-tailed beasts, let alone ordinary Edo Tensei shinobi. As for their unresolved regrets, that wasn't something even they could control. Clearly, Byakuya had arranged the matchups with the intention of not letting the Edo Tensei combatants find peace. But Byakuya's question also concealed a deeper trap. He and Madara were bound to clash eventually. So the real question was, who would emerge victorious when that moment came? After pondering for a while, Madara finally said, "Naturally, reanimated shinobi are stronger. The experience and skills of the previous generation are beyond what the new generation can match. I don't believe they can defeat them. But isn't a world that's forever stagnant a little too dull?" Byakuya seemed to be talking to himself, yet his voice carried clearly across several hundred meters to Madara's ears. Madara froze slightly before realizing something. He looked at Byakuya with growing wariness. He had already estimated Byakuya's capabilities generously, but clearly, it still wasn't enough. This remote voice transmission technique clearly involved the Yamanaka clan. The number of jutsu Byakuya had mastered was staggering. Could it be that in the short time since gaining the Rinnegan, Byakuya had already unlocked some of its abilities? Could he actually be stronger than Madara himself? But on second thought, Madara dismissed the idea. Many of the Rinnegan's abilities could only be used by him alone, and his real trump card was Black Zetsu. Even if Byakuya became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu would still be able to control him. While Madara and Byakuya were quietly vying for dominance, the battles in the arena began reaching their conclusions. After deceiving the second Tsuchikage with a rock clone, Inoki fully enveloped his opponent with Dust Release. Taking advantage of the time needed for the second Tsuchikage to regenerate, Inoki performed a sealing jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the second Tsuchikage was buried beneath layers of rock, unable to move. Even after sealing the second Tsuchikage, Inoki didn't lower his guard. He focused his senses, then went to another corner of the arena and performed a second sealing jutsu. As a spatial barrier took shape, a hidden figure was forced out of invisibility, wrapped tightly in sealing bands. This was one of the second Tsuchikage's signature abilities, splitting his body into two separate entities. Unlike normal clones, this jutsu created two independent bodies, but at the cost of being unable to use Dust Release. Feeling his body lose control, the second Tsuchikage showed a look of approval and sighed lightly. "Inoki, your current strength has already surpassed your master's. I'm proud of you." Inoki calmly accepted the praise. He was no longer the child he once was. Unlike Inoki's clean victory, the battle between the third and fourth Raikage was locked in a dead heat. The fourth Raikage was faster than his father, but couldn't break through the third's defense. At this rate, even if he exhausted himself, he wouldn't be able to defeat his father. Just then, a spark of insight struck him. Although he couldn't pierce his father's defenses, his father wasn't a body of hardened flesh and blood anymore, just a false shell. An immortal body could never surpass one that had been tempered in real battle. When they clashed again, the fourth Raikage used Liger Bomb. He was going to test whose body was more rigid. With a thunderous boom, the third Raikage's reanimated body cracked, while the fourth's arm was soaked in blood. Waiting to the spectators, several elite Kumo Jonin joined in to perform a sealing technique. The third Raikage was sealed on the spot. With the fourth Raikage as an example, shinobi on the other battlefields began to follow suit. Hakuyuki used large-scale ice release to encase the second Mizukage in crystal. Tsunade shattered Kato Daen's body with a single punch and sealed him on the arena floor. Kakashi and Might Guy both defeated and sealed their fathers through sheer strength. More and more shinobi began to discover Edo Tensei's weaknesses and focused on targeted sealing. The matches quickly turned one-sided. There was no need to defeat Edo Tensei shinobi outright, just limiting their movement temporarily was enough. After all, Edo Tensei bodies weren't made of real flesh. Once disconnected from the outside world, their chakra would slowly weaken, and they'd lose the ability to fight. Seeing this, Madara finally showed signs of restlessness. His expression changed slightly as he stared intently at Byakuya. Chapter 423, Byakuya vs. the Jinchuriki. Madara Uchiha's performance was meant for the allied shinobi forces to see, but he truly did feel threatened. Though his current reanimation body possessed immortality, in front of Shinobi who had mastered powerful sealing techniques, it was nothing more than an illusion. And Byakuya just happened to wield exceptionally powerful sealing techniques. Noticing Madara's expression, the morale of the allied shinobi forces rose significantly. Since other powerful reanimation shinobi could be sealed away, Madara Uchiha could be as well. It had to be said, Madara's decision to send reanimation shinobi into the fray prematurely revealed the technique's weaknesses and allowed the allied shinobi forces to realize that he was not invincible. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the crowd, Madara slowly stood up and spoke to them. I underestimated the allied shinobi forces. Your performance this time is not bad, but do you really think stalling and sealing techniques can stop the arrival of infinite Tsukuyomi? At those words, the faces of the allied shinobi changed drastically, their expressions growing grim once more. They had just been basking in the joy of defeating their predecessors, nearly forgetting that the reanimation shinobi had been holding back during the battle. If the enemy hadn't deliberately exposed their weaknesses, victory wouldn't have come so easily. They were just the appetizers of this war. It's time to turn up the intensity. As soon as he finished speaking, Madara signaled to Obito, who then released Kinkaku and Jinchuriki, sending them onto the stage as the new opponents for the allied shinobi forces. Kinkaku and Jinchuriki were Ronin from Kumogakure and the culprits responsible for the deaths of the second Hokage and the second Raikage. Their rebellion was an attempt to seize power, but it also drastically altered the future of the ninja world. Madara didn't deploy them because they possessed the Sage of Six Paths treasured tools, nor because they had once consumed the Nine Tails chakra and could enter tailed beast mode. It was simply because they were true enemies of the allied shinobi forces. There would be no holding back. As soon as the brothers took the stage, they entered tailed beast mode. Crimson chakra cloaked their bodies, emanating a violent aura that could disrupt the mind. In their hands were the fabled tools of the Sage of Six Paths. With such treasures supporting them, the allied forces could perhaps still achieve victory through numbers and large-scale battles. But in the format of this arena, one-on-one or small group battles, winning became nearly impossible. Soon, some shinobi from Kumogakure stepped forward to challenge Kinkaku and Jinchuriki. They were familiar with the brothers' tools, but due to a lack of strength, they were defeated. The losers were swallowed by the Crimson Gourd and vanished from the world. Seeing this, many allied shinobi hesitated. They could accept dying in battle, but being sealed into the treasured tools of the sage, where not even a corpse would remain, was something they found hard to accept. Their hesitation brought a satisfied smile to Madara's face. The Kinkaku brothers truly lived up to their reputation as the ones who killed the second Hokage. That innately twisted Senju brat never would have imagined they held the sage's treasures. After a tense silence, someone gulped and stepped onto the stage. But, unsurprisingly, these challengers had their word souls severed and were sealed into the Crimson Gourd. Those who narrowly avoided the trap were then forced off the stage by Kinkaku's Bashozen. The Bashozen allowed its user to freely unleash all 5 nature transformations, equivalent to fighting 5 high-level Jonin simultaneously. Its power was terrifying. As more and more shinobi were driven from the stage, the morale of the allied forces sank lower and lower. The leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages wanted to step up and challenge the brothers, but Kakashi and Might Guy stopped them. The two of them wanted to take on the legendary Kinkaku and Jinchuriki themselves. Seeing Kakashi take the stage, Obito frowned. He didn't understand why Kakashi was throwing his life away. But when Kakashi removed his forehead protector and revealed his Sharingan, Obito's expression changed. Could it be Kakashi had also mastered Kamui? If that was the case, would this idiot figure out his true identity? Pushing those thoughts aside, Obito turned and gave new orders to Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame. The orders were simple: go to the location of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Though confused, Itachi and Kisame accepted the order and disappeared across the wilderness in a few flickers of the body flicker technique. Only after giving these orders did Obito return his attention to the match. He wanted to see if Kakashi had truly mastered Kamui, and whether he might seize this chance to reclaim the Kamui Sharingan. He hadn't originally intended to take back the gift. But the situation had gone far beyond his expectations. Even though he was the successor carefully groomed by Madara Uchiha, the bond between Madara and Byakuya seemed stronger than the one he had with his mentor. To change that, he had no choice but to reclaim the Kamui Sharingan. Once he had dual Kamui, he could completely control the demonic statue of the Outer Path. In this hellish, brutal ninja world, no one could be trusted. The only person he could rely on was himself, because only he would never betray himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, outside the cavern where the demonic statue of the Outer Path was hidden. After traveling for most of the day, Byakuya finally arrived with Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara. All that remained was to enter the underground cavern, and they would come face to face with the Ten Tails' true body, the demonic statue. Before they stepped inside, Naruto and Killer Bee suddenly stopped, as if responding to some unspoken warning. They sensed a terrifying presence within the cavern. Even through layers of stone, they could feel its fearsome chakra, and repeated warnings from their tailed beasts. That's right, upon nearing the demonic statue, Shikaku, Gyuki, and Kurama all reacted with intense suppression and fear, unwilling for their Jinchuriki to proceed further. Noticing their reaction, Byakuya also stopped and asked in confusion, Naruto-kun, Killer Bee, why aren't you following? Killer Bee was the first to respond, Gyuki's warning, something's wrong inside, something's wrong inside. If you want to keep your life, better back off, better back off. After listening to his usual rap, Byakuya turned to Naruto and Gaara. Did your tailed beasts warn you too? Both nodded and said, Kurama, Shikaku, said it's dangerous inside. Byakuya seemed to remember something and chuckled softly. It's normal for your tailed beasts to warn you. This underground space houses a special life form. Only by staying near it can you avoid being sensed by Madara Uchiha. So, you don't need to be overly cautious, just follow me. After a pause, Byakuya put on a harmless smile and said, Are you worried I, the leader of the Allied forces, would harm you? Don't forget, I'm the one who saved you back then. Hearing this, Naruto and Gaara exchanged glances, then chose to follow him. Left behind for a moment, Killer Bee gritted his teeth before steeling himself and catching up. As the senior among the Jinchuriki, he felt responsible for protecting the two younger ones. They walked through the dark tunnel and, minutes later, arrived at a massive underground chamber spanning several square kilometers. In the center of this space sat a wooden statue shaped like a withered husk. The demonic statue of the Outer Path. This statue was taller than any tailed beast, even surpassing the legendary Susanoo. Just a single glance at it gave the illusion that one's soul was being devoured. Surrounding the statue were several motionless figures with vacant eyes. Upon seeing their faces clearly, Naruto and Gaara didn't immediately react, but Killer Bee's instinct screamed danger, and he suddenly jumped back more than 10 meters. That's Yujito Ni. Why is she here? Killer Bee locked eyes with Byakuya, clearly seeking an answer. Although he already had a gut feeling, the reality was still too hard to believe. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The leader of the Allied Shinobi forces was secretly collecting Jinchuriki? Killer Bee's reaction drew Naruto and Gaara's attention. They looked at Byakuya and Killer Bee, confused. Killer Bee-san, what's going on? Did you recognize what that statue is, and those people around it? Before Killer Bee could reply, the tailed beasts within Naruto and Gaara spoke up in unison. Be careful. That statue is the body of the 10 Tails, the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Byakuya is working with Madara Uchiha. Naruto and Gaara's pupils shrank in shock. They couldn't believe it. Byakuya was the leader of the Allied Shinobi forces. He had helped them escape suffering. How could he be a helper of Madara Uchiha? That was absurd. Byakuya glanced at Killer Bee calmly, then smiled. I didn't expect you to recognize her after all this time. I thought you'd already forgotten about Yujito Ni, the first Jinchuriki to be hunted down. What do you mean by that? Gaara and Naruto both stepped back. Byakuya didn't respond to their question. Instead, he began introducing the figures around the statue like he was showing off a collection. That's Yujito ni. My first and only hunt for a Jinchuriki. This one is the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki carried out that hunt. Byakuya then turned to the other side. Here are the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. They're all trophies of the masked man. That's the 7 tails host, the only one who voluntarily joined Akatsuki. Too bad she never realized Akatsuki was hunting Jinchuriki all along. He then looked at the alive Jinchuriki before him, and you 3 will be the final pieces needed to resurrect the 10 tails. What happened to them? Gaara's voice trembled slightly, as if fearing what would happen to him. After their tailed beasts were extracted, they fell into comas. They'll probably die soon. Byakuya said nonchalantly, when a Jinchuriki loses their tailed beast, they lose a massive amount of life force. If it's not replenished in time, they'll die for sure. They're really going to die. Killer Bee looked devastated. Naruto and Gaara, surprisingly, were more composed, perhaps because both had once been so desperate they had thought of dying themselves. Byakuya saw what was on their minds and asked, "So, have you chosen to give up struggling? But that's not necessarily a bad thing. You'll never defeat me anyway. Instead of struggling in vain, why not drift into a peaceful sleep? I can promise you a beautiful dream. In that dream, your families will be whole. You'll never have experienced pain." Naruto and Gaara exchanged glances, then shook their heads. "Byakuya-sama, we're sorry, but we're not ready to die yet. After seeing how beautiful this world can be, how could we possibly give up so easily? We still want to fight." "Killer Byakuya, you're gonna fight too, right?" Killer Bee, who had been planning to sneak away, sighed and stepped beside Naruto and Gaara, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "You 2 brats have guts. As the 8 tails Jinchuriki, how could I run away now?" Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them stood side by side. With the full support of their tailed beasts, they entered tailed beast mode, instantly shrouded in glowing chakra cloaks. "Why do you insist on resisting?" Byakuya let out a faint sigh as he slowly walked toward them, seemingly intending to talk them down. But Naruto and the others had no intention of getting into a debate. They immediately launched their best jutsu, aiming to take Byakuya down right here and now. Naruto excelled in close-quarters combat. He started with Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless Narutos lunged toward Byakuya, each with a wind style, Raisin Shuriken charged and ready in hand. The Raisin Shuriken was incredibly powerful, like a compact-tailed beast bomb. Faced with this level of attack, Byakuya didn't hold back either. Activating his lightning release chakra mode, he charged forward wielding a black rod. In the blink of an eye, bolts of lightning flashed, Naruto's shadow clones all vanished, leaving only the real Naruto who had finished forming his Raisin Shuriken. With a thunderous boom, the Raisin Shuriken struck Byakuya. Byakuya's body was blasted back dozens of meters, slamming hard into the cavern wall and vanishing into the resulting cloud of dust. However, when the dust cleared, Naruto froze. The spot where Byakuya had been hit by the Raisin Shuriken was completely unscathed. Even his clothes showed only a few wrinkled creases. Naruto had thought that, while he wasn't in full Ninetales mode, this was still the peak of what he could do in his normal state. Yet it didn't even break through Byakuya's defense? This man, who always smiled gently at him, was his strength truly this terrifying? No. Byakuya had never actually hidden his power. Naruto had simply chosen to overlook it. Seizing the moment, Naruto was stunned. Byakuya appeared beside him in an instant, raising his hand to launch wooden spikes, intending to use the cutting sprouts technique to immobilize him. Just then, Gaara used his sand to drag Naruto out of the way, narrowly dodging the attack. "Naruto, don't just stand there. Use your full strength. Otherwise, we'll never be able to defeat Byakuya-sama or learn the truth." "Truth? What truth?" Naruto asked, confused. Gaara answered firmly, "The truth of our pasts. I don't believe Byakuya-sama doesn't know everything about us, our parents, and what we went through." At those words, Naruto's eyes blazed with determination. He had seen his mother, Kushina, but she hadn't told him everything about their past. Some truths he had to dig up himself. Chapter 424, The Powerless Jinchuriki. Once his fighting spirit ignited, Naruto quickly adapted to the battle's rhythm and joined forces with Gaara to confront Byakuya. Though it was their first time fighting side by side, the two demonstrated remarkable coordination. Using shadow clones to obscure Byakuya's sight, Gaara seized the opportunity to unleash a wave of sand, attempting to bury Byakuya underground. Byakuya sensed the shifting sands beneath his feet and saw the sandstorm closing in, but he didn't dodge. He allowed the sand to consume him, vanishing along with his chakra, dragged deep beneath the earth. Even after witnessing Byakuya swallowed by the sand, Naruto's brow remained tightly furrowed. He turned to Gaara with a wary gaze and warned, "Gaara, there's no way Byakuya-sama could be defeated this easily." Gaara gave a slight nod, maintaining full alert as he tried to sense the situation underground. His strength had grown significantly over the past 3 years, enough to be considered Kaguya level, but Byakuya clearly surpassed that standard. He was on a whole different tier. All the Jinchuriki could hope for in this desperate struggle was to escape from Byakuya's grasp. As for defeating him, they themselves felt the chances were close to none. A dozen seconds later, Byakuya emerged from the ground using the technique Mayfly. With both paper release and Mayfly in his arsenal, it was naturally impossible to be buried by something as simple as sand. He had deliberately refrained from resisting, not only to entertain himself but also to test Naruto and Gaara's limits. After all, their entire growth path had been orchestrated by him from the shadows. Returning to the surface, Byakuya looked at their guarded expressions and said calmly, "So this is the extent of your abilities? Where's your full-tailed beast mode and sage mode? If that's all you've got, then you might as well accept the extraction of your tailed beasts." Naruto and Gaara's faces changed drastically. They suddenly realized that Byakuya had completely grasped their abilities, while they knew nothing of his. How could they win against such a one-sided gap in intelligence and power? As Naruto and Gaara hesitated, Killer Bee had already completed his transformation. Controlling the massive body of Gyuki, he formed a tailed beast ball the size of a car and hurled it at Byakuya. Sensing the surge of energy from the side, Byakuya stepped back and raised his hand toward the incoming sphere. Suddenly, a red-haired figure appeared at his side, mimicking the gesture and shouted, "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, an overwhelming repulsive force burst from the red-haired figure's palm, deflecting the tailed beast's ball. It hurtled across the cavern and exploded on the far end, shaking the entire space and dislodging dust from the ceiling. Byakuya retracted his smile and looked at Killer Bee, saying, "Eight Tails Killer Bee, ambushing someone isn't very honorable. I thought you prefer a head-on fight." Since his surprise attack failed, Killer Bee boldly stepped out from the shadows and retorted, "I wasn't sneaking around, you're the one who ignored me. Naturally, that comes at a price." Then, he glanced at the red-haired figure and said, "This ninja is clearly your comrade. You actually attacked your own ally." Byakuya shrugged and replied helplessly, he refused to go along with the Moon's Eye plan. Since he wouldn't help seal the tailed beasts into the demonic statue of the outer path, I had no choice but to turn him into a living puppet and make him cooperate. Upon hearing this, Gaara immediately recalled Sasori's human puppets. He'd always thought Sasori was the greatest puppet master alive, but now he realized Byakuya had gone even further, creating puppets from still-living shinobi. The concept was almost too absurd to believe. Naruto, recognizing the red hair, realized this was one of his own kin. But Byakuya was also from the Uzumaki clan. Was the Moon's Eye plan truly so important that he'd sacrifice his comrades and even his own people? Seeing the shift in their expressions, Byakuya continued, "I'm not interested in dredging up the past. Since you three are the ones who started using large-scale jutsu, don't blame me for going all out." Before he even finished speaking, Byakuya had completed a set of hand seals. Several wood clones emerged from his body, surrounding the three Jinchuriki. Each clone began performing the wood human technique. Massive wooden giants, over 10 meters tall, erupted inside the cavern and charged at Naruto and the others. These would-release constructs weren't just physically powerful. They could also absorb chakra. Even when damaged by Raisin Shuriken, they quickly regenerated. Seeing both Gaara and Killer Bee locked in battle, Naruto made a firm decision and shouted, "Gaara, Uncle B. Hold them off for me. I need to enter Kurama mode." Kurama mode? Gaara and Killer Bee were both puzzled. Naruto quickly explained, "It's the Sage mode from Mount Maiboku, but Kurama helps me refine the Senjutsu chakra. That's why it's called Kurama mode." Realization dawned on them, and they began doing their part to buy time. Meanwhile, inside their own mental spaces, Gaara and Bee turned on their respective tailed beasts, pressing them, "Don't you have a one-tail mode? An eight-tails mode? This is no time to be holding back." Shikaku and Gyuki both looked utterly wronged. Refining natural energy and sharing chakra were unique traits of Kurama. That's precisely why, even without controlling any other tailed beasts, Kurama was still the strongest of them all. When the Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beasts, he had clearly shown a heavy bias toward the Nine Tails. With a new plan to buy time for Naruto to enter Sage mode, Gaara and Killer Bee resumed their fight against the wooden giants. Gaara's techniques weren't very effective against would-release constructs, but Killer Bee was a different story. As one of the rare few perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee's strength was extraordinary, surpassing even the fourth Raikage in some respects, and was considered Kumogakure's strongest shinobi. Encasing himself in a hardened chakra cloak, Killer Bee infused it with lightning release and unleashed his lariat technique. This was a taijutsu secret known only to him and the fourth Raikage. When used in tandem, no shinobi in the world could block it. And now, with the tailed beast cloak, he could still bring out most of that power. Transformed into a crimson beast, Killer Bee charged at the wooden giants. Under the crushing impact, the wooden giants crumbled. Even with their defenses, they couldn't withstand the blow. And because the damage was too severe, they couldn't regenerate either. After wiping out several of the wooden constructs, Killer Bee finally stopped, his sunglasses-covered eyes fixed dead-on at Byakuya in the distance. Destroying the wood giants was one thing, but after all this time fighting with Naruto and Gaara, they hadn't even managed to scratch Byakuya. For someone with the title Killer Bee, it was an unbearable humiliation. Fueled by that thought, Killer Bee gathered his chakra once more, returned to complete tailed beast mode, and began roaring as he fired multiple tailed beast balls. Each of these was about the size of a single person, but their destructive power far exceeded most ninjutsu. Byakuya still made no move to dodge. With an appreciative gaze fixed on Killer Bee, his figure was soon blocked by creeping vines, forming a wooden wall that completely neutralized all the tailed beast bombs. Once the explosion subsided, Byakuya appeared before Killer Bee, smiling as he spoke. Would release is the absolute counter to tailed beasts. No matter how strong you are, you can't win against would release. Back then, Hashirama Senju used would release to subdue all 9 tailed beasts and distributed them to the 5 great shinobi villages, which only led to endless wars. This time, I will correct Hashirama's mistake by gathering the tailed beasts into the hands of someone worthy. And that someone is me. That's not true. Hashirama's true intention was peace. Killer Bee gasped for breath as he spoke. His voice sounded strange, unclear whether it was Killer Bee or the Gyuki speaking. Byakuya furrowed his brow and said, "Gyuki, are you speaking on behalf of Hashirama? He's the one who sealed you into Jinchuriki in the first place. And without the Matabi and Gyuki, would Kumogakure have dared to declare war on Konoha?" Killer Bee shook his head and replied, "Even without us tailed beasts, the 5 great villages would still wage war. In my 1,000 years in the shinobi world, I've seen it too many times." Byakuya gave him a look of approval and said, as expected of the most seasoned of the tailed beasts, "Your insight into this world of shinobi is impressive. But that changes nothing about what's to come." Byakuya smiled, "I know none of you have gone all out yet. But what if I use the wood dragon technique and the demonic statue of the outer path? How would Jinchuriki like you to deal with that? Your chakra is nothing more than sustenance for me." His words were cut off by the whirling sound of Naruto's sage art, wine-style, Raisin Shuriken. Empowered by Senjutsu Chakra, the Raisin Shuriken's power was nearly equal to a tailed beast bomb, and its maneuverability was far superior. Feeling the breeze sweep past his face, Byakuya's expression finally shifted. He used the body flicker technique to evade, but even so, he was still within the jutsu's blast radius and was struck head-on. Rising from the ground and brushing the dust from his coat, Byakuya looked at Naruto and said, "So this is what you call the Nine Tails mode? Your strength even surpasses those 5 Kage weaklings. If you train for a few more years, you might actually threaten my plans." Unfortunately, the Nine Tails himself was already defeated by me. What hope do you have of winning? You're full of it. Let's settle this with our fists. Naruto glared at Byakuya. With Nine Tails mode activated, he could feel power endlessly flowing through him, power he believed could defeat Byakuya. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished and reappeared in front of Byakuya with a punch ready. But Byakuya caught Naruto's fist, and a similar energy radiated from his body. That's Sage mode? You can use it too? While throwing Naruto over his shoulder, Byakuya stood up and said, "Before I took out Jiraiya, he and I went to Mount Myoboku together. I learned Sage mode in just a few hours." You learned Sage mode in a few hours? Naruto was shocked at the first part of the sentence, but his face darkened at the second. Wait, did you just say you killed Pervy Sage? As a shinobi of Konoha, Naruto never felt a strong sense of belonging to the village. The villagers had brought him nothing but pain and hypocrisy. But he never cared about their opinions. He believed in the will of fire. Once he proved his strength, he thought their voices would fade, and they would recognize him as Hokage. Jiraiya, however, was different. Jiraiya had truly cared for him. After Grandpa Black Zetsu mysteriously vanished, Jiraiya was one of the few people Naruto still depended on. Now, the man before him, Byakuya-sama, Byakuya-senpai, had killed Jiraiya. Naruto could no longer contain the fury within, his chakra began to rage wildly. In an instant, he entered full-tailed beast transformation and slammed Byakuya into the ground before he could even speak. Naruto's claws and tails lashed the ground relentlessly for minutes before he finally calmed down. Lifting his head, he looked at Byakuya standing on the ceiling, ready to attack again. It was just a little joke. No need to get so worked up, was there? Byakuya dropped from the ceiling, his body now cloaked in a projection of Susanoo. Unlike others, his Susanoo pulsed with Sage Chakra. The next instant, Byakuya's Susanoo moved with a speed no ordinary Susanoo could match. The Susanoo blade pierced right through the Nine Tails' body. Vines burst from the ground, completely restraining and absorbing the beast. In just over 10 seconds, Naruto was left with only his original body. Byakuya pinned him in place with a black receiver, then turned to Gaara and Killer Bee with a smirk. The Nine Tails has been recovered. Now all that's left is the One Tail and the 8 Tails. The One Tail should be easier. Let's start with you. Having locked onto Gaara, Byakuya appeared behind him. Gaara immediately summoned his sand in a desperate absolute defense, but before Byakuya, it was utterly ineffective. The sand wall was pierced effortlessly. Casually tossing a few black receivers to restrict Gaara's movements, Byakuya turned his gaze to Killer Bee without even glancing back. Killer Bee stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Inside him, the Gyuki shouted, "Killer Bee, run! If you get caught too, the Ten Tails will be truly revived, and the shinobi world will be destroyed." Snapping back to reality, Killer Bee took one last look at Naruto and Gaara before gritting his teeth and fleeing. However, he didn't get far. Byakuya quickly caught up. Chapter 425, The Sage of Ryuchi Cave. A few minutes later, Byakuya returned to the Geto statue, dragging the unconscious Killer Bee behind him. Killer Bee was undeniably powerful. Among all the Jinchuriki, he was one of the top. In Byakuya's memory, the only one who could surpass Killer Bee was the 16-year-old Naruto who had fully mastered the Nine Tails mode. But Naruto was only 13 years old now, far from the overwhelming strength he had in the Fourth Great Ninja War of the original timeline. Judging from that, the current Killer Bee was in fact the strongest Jinchuriki in the shinobi world, without exception. However strong Killer Bee might be, it was meaningless before the power of the Sharingan and would release. Using would release to suppress the Eight-Tails body and the Sharingan to control Killer Bee's mind. Byakuya defeated him easily. He didn't even give Bee a chance to use his tentacle clone to escape. Nagato was busy extracting the tailed beasts from Naruto and Gaara. When he saw Byakuya return with Killer Bee, he said flatly, "Wait a while, Byakuya. The 9 tails inside Naruto is too strong. It'll take at least half a day to fully extract it and seal it into the Geto statue." Byakuya nodded without urging him. Extracting tailed beasts was inherently a long and draining process. In the original timeline, it took several days even with multiple Kaguya-level figures performing the sealing technique, Illusory Dragon 9 consuming seals. Though Byakuya could easily speed up the process, he chose not to. He wasn't ready to expose his full strength just yet. With his sensory capabilities, creatures like White Zetsu couldn't hide from him. But his true enemies weren't just Madara Uchiha, Obito, and Black Zetsu. There was also the ever-overlooking Sage of the Six Paths, and possibly the hidden and mysterious Akatsuki clan lurking in the shadows of the Shinobi world. Even though they hadn't revealed themselves yet, caution was always necessary. As the mastermind operating behind the scenes of the Shinobi world, if he slipped now, it would be a disgrace. Byakuya had no intention of becoming the world's laughingstock. While Nagato continued performing Illusory Dragon 9 consuming seals, he kept observing Byakuya. In Madara and the Masked Man's eyes, he was merely a puppet under Byakuya's control. But Nagato himself knew very well, Byakuya had never truly taken control of him, nor had he ever tried to seize the Rinnegan. If Byakuya had wanted the Rinnegan, he could have taken it long ago. Nagato had also seen how the Akatsuki and Amigakure were improving day by day. Bringing the entire Shinobi world under Byakuya and Akatsuki's control might not necessarily be a bad thing, at least, that's what he believed. Sometime later, Byakuya received a message from Kabuto. After glancing through its contents, he walked over to Nagato and began assisting with the sealing technique. With Byakuya's support, the speed of sealing the tailed beast chakra accelerated several times over. In no time, the tailed beasts were extracted from Naruto, Gaara, and Killer Bee and sealed into the Geto statue. The statue, dormant for so long, slowly opened its eyes. The Geto statue, having absorbed the vast majority of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts, was now on the verge of transformation. All that remained was the other half of the 9-tails chakra, which Byakuya still held. Once that was sealed into the statue, the Geto statue would awaken completely, transforming into the 10 tails. But Byakuya didn't proceed. Instead, he patted Nagato on the shoulder and said, "Nagato, it's time for us to head to the Allied Shinobi Forces battlefield. Let the world feel the power of the 10 tails." Nagato didn't object. He glanced at Naruto and Gaara lying on the ground and hesitated. "Byakuya, what about them? Are we just going to leave them here?" Byakuya gave a helpless smile at Nagato's sentimentality. "Don't worry. I said I wouldn't kill them, and I won't. The leftover tailed beast chakra inside their bodies will keep them alive for a few more hours. As for what happens after those few hours, someone will arrive to take over for us." Only then did Nagato nod and leave with Byakuya. The two of them could summon the Geto statue away at any time through the summoning technique. Before leaving, Byakuya deliberately glanced at Naruto and then up at the distant sky. He couldn't afford to kill Naruto now, not only because Naruto was part of the Akatsuki and a crucial stepping stone in his plan to grow stronger, but also because Naruto was the reincarnation of Asura. What if killing him now drew the attention of the Sage of the Six Paths? Even if most of the Sage's power had been used to seal Kaguya Akatsuki, his remaining strength was still formidable. Byakuya didn't want to risk a confrontation at this stage. Just then, Naruto woke up after the extraction. He caught a glimpse of Byakuya's departing back before slipping back into unconsciousness. Byakuya and Nagato had seemingly left, but Naruto couldn't even move a finger. A few hours later, the cave that once housed the Geto statue received some unexpected visitors. The uninvited guests were none other than Orochimaru and the others. After Konoha completed its intelligence analysis, they arrived here under the lead of the first and second Hokage. According to the second Hokage, even if the reanimated ninja joined the main battlefield, they might still be no match for Byakuya and Madara Uchiha. They had to act as a surprise force to intercept the Ten Tails before it fully revived and hunted down the remaining tailed beasts. So, when the first Hokage sensed the chakra fluctuations here, they rushed to the location without delay. Entering deep into the underground cavern, the group surveyed the aftermath of Byakuya's clash with the Jinchuriki. Sensing the lingering chakra in the area, the first Hokage's expression turned serious. "I can feel the presence of the 9 tails, 8 tails, and 1 tail, and there's a chakra even more powerful than those. If I had to guess, it belongs to Byakuya." Jiraiya stepped forward, frowning. Only Byakuya could have taken down 3 Jinchuriki. Not even the masked man could have done it. Orochimaru mused aloud, to think Byakuya-kun has grown so much in just a few years. If he finds us during this operation, I might not even have time to preserve a single clone. The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru, his face filled with regret. "Orochimaru, if only you'd returned to Konoha earlier and reported all this sooner, perhaps Byakuya wouldn't have gotten this far." Orochimaru glanced coldly at the third and snorted. "Old man, I'm not a Konoha ninja anymore. Could you not speak to me in that tone? And if I hadn't learned about Byakuya and the masked man's plans to destroy the world, I'd still be an Akatsuki right now. Besides, don't forget, you're a failure." "Orochimaru, old man," Jiraiya quickly stepped in as the peacemaker. "We're all on the same side now. Let's not fall apart from the inside." The first Hokage chimed in, "Jiraiya's right. Disputes between master and student are common. Didn't Tobirama and I also have constant disagreements? And he, too, loved experimenting. Big brother." The second Hokage lowered his voice after hearing that. "I'm not like Orochimaru. I'd never used Konoha's shinobi in my experiments. All my test subjects were criminals who deserved to die. Every experiment I conducted was for the development of Konoha." Orochimaru chuckled without agreeing or disagreeing, making no move to expose Tobirama. After all, just how many of Tobirama's so-called deserving subjects truly fit that description was questionable. And judging by the forbidden jutsu he developed, the number of lives lost under his hand wasn't any less than Orochimaru's. At this moment, Shursui and the fourth Hokage walked over and said, "Everyone, stop arguing. We just found several faint life signals among the ruins. They seem to be Jinchuriki whose tailed beasts were extracted, including Naruto." The fourth Hokage's face was filled with grief. He knew Naruto was his son. He had once promised Kushina to protect him. But now, seeing Naruto in this state, just like Kushina back then, having the tailed beast forcibly removed and lying at death's door. Upon hearing this, everyone began to sense chakra and started digging through the rubble. Seconds later, they unearthed Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara. Seeing them lying on the ground, their lives hanging by a thread, everyone's expression turned grim. That the 3 of them were in such critical condition here could only mean one thing: Byakuya had succeeded. Now, all the tailed beasts had fallen into the hands of Byakuya and Madara Uchiha. Besides dealing with those 2, the allied forces would now also have to face the Ten Tails. Kneeling down, the fourth Hokage gently touched Naruto's body, his voice filled with sorrow as he turned to the first and second Hokage. "First Hokage, second Hokage, is there anything you can do to save Naruto?" The first Hokage shook his head. "If I were still alive, I might have been able to save them by channeling massive amounts of life force. But in this reanimated body, I can't." The second Hokage also shook his head. "I'm powerless as well. But perhaps Orochimaru might have a way. You should ask his opinion." The fourth Hokage immediately turned to Orochimaru. The latter pondered for a moment before saying, "Minato, there might be a way to bring Naruto back. After he fully dies, I could use the Edo Tensei. But you know as well as I do, the Edo Tensei is just an illusion, it's not true resurrection." Minato, of course, understood. He was currently under Edo Tensei. However, it wasn't the revival he desired. Edo Tensei could bring the dead back, but the soul couldn't linger in this world for long. His soul was slowly unraveling, and within a few months, it would vanish completely from the shinobi world. He turned toward Shisui and Jiraiya. Both of them shook their heads. They had no means to bring Naruto or the others back to life. At that moment, the usually quiet Kabuto spoke up, "My lords, I have actually learned a few life-restoring senjutsu techniques. But I can't guarantee they'll work with complete certainty." Hearing this, all the Hokage and Jiraiya turned their eyes to Kabuto. Even Orochimaru and Shisui looked at him with skeptical, almost incredulous expressions. A moment later, the second Hokage narrowed his eyes at Kabuto and asked, "Senjutsu? Are you saying you've mastered Sage Mode like Big Brother? That's supposed to be an extremely rare ability in the shinobi world." Jiraiya interjected, "Second Lord, actually, both Minato and I have mastered Sage Mode. But from what I know, Senjutsu doesn't have the ability to save lives." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Mount Myaboku doesn't, but that doesn't mean Ryuchi Cave can't. Those toads who do nothing but eat bugs, how could they possibly understand the power of Ryuchi Cave?" Jiraiya's face stiffened slightly, but he didn't retort. Every sage land had its own specialization. Maybe Ryuchi Cave really did excel in healing senjutsu. The fourth Hokage asked anxiously, "Kabuto-san, please, Naruto and the others are in your hands. When can you start treating him?" "Right now." Kabuto removed his glasses and cloak, revealing skin covered in scales. After passing Ryuchi Cave's ultimate trial, he had shed his snake form and transformed into a dragon, the kind of shinobi Byakuya desired. As Kabuto entered Sage Mode, everyone present sensed the change in him. Unlike the sharp, overpowering aura of Jiraiya or Minato's Sage Mode, Kabuto's presence seemed to fade. He almost became one with the earth itself. Seeing this, the second Hokage frowned and glanced at Orochimaru and Shisui, sinking into thought. No wonder they dared to resurrect Big Brother and me at 90% peak strength. They had a perfect sage as backup. A perfect sage might not rival Big Brother, but if I were alive, I might not be able to defeat one so easily. Still, none of these people understood. Big Brother's strength existed on a different plane from mine. But Kabuto, this kid sure hid himself well. I nearly forgot he was even here. Could someone like him really be under Orochimaru? After entering Sage Mode, Kabuto's gaze swept over the first and second Hokage. In this state, he could now see through Tobirama, but not Hashirama. Even absorbing all the natural energy in several kilometers, his chakra still didn't compare to the first Hokage. No wonder Byakuya saw the first Hokage as an enemy. Reining in his drifting thoughts, Kabuto came to Naruto and the others and began using the medical techniques Byakuya had taught him. That's right, saving Naruto was also Lord Byakuya's order. Although Byakuya had extracted the Nine Tails from Naruto, he didn't seem to want Naruto dead. He had specially instructed Kabuto on how to restore vitality and even placed a yang release seal inside Naruto's body. Without that, even as a Ryuchi Cave sage, Kabuto wouldn't be able to save a dying Jinchuriki. Activating the yang release seal, a surge of life force poured from his palm into Naruto, pulling him back from the edge of death. His wounds healed instantly. After reviving Naruto, Kabuto turned to look at Gaara and Killer Bee. Gaara was a subordinate of Sasori, a member of the organization. Of course, he had to be saved. As for Killer Bee, that was a different matter. But Killer Bee's condition wasn't dire. It didn't seem like he was in imminent danger. Since he had already saved Naruto and Gaara, Kabuto figured it was best to save Killer Bee as well to avoid raising suspicions. With that, he poured the remaining yang release chakra into Gaara and Killer Bee. A dozen seconds later, all three slowly opened their eyes. Chapter 426, Naruto and Sasuke Reunite. When Naruto regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was the fourth Hokage. Naruto was no stranger to the fourth Hokage's appearance. Aside from seeing his face carved into the Hokage rock every day, he knew the fourth was his father, the one who died sealing the Nine Tails. But wasn't the fourth Hokage already dead? If he was seeing the fourth Hokage now, did that mean he was also dead, his soul having entered the Pure Land? If so, his mother Kushina would be heartbroken. But there was nothing he could do about it. Who would have thought the Allied forces commander Byakuya had secretly joined forces with Madara Uchiha? It was ultimately because he wasn't strong enough, he hadn't seen through Byakuya's plot, nor escaped from it alive. Yet in the next moment, Naruto realized something felt off. Besides the fourth Hokage, weren't there way too many shinobi around? Not only were all four Hokage from the Hokage Rock present, but also Jiraiya, the Great Tree, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto. What were they all doing here? What the hell was going on? Sensing Naruto's confusion, the fourth Hokage quickly explained, Naruto, it was this man, Kabuto Yakushi, who saved you. He's a sage from Ryuchi Cave. Naruto frowned at that. He got up from the ground and asked, Kabuto saved me? Wasn't he working for Orochimaru and Danzo? And aren't you all supposed to be dead? This should be the Pure Land. Jiraiya walked over and said, Naruto, if anyone's gonna die, it should be an old guy like me. As for why the four Hokage are here, that all started when I was banished by Byakuya. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto roughly understood the situation. Apparently, after defeating Jiraiya, Byakuya didn't kill him, but instead exiled him into a chaotic space-time rift. By sheer chance, Jiraiya ended up in one of Orochimaru's labs. After that, Jiraiya and Orochimaru decided to work together and use the Edo Tensei to summon three Hokage. Once he processed all this information, Naruto looked around again and confirmed this was indeed the underground cave where he fought Byakuya. But the massive and mysterious demonic statue of the outer path had vanished. What about Kurama? What was his condition? Thinking of this, Naruto tried to enter his mental space, only to be shocked to find that Kurama, who had been sealed within him, was completely gone. Only the 8 trigram seal on his stomach remained, marking him as a Jinchuriki. It looked like Kurama really had been taken by Byakuya and sealed into the demonic statue. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's gloom and walked over to give his shoulder a reassuring pat. Worried about the 9 tails? Don't worry. With all of us adults here, we'll definitely help you take him back. Naruto felt a warmth in his heart. Jiraiya was always so good to him. After comforting Naruto for a bit, Jiraiya dragged him around and introduced the other shinobi present, the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Shursui. But when it came to the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya hesitated. I know. He's the fourth Hokage, my father whom I've never met. Before Jiraiya could speak, Naruto revealed the fourth's identity. Then, he turned toward the third Hokage and said with heavy implication, even though Grandpa Third always kept my background a secret, I already knew who I was back when I was in the academy. I was just waiting for the day he'd finally tell me the truth. But unfortunately, the third had no intention of ever doing so. Even in death, he kept the secret. Maybe, to him, a demon fox's child didn't deserve to be associated with the great fourth Hokage. Naruto's tone was sharp, causing the first, second, and fourth Hokage to all frown. Their eyes turned to the third Hokage, waiting for an explanation. How could a Hokage have such a distant relationship with a Jinchuriki? Especially when the Jinchuriki was the son of the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage fell silent, then slowly said, "This was my mistake. I admit I was selfish. I didn't want my reputation to be tainted. If the shinobi of the village lost faith in the third Hokage, Konoha would have been in grave danger given the circumstances at the time. So I shouldn't, make a mistake, even though I already had." Everyone fell into silence at the third's explanation. After learning about Konoha's condition in recent years, they could more or less understand the third's reasoning. In his position, they might not have done better either. But to Naruto, it was undeniably unfair. After a moment of silence, the fourth Hokage came to Naruto's side and tried to console him. Naruto, I know the third and I both failed you, but we have to keep looking forward. Naruto raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. He spoke with a cold expression, "Fourth Hokage, I can't forgive the third. But I won't harm someone who's already dead. Once this is all over, the three of us can just go live in seclusion somewhere in the shinobi world. Naruto. The fourth Hokage was about to urge him not to be so pessimistic when he suddenly paused. Staring at Naruto, he asked, "Three of us? Naruto, are you saying Kushina is still alive?" Naruto gave a wary glance at the third Hokage, then nodded. "Mother met me half a year ago. If she hadn't shown up then, I would have been captured by Madara Uchiha. But right now, she's in a difficult situation and can't meet with us." "Why? Why can't Kushina meet with us?" The fourth's mind raced. Then he guessed, is Kushina connected to the Eye of the Moon plan? Or has she been controlled by Byakuya and Madara Uchiha? Naruto shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. She hasn't told me. By the way, what's the situation with Gaara and Uncle Killer Bee?" "They're weaker physically, so they're still unconscious, but they're no longer in life-threatening danger." The fourth Hokage explained, a wave of lingering fear sweeping through him. This day had truly been a series of dramatic twists. First, he was brought back to life by Edo Tensei. Then, his son Naruto nearly died. And now, he learned that Kushina was still alive. Fate really loved to play games with him. At that moment, the second Hokage stepped forward and looked at Naruto. "Naruto, let's end the reunion here. Tell me everything you know." Naruto didn't question it and relayed all the intel he had. After listening, the second Hokage's expression turned increasingly grave. The state of the allied shinobi forces was even worse than he had imagined. Not only was Byakuya a traitor, but all 9-tailed beasts had fallen into his hands. Byakuya, Madara Uchiha, and the 10 Tails, together, they possessed nearly all of the shinobi world's peak combat power. Even with the first Hokage, there was no way to win against them alone. Unless... The second Hokage seemed to have thought of something. He turned to Jiraiya and Naruto and said, "Jiraiya, Naruto, tell me your story again. I think I missed a few details." "Details?" Jiraiya and Naruto were confused, but they complied. After listening again, the second Hokage finally realized what was off, and a faint smile slowly crept onto his lips. The first Hokage was the first to notice Tobirama's faint smile and asked, "Tobirama, do you have a good plan?" The others quickly gathered around when they heard this. If the first Hokage was the symbol of absolute strength who ended the Warring States period, then the second Hokage was the architect of the Hidden Village system, a symbol of unmatched intellect. With a cryptic look, the second Hokage said, "I've come up with a possible way to deal with Byakuya and Madara Uchiha, but I can't guarantee it'll work." Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they looked to Senju Tobirama with hopeful eyes. The second Hokage cleared his throat and said seriously, "From Jiraiya and Naruto's account, I can basically conclude that Byakuya and Madara Uchiha are not truly allies. Once they obtain the 10 Tails, they're bound to turn on each other." "Interesting." Orochimaru rubbed his chin and added, "Second Hokage, I happen to share a similar view. Based on my experience with Byakuya, he has no interest in the illusion world. He certainly wouldn't support the so-called Infinite Tsukuyomi plan. His partnership with Madara is likely just a means to acquire the 10 Tails power." Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru and nodded. "You're right. Byakuya is after the 10 Tails power, not the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Like Madara, he's not the type to hide from reality like a coward." The third and fourth Hokage spoke up, "Even if we know this, second, how do we fight them? Their strength is simply overwhelming." Hearing that, Tobirama froze for a moment and couldn't find the words to respond. Gathering intel and analyzing strategy was his strength, but even knowing the enemy's goals and inner conflict, he had no concrete solution. If they appeared now, they'd be immediately targeted by both Madara and Byakuya. If they waited for Madara and Byakuya to turn on each other, the two might have already absorbed the 10 Tails and reached a level even Hashirama couldn't handle. It felt like a perfect stalemate, a deadlock. After a long silence, Shisui finally spoke up, "Hokage-sama, there's no need to worry too much. As long as we act with a clear conscience, whether we win or lose should be left to fate. If worst comes to worst, we can even support Byakuya, let him defeat Madara. Whatever Byakuya wants with the 10 tails, it's probably better than the infinite Tsukuyomi. Though Shirsui's words were somewhat pessimistic, they struck a chord with everyone. No matter how difficult things became, as Hokage, they had to take action. Otherwise, they would be unworthy of their title and their ninja way. As time passed, Killer Bee and Gaara finally woke from their comas. When they saw the first and second Hokage, both were shocked as they knew these legendary figures and wondered if they had somehow ended up in the Pure Land. But after feeling the life energy within them, they realized they were still alive. And with that came the painful awareness that both the 8 tails and 1 tail had been stripped from them. For Killer Bee, Kyuki was his friend. Back when the villagers shunned him, it was a small handful of people who defended him, but the one who truly taught him positivity and strength was Kyuki, the 8 tails inside him. Kyuki wasn't just a friend, he was a mentor. That bond is what made Bee a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of harmonizing with his tailed beast and defending Kumogakure. As for Gaara, his relationship with Shikaku was more complicated. When he was younger, Shikaku would often take control of his body while he slept, wreaking havoc and forcing Gaara to never let himself fully sleep again. But after surviving his uncle Yashimaru's betrayal, Gaara realized something. He and Shikaku were both prisoners. Shikaku was trapped in him, and he was trapped in Sunagakure. 2 lonely beings who, in their isolation, could find companionship in each other. After years of struggle, they had finally begun to understand each other. And just as they were on the verge of becoming real friends, Shikaku was ripped from him. Gaara was no longer a Jinchuriki. He had lost that part of himself forever. "Can you still fight?" the first Hokage's voice rang in their ears. Killer Bee and Gaara looked at the legendary Hokage and nodded in response. "Even without the 8 tails or 1 tail, we can still fight." Bee, of course, remained a Kage-level ninja even without Gyuki. Gaara too, with his sand techniques, still had the strength of at least an elite Jonin, the result of years of training. "Then come with us," the first Hokage said firmly. "We marched to the battlefield together." His voice was powerful, almost magical. And in that moment, Gaara and Bee felt their fighting spirit return. The tailed beasts were gone, but instead of despairing, they would now fight to reclaim them. Hiding in the shadows would only cause them to rot in darkness. Besides, this time, the man standing at their side was the first Hokage himself, someone even stronger than Madara. After clearing the battlefield, the group left the underground cavern. During the cleanup, both the second Hokage and Orochimaru found valuable items, black receivers, and fragments of the Geto statue. But even after collecting these, Tobirama's heart remained uneasy. Who exactly was this Byakuya? Not only did he wield would release and claim to be a successor to him in Hashirama, but he also somehow knew how to use Susanoo, a technique exclusive to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Outside the cave, Naruto finally saw Sasuke waiting. Sasuke spotted Naruto too and gave a short snort. "I thought you were dead. Didn't expect you to survive. Did Byakuya spare your life?" Naruto shot back without hesitation, "You're still alive, why would I let myself die? Or do you really think a little training with Orochimaru is enough to beat me? But seriously, why didn't you come inside earlier? Were you afraid to see my corpse?" Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly recovered, saying coldly, "Don't lump me into your childish games. I'm here to save the ninja world, and kill Itachi Uchiha. You have nothing to do with this." Chapter 427, Battle Between Brothers, Part 1. Sasuke's voice was loud enough for every ninja present to hear. Except for the second Hokage, who frowned slightly, the others didn't show much reaction. After a quiet sigh about the recklessness of youth, they didn't say anything more. The first Hokage, however, seemed a bit dazed. He saw shadows of himself and Madara Uchiha in Naruto and Sasuke. For some unknown reason, whenever he looked at these two kids, he felt a special kind of warmth and familiarity. Shisui walked up to Sasuke, gently tapped his forehead with a finger, and said with a smile, "Stop being so stubborn. If you didn't care about Naruto, why didn't you dare go in there?" Exposed like that, Sasuke fell into silence. Shisui was right. Naruto was one of his few true friends. For someone like him, making a genuine friend was difficult. Every friend was incredibly precious. After taking a deep breath, Sasuke asked, "Shisui, did you learn anything when you went inside?" Shisui nodded and hesitated before replying, "We gathered quite a bit of intel, but it's all bad news. Unless something unexpected happens, all nine-tailed beasts have likely already fallen into the hands of Byakuya and Madara Uchiha. The allied shinobi forces are in even greater danger now." Though Shisui described the situation as dangerous, Sasuke could sense a strange lightness in his tone. It was as if this cousin of his wasn't at all surprised that the nine-tailed beasts had been captured. As if he'd already predicted things would unfold this way. That made Sasuke's thoughts race. Could it be that Shisui never completely cut ties with Byakuya? And what about Orochimaru? Just as Sasuke was caught in his suspicions, the second Hokage suddenly noticed something and vanished. A moment later, the fourth Hokage and the others disappeared as well, all heading in the same direction. It didn't take long before they used ninjutsu to force out two hidden enemies from the shadows. There were two of them in total. The moment Sasuke saw them, his expression turned grim. His eyes blazed with killing intent. These two weren't strangers. They were none other than Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, sent by Obito. Itachi and Kisame looked just as uncomfortable as Sasuke did. They had only been sent to monitor Byakuya's efforts to recover the tailed beasts, but by sheer misfortune, they had stumbled upon Orochimaru, Shisui, and even witnessed the resurrected Hokage, men who had been dead for years. After making that shocking discovery, they immediately attempted to retreat. Unfortunately for them, their chakra had been sensed by the first Hokage. With the second and fourth Hokage, both masters of the Flying Thunder God technique, present, there was no chance of escape. With all avenues closed, the two stopped running. If they couldn't flee, they would fight until the bitter end. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke growled through clenched teeth, like he wanted to tear Itachi apart with his bare hands. Itachi was his older brother, and the one who had betrayed their clan. Even though, thanks to Shisui and Byakuya's efforts, the Uchiha had only lost a dozen or so radical members rather than being entirely wiped out, that didn't lessen Sasuke's hatred toward Itachi one bit. Feigning calm, Itachi said, "Sasuke, it's been a year, and you're still just as weak as before. How are you going to defeat me like that?" "Don't flatter yourself." Shisui stepped in front of Sasuke, locking his eyes onto Itachi. "Right now, I'm not even sure you could beat Sasuke. And besides, the people who took part in the Uchiha massacre are all right here. There's no point in pretending anymore. Tell us about the deal you made with the third Hokage." "As expected, I couldn't fool you, Shisui," Itachi said with a glance at his cousin. Then he turned his eyes toward the third Hokage. "But I don't believe I was wrong back then. Nor do I believe Hiruzen-sama made the wrong call." The moment Itachi admitted to striking a deal with the third Hokage, the expressions of both Jiraiya and Sasuke changed. They couldn't believe the Uchiha massacre had anything to do with the third Hokage. It completely shattered their understanding of the village's politics. The first, second, and fourth Hokage were also visibly shaken, fixing their eyes firmly on the pair. Under the weight of their stares, the third Hokage forced himself to speak. "Itachi is right. I was the one who gave the order to let Madara Uchiha carry out the massacre." At the time, tensions between the police force, led by Fugaku, and the Hokage's office had reached a breaking point. Any further escalation would have led to an endless civil war. To prevent that, I gave the command to wipe out the Uchiha and had Itachi infiltrate the masked man's organization to gather intel. Unfortunately, for various reasons, I later lost contact with him. Hearing this, the reincarnated Hokage, starting with the first, didn't know what to say. They had thought Hiruzen's harsh treatment of Naruto was his greatest mistake. Never did they expect he had a hand in the Uchiha massacre as well. Each of the other Hokage had different reactions to the third's decision. The first Hokage thought it was a grave error in judgment. The Uchiha were part of the village. If they considered rebellion, it only meant communication between them and the Hokage had completely broken down. Even if a coup had been launched, there was no reason for innocent women, children, and the elderly to die, especially not by Itachi's hand. The second Hokage shared a similar view. The Uchiha should not have been killed by one of their own. If he had been in charge of Konoha at the time, he would have suppressed the Uchiha before they dared rebel. And if force was necessary, he would have disguised it as an invasion by another village, not carried it out so crudely. In Tobirama's opinion, the third's order had not only cost Konoha the Uchiha but also the trust of many other clans. He had become Hokage in name only. Still, he was impressed by Shirsui's cunning. To lead the surviving Uchiha into route, clearly the events of that night weren't just Danzo manipulating Shirsui. It was highly likely that Shirsui had been the one manipulating Danzo. What a shame that his own student was still completely in the dark. The fourth Hokage blamed himself for dying too early. Back when he was Hokage, he had been trying to ease tensions between the Uchiha and the rest of the village. He had hoped the Uchiha could one day be treated as a normal ninja clan. But before he could act, he gave up his life using the Reaper Death Seal. Gazing at Itachi and the third, Shirsui sneered, "Hiruzen-sama, even now, you still harbor prejudice against the Uchiha. You don't even know who the true enemy is. That's exactly why Danzo and Orochimaru were able to play you for a fool. The one who benefited most from becoming Hokage was the Danzo right at your side." The third fell silent again. He had become a complete and utter failure. And worst of all, this humiliating moment was unfolding right in front of the first and Tobirama-sensei. "Shirsui, you brat, have you said enough?" The second Hokage was starting to get impatient. "And you, monkey. Pull yourself together already. Back then, you were the one who stepped forward to sacrifice for your comrades. What happened to that man? You can stomach even this kid, Kageme's descendant, calling you out like that?" "I was wrong." The third replied weakly. There was no trace of a Hokage's dignity or composure left in him. "You were absolutely wrong." The second Hokage spoke sternly. "Your mistake wasn't issuing the wrong orders, it was failing to lead the village toward strength. As a Hokage, you can issue any command you see fit. But the moment the village declines or even faces destruction, whether you're a good person or a bad one, you are no longer a good Hokage." These words laid bare the responsibility of the Hokage, leaving the third Hokage deeply ashamed. Just as the third was about to say something, the fourth Hokage stepped forward and said, "Let's set the past aside for now. Since you claim Itachi Uchiha was your agent, gathering intel while close to the masked man, can you share that intelligence with us? And also, how should we deal with the ninja who's been working alongside Itachi Uchiha?" The moment those words left his mouth, everyone turned to look at Kisame. Orochimaru and Kabuto subtly moved to block any possible escape routes. Surrounded by so many Kage-level shinobi, Kisame felt like a thorn was pressed against his back. Any one of these people posed a serious risk to him in one-on-one combat, and now he was encircled. The idea of escape was out of the question. Seeing Kisame in danger, Itachi Uchiha quickly said, "All the intel Kisame knows, I also know. There's no need to trouble him. He's just another pawn manipulated and ordered around by the masked man." After pausing for a moment, Itachi continued, "As for the intel you want, I can tell you, but the war in the shinobi world has already begun. Even if you know everything, there's little you can do now." The second Hokage replied impatiently, "Uchiha, spare us the chatter. Give us your intel directly. If it proves accurate, we might just let you off the hook." Itachi cleared his throat. "First piece of intel, the masked man is not Madara Uchiha. You might already know this. Second, General Byakuya of the Allied forces is secretly working with Madara Uchiha." He looked around as he said this, hoping to catch some reaction. But to his surprise, none of the shinobi present showed much of a reaction. This left Itachi puzzled. Was this not important enough intel? We've known about the collusion between Byakuya and Madara Uchiha for a while now. Hearing that, it was Itachi's turn to be stunned. Had his intel-gathering skills degraded so badly? That couldn't be. He had undergone elite training in the Foundation. Do you have any other intel? The second Hokage pressed, eyeing him closely. Itachi shook his head. Byakuya's collusion with Madara is the biggest piece of intel I had. The rest is just information about the abilities of Madara, Byakuya, and the masked man. Just as he was about to continue, the second Hokage raised a hand to stop him. Everything you're about to say, we already know. I seriously question what exactly you were infiltrating all these years. If you had told us this a few months earlier, it might have been of some use. Itachi responded awkwardly, but the third Hokage had died at that time. Aside from him, I was labeled a rogue ninja by everyone in Konoha. There was no way for me to pass along intel. You have a point. For a moment, even the second Hokage couldn't refute Itachi. Now that the intel had been obtained, the discussion shifted to how to deal with Itachi. To the Hokage faction, Itachi was the third's own agent. With the war already underway, it was time for the spy to come in from the cold. Itachi wasn't an enemy, in fact, he was a contributor to the Hokage's cause. Bluntly put, knowing Itachi had decimated the Uchiha clan, the second Hokage might have been secretly pleased. After all, there was a long-standing blood feud between the Uchiha and the Senju. But to Shisui and Sasuke, Itachi was nothing short of a traitor. As the three Uchiha stepped aside, making room, Shisui and Sasuke approached Itachi. Staring him down, they asked, Itachi, now that things have come to this, do you have anything left to say? I have nothing to say. I am the center of the clan. Itachi smiled calmly, then turned to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, how are father and mother doing? Sasuke froze for a moment before replying, they're doing just fine, unlike a stray dog like you. They live without fear now and are still serving in the Konoha police force. Itachi sighed and gave a regretful look. Is that so? What a shame. I had hoped that after slaughtering the clan, they'd be so enraged they'd awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Too bad, just like you, they were emotionally cold. Not even capable of awakening the Mangekyo. What are you implying? Sasuke frowned. His hatred for Itachi had lessened somewhat due to learning about the spy mission and had shifted toward the third Hokage, but now Itachi seemed intent on pushing him to the edge again. Itachi gave a wicked smile. Of course it was to stimulate the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't tell me you actually thought I did all that for the village? Back then, when I sought the third Hokage's permission, it wasn't just to avoid interference from him and Danzo, it was also to prepare for this very moment. Even though I killed our clan, as long as I was a sanctioned agent of the third Hokage, I wouldn't be punished by the Hokage faction. I could even stay in Konoha. Itachi then smirked, after this war ends, I'll return to the village and continue assassinating Uchiha until you awaken the Mangekyo. Then I'll take your eyes to evolve mine into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, Itachi raised his hand over his face and laughed madly toward the sky. Then, without hesitation, he walked away from Shisui and Sasuke, heading toward the third Hokage, as if he really intended to carry out that plan. But Sasuke's gaze was ice cold, locked onto Itachi. He drew the short sword from his waist and, in a flash, appeared before Itachi. His blood-red Sharingan, with 3 tomo, began spinning rapidly, seemingly on the verge of transformation, a coming evolution. Itachi parried the blade with a kunai, sneering, can't wait to kill me already? Well, you struck first. Not even the past Hokage can save you now. But Sasuke, already consumed by rage, didn't hear a word. He launched fully into combat. Watching the two brothers clash, Shisui, who had already moved to the side, sighed softly, and a memory surfaced in his mind, Byakuya-sama's prophecy. Byakuya-sama had once said that there would inevitably be a battle between Sasuke and Itachi. That this clash would be the trigger for Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. And now, it seemed everything was playing out just as foretold. Chapter 428, Battle Between Brothers, Part 2. Itachi Uchiha's strength was undeniable. He had reached the threshold of Kage-level power at the mere age of 13. Capable of going toe-to-toe with Shisui and surviving ANBU pursuit, his skills had only grown sharper over the years. Among the elite combatants of the major shinobi villages, he was clearly a standout. Sasuke, too, was no weakling. During the Chunin exams, he had already demonstrated Jonin-level prowess. After undergoing trials in the Sound Village and Ryuchi Cave, he too had stepped into Kage-level territory. Though there was a gap in their strength, it wasn't insurmountable. Following a fierce initial clash, the brothers quickly disengaged. Itachi's fighting style was the epitome of the Uchiha, deadly elegance, like a dance atop a blade's edge. Sasuke's style, however, bore the subtle venom of Orochimaru and Kabuto, calm on the surface, hiding a killing intent underneath. In the next instant, they hurled kunai laced with explosive tags. Amid the chaos of the blast, the two closed in once more, resuming their taijutsu duel. Yet even after 30 seconds of continuous exchange, neither had managed to gain the upper hand. With both having activated their Sharingan, their reflexes and perceptions were evenly matched. If either wanted to win, they need something more, Jinjutsu. As if on cue, both cast Sharingan illusions at the same time. In an instant, the world around them shifted, they were pulled into each other's illusionary realm, their wills clashing in a deadly battle of the mind. Jinjutsu duels were as dangerous as physical combat, if not more so. To lose here meant not just fatigue, but a shattered psyche and the possibility of permanent entrapment. From a distance, Shisui watched the clash in silence, showing no intention of interfering. In his eyes, the moment Itachi had chosen to raise a blade against him, their friendship had ended. Now, Itachi was nothing more than a familiar stranger. If this fight could awaken Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, then Uchiha's power would surpass that of the Hokage faction. That alone would be worth the cost. Just then, the Hokage and others arrived beside Shisui, having sensed the disturbance. Orochimaru glanced at the fight and said, "So they finally started. I wonder whether the Sasuke I nurtured is stronger, or Itachi." Without shifting his expression, Shisui replied, "That's not something I care to guess. Their feud has nothing to do with me. But if Itachi wins, I will personally kill him." Jiraiya looked at Shisui with mild exasperation. Clearly, Shisui was saying Sasuke could lose, but Itachi must not win. From his perspective, it made sense. It was hard to forgive what Itachi had done. The second Hokage narrowed his eyes at Sasuke. "Shisui, that boy Sasuke is on the verge of awakening his Mangekyo. Are you really letting them fight just for that?" Shisui offered no denial and replied, "Second Sama really does see through everything. But whether Sasuke can awaken it or not still depends on his own strength. What, are you against Konoha gaining another combat asset right before the war breaks out?" The second Hokage gave a cold snort. "I doubt it's just about the Mangekyo. Once the two siblings' eyes are combined, the eternal Mangekyo is born. That's how Madara Uchiha achieved it, and you're walking in his footsteps." Shisui paused, then chuckled. "Still hiding nothing from you, I see. So, will you stop it from happening? If you do, we're no longer allies." "Humph," the second Hokage scoffed. "If this were the past, I'd give my life to prevent the birth of a new Mangekyo. But now that I'm already dead, I've lost all interest in you Uchihas. As long as you don't become Madara's pawns and don't harm Konoha, I'll look the other way." Meanwhile, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the mention of Eternal Mangekyo. "I'd love to study that." Compared to the tense dialogue between the second Hokage, Shisui, and Orochimaru, the conversation among the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto was much warmer. Both the fourth and Jiraiya remembered Itachi from his childhood. Even before entering the academy, Itachi had shown prodigious talent. He mastered the fireball technique at just 4 years old. Back then, before the Ninetales Night, the fourth had already taken note of this Uchiha genius. He had hoped that, once grown, Itachi could be cultivated as a core leader in Konoha, helping to integrate the Uchiha into the village naturally. Naruto, on the other hand, was simply worried about Sasuke. Sensing their chakra levels, he knew Sasuke's was still inferior to Itachi's, and in the shinobi world, chakra often meant power. Sasuke winning this battle was close to impossible. While everyone speculated, the Genjutsu duel came to a close. Both brothers staggered back, panting, eyes locked with grim determination. Itachi was the first to speak, a mocking tone in his voice. "Sasuke, you've improved over the years. Your taijutsu and Genjutsu are almost on par with mine. But the Sharingan isn't about taijutsu or Genjutsu. What matters is how far you can evolve it. Even if your eyes have reached the 3-tomo stage, they're still worthless before the Mangekyo. I won't use my ocular powers right away. I want you to feel the gap between us, slowly." Before he even finished, Itachi unleashed a barrage of fire-style jutsu. With one-handed seals, he cast Phoenix Fire and Great Fireball in rapid succession. Though not the highest-ranked techniques, their sheer power and intensity were lethal. The firestorms blocked Sasuke's vision and escape routes. If the flames merged, he'd be consumed instantly. At that critical moment, Sasuke formed hand seals and growled, "Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Song." Instantly, a colossal dragon of flame roared into the sky, not toward Itachi, but the clouds above. The searing heat disrupted the sky, stirring layers of clouds into rolling thunderheads. The air crackled. Lightning dragons twisted and howled within. Less than a second later, the storm unleashed its fury. A lightning bolt in the shape of a Kirin plummeted toward Itachi at a speed too fast to track with the naked eye. This was Sasuke's ultimate lightning technique, lightning style, Kirin. The bolt struck Itachi dead on, charring his body black and filling the air with the stench of burnt flesh. But Itachi didn't fall. Instead, he activated Susanoo. Crimson chakra coalesced into a massive warrior, enshrouding Itachi. Though it was only a half-body Susanoo, it was enhanced with 2 sacred treasures and still terrifying in might. Facing Susanoo, Sasuke dared not underestimate him. He activated his Heaven's Curse seal and entered Ryuchike's Sage Mode. Though imperfect and prone to losing control, it granted immense power. With Sage Mode, Sasuke finally stood a chance against Susanoo. After Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha's battle reached its climax, the second Hokage widened his eyes and said to Shisui and Orochimaru, "So it's not just Kabuto Yakushi, even Sasuke has learned Sage Mode. No wonder you are brave enough to let a 3-tomo Sharingan brat fight against a Mangekyo Sharingan user. So you knew Sasuke had Sage Mode. If he manages to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo, his power might even approach Madara Uchiha's." Shisui and Orochimaru exchanged a glance and said, "To stand a chance against Byakuya and Madara Uchiha, we have to prepare multiple countermeasures. Those two are genuine monsters, after all." After a pause, the two looked toward the long-silent First Hokage and asked, "First Hokage-sama, do you think Sage Mode combined with Mangekyo Sharingan could defeat Madara Uchiha?" "Me?" The First Hokage looked momentarily dazed, then spread his hands and replied, "I don't know. Ever since I was brought back with Edo Tensei, I've been thinking about what I would say when I meet Madara again. But after so long, I'm not even sure if I can beat him anymore. As for the fight between Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha, my opinion is that they should just shake hands and make peace. There's nothing that can't be resolved through a good talk. Surely killing your own family can't be the solution." The first Hokage's words left Shisui, the second Hokage, and the others speechless. If Hashirama hadn't possessed overwhelming power, this level of naivete would have gotten him killed countless times. But it was precisely his unmatched strength that allowed him to hold on to that innocence. With absolute power, the first Hokage could afford to live by his own ideals. Seeing Sasuke's body covered in curse marks and a pair of wings spread behind his back, Naruto exclaimed in shock, "When did Sasuke learn Sage Mode? Did he learn it together with Big Brother Kabuto?" The fourth Hokage and Jiraiya were also surprised, shocked at Sasuke's apparent Sage Mode. From their experience, they couldn't see that Sasuke's Sage Mode was incomplete, but their own Sage Modes weren't perfect either. For a ninja, even partial mastery of Sage Mode was already exceptional. Hearing Naruto's comment, Yakushi Kabuto shook his head. Sasuke hasn't mastered Sage Mode. That's the power of the curse mark. It's the ultimate goal of Orochimaru-sama's experiment. He wanted to allow ordinary ninjas to harness natural energy. To let ordinary ninjas harness natural energy. At that, not just the fourth in Jiraiya, even the third Hokage was visibly shaken. He had never imagined that his former student, Orochimaru, harbored such ambition. And at that moment, he also felt a pang of regret for not correcting Orochimaru sooner. If Orochimaru had stayed on the right path and developed a complete curse mark technique, the strength of Konohagakure might have reached a new peak. They might no longer be threatened by Kumogakure or Iwagakure. Noticing the third Hokage's gaze, Orochimaru turned to look at him. His eyes were filled with cold indifference, and a mocking smile tugged at his lips. He respected the third Hokage as a teacher, but that didn't mean he could tolerate Konoha's rigid rules. A teacher like Hiruzen, who always adhered to the rules, would stifle any burgeoning creativity before it had the opportunity to flourish. After a long, drawn-out battle, Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha were both on the brink of collapse due to chakra exhaustion. Sasuke could no longer maintain his curse mark state, and even Itachi was unable to keep up Susanoo. Still, neither stopped fighting. They returned to the most primal form of combat, each gripping a kunai and slashing at one another, leaving gashes on each other's bodies. With the sound of steel slicing through flesh, Sasuke landed a new cut on Itachi. Then he pushed Itachi to the ground and pressed his kunai to Itachi's neck, speaking coldly, "Itachi, tell me now, who's stronger, you or me? Weren't you after my eyes? Come and take them if you have the guts." Unexpectedly, Itachi Uchiha laughed and looked up at Sasuke. "Sasuke, you've done well. Even without unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, you've already reached the level where you can defeat me. That makes me very happy, because it means you're finally strong enough to protect yourself. After I die, go ahead and transplant my eyes. Then you'll have a pair of Mangekyo eyes, and you can serve the village with a clean conscience, bringing glory to the Uchiha clan." "What's that supposed to mean? Are you asking me to spare you?" Sasuke glared at him, eyes full of suspicion. "Or are you trying to provoke me, then strike while I'm distracted and steal my eyes?" Itachi shook his head, mocking himself. "Sasuke, I never wanted to kill you, nor did I ever want your eyes. My goal has always been to make you stronger. Back when Shisui used Jinjutsu to control Danzo, I could have admitted my mistake and returned to the clan. But I refused. First, because my return would have tipped the village into the clan's hands. Second, because I wanted you to become truly powerful. If you had always lived under the protection of our parents, Shisui, and me, you would have never surpassed Jonin level. You might not even have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, you would have lived your life in mediocrity." Itachi paused for a moment before smiling, "But by defecting, I made sure Shisui wouldn't dare move against the village. And you could live driven by hatred toward me, using it to keep getting stronger, until the day you awakened the Mangekyo. Judging from your current strength, I'd say my plan was a success. It's just a pity you haven't awakened the Mangekyo yet. That's the one thing that disappoints me. Maybe I wasn't cruel enough. That's my failure as your brother. I'm sorry." Itachi's words completely shattered Sasuke's self-control. A surge of negative chakra burst forth like a tidal wave, flooding into his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing those eyes, nearly identical to his own, Itachi's lips curled into a faint smile. "You finally awakened it. I lied about everything I said just now, my foolish little brother." Suddenly, Itachi thrust both hands forward, reaching for Sasuke's eyes. But Sasuke had noticed something was wrong. He pressed the kunai at Itachi's neck down harder, just as he was about to end it. A short blade blocked his kunai. The person who stepped in was none other than Uchiha Shisui, who had been silently watching the whole time. Chapter 429, Rushing to the Battlefield. After seeing Shisui intercept the fatal blow, both Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha turned to him with puzzled expressions. Sasuke was the first to speak. Shursui, why did you stop me from taking down this traitor? Itachi sighed, as if he had expected this. Shursui, you saw right through me after all. Can't you just let me die in peace? Shursui snorted coldly, his face stern. Itachi, do you really think that your sins can be offset just by leaving behind a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for the clan? Itachi smiled bitterly. Shursui, I never hope to atone. I just feel I no longer belong in the shinobi world, and I don't know how to face the clan members who are still alive. Death isn't an excuse to run away. You'll have to face them eventually. After a short pause, Shursui spoke seriously. Even if you had died just now, I would have had Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to bring you back and drag you to the Naka Shrine. But since you earned the clan another pair of Mangekyo, the others wouldn't tear you to pieces. At worst, they'd draw and quarter you. Maybe you'd even get to live out your days in solitude. The conversation between Shursui and Itachi immediately put Sasuke on alert. He walked up to them, Mangekyo active, and asked, Shursui, you knew Itachi's plan was to provoke me into awakening my Mangekyo? Shursui nodded and replied, of course, I knew. I also know how the eternal Mangekyo is created. Itachi's goal was to bring about the eternal Mangekyo by merging two Mangekyo. But he didn't want it for himself. He wanted to give it to you. He wanted to give me his eyes? Hearing that, Sasuke was shaken. He shook his head and muttered, that's impossible. He cast a Jinjutsu on me using the Sharingan to make me awaken the Mangekyo, to gain eternal power. There's no way he meant to leave his eyes for me. Shursui looked directly at him. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter anymore. What matters now is that you must merge Itachi's Sharingan and evolve your Mangekyo into the eternal Mangekyo. Only with the eternal Mangekyo can the Uchiha hope to influence this war. No! Sasuke's gaze turned intense as he snapped back. I think the truth matters more than the Mangekyo. If Itachi's real goal was for me to get the eternal Mangekyo, then what were all these years of effort for? After all that, I'm supposed to accept that he did it for my own good? So my entire life was just a pre-written script? All to awaken the Mangekyo? His emotions spiraled, and it showed. This was one of the Sharingan's curses. While it allowed the Uchiha to gain power rapidly, it also made them obsessive. From Madara, Shursui, and Itachi to Sasuke, they all lived by obsession, and none of them ever turned back once they picked a path. Just then, Naruto stepped up to Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke, whether your past was scripted or not doesn't matter. You're the one in control of your destiny now. You can choose whether or not to forgive your brother. You can challenge Shursui to become the new leader of the Uchiha. But most importantly, you have me as your rival. Everything else might be fake, but our bond isn't. Seeing Naruto comfort Sasuke of his own accord, the surrounding shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyo, making him one of the Allied forces' top-tier assets. And once he obtained the eternal Mangekyo, he would become a decisive force on the battlefield. In fact, the second Hokage was already envisioning a plan, using Sasuke to strike at Madara Uchiha. The boy whose life was twisted by loved ones looked exactly like Izuna. Madara would go all out against anyone else, but someone who looked like Izuna? He'd definitely let his guard down. That would be the moment to seal him. With Naruto's support, Sasuke finally calmed down. If anyone else had tried to tell him to let it go, he would have snapped back that they didn't understand his pain. But Naruto was different. Naruto's suffering was just as deep. He too had lived under the third Hokage's lies. Sasuke shook Naruto's hand off, walked up to Itachi with an expressionless face, and asked, Itachi, how do I fuse the Mangekyo? I want the eternal Mangekyo right now. Itachi answered, just a few surgeries. Take out both our Sharingan, then merge our ocular power. That's how you obtain the eternal Mangekyo. A few transplant surgeries, huh? Sasuke considered it briefly, then turned to Kabuto. Kabuto-senpai, I'm entrusting you with the transplant surgery for me and Itachi. I think I can trust you. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled. Sasuke's willing to trust me? I'm honored. Once you have the Mangekyo, I'd love to test myself against you. We'll see if my Dragon Sage mode is stronger, or if your Mangekyo has the upper hand. Of course, the Sharingan will win. I've still got the power of the Cursed Seal too. Sasuke accepted Kabuto's challenge with a smile. Then, together with Itachi, he followed Kabuto into a small wooden cabin built by the first Hokage. Kabuto's medical ninjutsu was top-notch. In just 1 hour, the surgery was complete, and Sasuke had successfully obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. During the surgery, Orochimaru stared unblinkingly at the operating table, clearly tempted to take the Eternal Mangekyo for himself. But with the 4 Hokage, Shisui, and Jiraiya all present, he didn't dare make a move and had to bury that desire deep inside. When it was over, Kabuto turned to Sasuke and asked, "How does the Eternal Mangekyo feel?" Sasuke took a moment to sense it, then turned and cast Amaterasu on a tree. After reducing it to ashes, he replied coolly, "I don't feel a change in the eye techniques themselves, but the ocular power seems to regenerate on its own now." Shisui walked over. "The ability to recover your eye power is the biggest advantage. I've been using the 3 Tomo Sharingan all these years just to avoid going blind. But I'm curious, what exactly are your Mangekyo abilities?" The others also looked to Sasuke, intrigued by his dojutsu. Sasuke didn't hold back. Calmly, he said, "Amaterasu and Akatsuki. Amaterasu ignites inextinguishable black flames on anything I see. Akatsuki lets me shape those flames and even embed them into weapons." Inextinguishable flames, huh? Shisui gave it some thought and said, "That's certainly a powerful ability, but I don't think it'll be very effective against Madara Uchiha or Byakuya. Madara's already dead, and Byakuya excels at clone techniques." Sasuke sneered. "I don't believe the chakra of Edo Tensei is infinite. As for Byakuya and his clones, I'll just burn all of them." Seeing Sasuke speak with such confidence, everyone could tell he'd walked out of the darkness. Naruto frowned. Every time Sasuke acted full of confidence, the outcome was always a brutal beatdown, and that worried him deeply. Sure, Sasuke might be strong right now, but there was no way he could win against the combined forces of Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara. On top of that, Byakuya had already taken control of Nagato, and his Rinnegan could absorb any ninjutsu. But, was Byakuya really an enemy of the allied forces? If he were, then why hadn't he just killed them outright? Why had he deliberately spared a few of them? The other Jinchuriki who had their tailed beasts extracted had all vanished, no bodies, no traces left behind. Thinking this through, Naruto looked over at Shisui, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi. Shisui had been secretly working with Kushina all along, and clearly, both were Byakuya's people. As for Orochimaru, he was a defector from Byakuya's side. But had any of them truly betrayed Byakuya? And Kabuto? Naruto had never heard of Ryuchi Cave being skilled in medical ninjutsu, let alone capable of saving someone who'd lost so much life force. His healing method bore a striking resemblance to what Kushina experienced all those years ago. Putting the pieces together, Kabuto also seemed deeply entangled with Byakuya. So then, why had Byakuya spared their lives on purpose? Could it be that he was simply too powerful, so powerful that he wanted to raise a worthy opponent just to enjoy a real fight? It sounded ridiculous, but Naruto couldn't help thinking there might be some truth to it. Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. "You have gained Sharingan ocular power." Sasuke awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "You have gained a large amount of Sharingan ocular power. Your ocular power has reached its limit. Your Mangekyo Sharingan abilities have been upgraded. Stored ocular techniques have increased, and some have been enhanced." While rushing to the main battlefield, Byakuya heard the notification from his system. With a calm tap to claim the reward, a faint smile curved his lips. He now knew that the conflict between Sasuke and Itachi had finally come to an end. Sasuke hadn't let him down. Not only had he awakened the Mangekyo, but he had even evolved it into the eternal Mangekyo. That meant Sasuke was now potentially at the Super Kage level, standing above even the strongest Kage-tier ninja. No wonder his own Mangekyo had been upgraded. As for why his own Mangekyo hadn't evolved into the eternal stage, Byakuya didn't care much. His Mangekyo relied on the use of other ocular techniques to activate and didn't drain power quickly. Whether or not it evolved into the eternal stage didn't matter much to him. Besides, in Byakuya's eyes, his Mangekyo was already god tier. It could not only record Mangekyo techniques, but it could even record Rinnegan and other Akatsuki ocular abilities. That meant he could counter almost any eye-based jutsu. As for collecting even more ocular power to evolve his eyes into the Rinnegan, Byakuya didn't believe the Mangekyo was a prerequisite for the Rinnegan at all. Mangekyo was a power of the god tree. It had no true connection or hierarchy with the Rinnegan. Sasuke's Mangekyo had turned into a Rinnegan only because of the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Not long after, Byakuya received a report from Kabuto detailing the outcome of the brothers' battle and the next move of the Konoha squad. Even after obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke and Shisui hadn't killed Itachi Uchiha. Byakuya wasn't surprised in the least. In fact, this was his plan all along. He had never intended for Itachi Uchiha to die. Not because he held any affection for Itachi, they barely knew each other and were practically strangers, but purely from a utilitarian standpoint. Itachi's talent was exceptional. As long as he lived, he had the potential to become even stronger. And if Itachi grew stronger, then Byakuya's own strength could also increase through interaction. Naturally, he wouldn't waste such valuable talent. Bringing his scattered thoughts back together, Byakuya had Nagato carry him on the demonic statue of the outer path to the battlefield's edge. After a brief pause, Byakuya instructed Nagato to head into battle while he himself vanished into the surrounding forest, disappearing into the sunset. Though puzzled, Nagato obeyed and continued moving forward with the Geto statue. At the front lines, the Ninja World Wars tournament-style competition was nearing its conclusion. The Golden and Silver Brothers, Kinkaku and Jinchuriki, had proven overwhelmingly powerful, causing many of the allied forces' Jonin to be disqualified, helplessly watching the masked man's team rack up victory after victory. There was nothing to be done. Kinkaku and Jinchuriki were Kage-tier on their own and could enter beast mode. Their wielding of the Six Paths treasured tools was another huge headache that caught everyone off guard. Even powerhouses like Kakashi and Might Guy were forced to admit defeat and leave the ring. However, their consecutive wins relied heavily on the Six Paths tools. Once the Hidden Cloud side brought out the amber purifying bottle from Kumogakure, Kinkaku and Jinchuriki were finally defeated and sealed. Their defeat gave the allied forces a massive morale boost, immediately shifting the momentum against Madara Uchiha's side. And Madara? He had no more worthy fighters left. In the simultaneously running individual matches, both Shino and Hirako had already lost. Shino's 8 gates were artificial and eventually got exposed, leading to his defeat. Hirako's technique of combining multiple Kekkai Genkai gave him an edge over elite Jonin. But when facing true Kage-level fighters, he started to fall behind. More importantly, these two were nominally subordinates of the masked man but were in fact members of Akatsuki. They knew this competition was just a game, there was no need to fight with full power. Once their leader, Byakuya, returned, the war would end anyway. At this point, the only person left on Madara's side who hadn't fought was the masked man himself. Under Madara's signal, the masked man stepped reluctantly into the ring. Before accepting the challenge, he glanced coldly in Byakuya's direction. He despised being a pawn in someone else's game and loathed these pointless games of war. When would he finally become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? When would he put an end to this damn charade and stomp Byakuya underfoot? When would he finally demonstrate to Madara and the world just how powerful he truly was? Chapter 430, Byakuya vs. the 5 Kage. When Obito stepped onto the arena, he immediately drew the attention of the allied shinobi forces. To the allied shinobi, this mysterious masked man was unforgettable. From the night of the Nine Tails attack, to Kirigakure's bloody mist policy, to the assault on the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, all of it was tied to him. At first, everyone suspected the masked man was Madara Uchiha. He had long used Madara's name to act. It wasn't until the real Madara Uchiha appeared that they realized the masked man wasn't him. From that point, speculation about his true identity became chaotic. Some suspected he was Uchiha Setsuna, an elder of the Uchiha clan. Some went further, believing he was a Uchiha leftover from the Warring States era. Others even speculated he was Madara's blood descendant, left behind in the shinobi world. After all, if the first Hokage left behind a bloodline, how could his rival Madara Uchiha have lived alone and untouched by romance? Nothing in the shinobi world forms a stronger bond than blood. Staring at the masked man on the stage, Kakashi wanted to step forward and ask if he was really Obito. Ever since awakening Kamui, Kakashi had already reached his own conclusion about the masked man's identity, but part of him still clung to hope, needing the answer from Obito's own mouth to truly let go. After all, it was hard to connect the innocent and pure-hearted Obito with the masked man standing before him. After much hesitation, Kakashi didn't speak. First, he no longer had the right to challenge. Second, he still hoped to persuade Obito to turn back, not to provoke him further. Obito noticed Kakashi's hesitation and cursed him as a coward. Someone who didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage and face him was unworthy of being his opponent. Such a coward didn't even deserve to exist in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Just as the fourth Raikage was about to step forward, a tremor rumbled from the distant ground. The massive disturbance instantly drew the attention of the Allied forces, halting the fourth Raikage mid-step. They all turned toward the source of the quake, their expressions shifting to disbelief. A towering statue had appeared on the horizon. It was larger than Madara Uchiha Susanoo, larger than the nearby mountains. Every step it took sent tremors rippling through the earth like small quakes. "What is that?" a shinobi asked. "That's likely the body of the nine-tailed beasts, the legendary demonic statue of the Outer Path. Legend says it's the husk of the Ten Tails. If you use it to gather all nine-tailed beasts, you gain the power to destroy the world." Byakuya, who had appeared among the Allied forces, offered the explanation. But even without Byakuya's words, every shinobi present could feel the overwhelming power inside the statue. It was a force far greater than that of the Eight Tails or Nine Tails, greater than all the tailed beasts combined. The chakra radiating from it distorted the air and blurred the light. Inoki seemed to realize something and frowned, looking toward Byakuya. "Leader Byakuya, could this be the complete form of the demonic statue?" Byakuya nodded. "It's nearly complete. Just one final step remains before it becomes the Ten Tails. It seems my true body must be in a dire situation, likely facing an attack from Madara Uchiha. But since I still exist, that means the original me isn't dead. This fourth great ninja war is far from over." These words made the Kage-level shinobi sigh in relief. They looked warily at both the demonic statue and the Madara Uchiha beside them, thoughts heavy in their hearts. From what Byakuya described, the Madara here was likely just a clone. Which meant the battlefield of tens of thousands of allied shinobi wasn't the true battleground of this war. The real fight had already taken place, hidden behind the scenes of their tournament-like games. Byakuya and Madara Uchiha might have already been clashing in the shadows for days, none of them had realized it. As the demonic statue drew closer, the shinobi could finally make out the figure standing atop it, Nagato. The crowd erupted in shock. Wasn't Nagato a leader of Amagakure? Why was he now helping Madara Uchiha? Then they remembered, Nagato had been attacked half a month ago. He must now be under someone else's control. Still, it was their first time seeing his Rinnegan with their own eyes. That's the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths from the legends. The Rinnegan can actually control the demonic statue. Could the Sage of Six Paths really have existed? Was he its original master? If Madara Uchiha wields the Sage of Six Paths power, how are we supposed to fight him? That's godlike power. How could ordinary people like us possibly oppose a god? Honestly, maybe infinite Tsukuyomi isn't so bad. I've long given up on cruel reality. Dying in a dream might not be so terrible. Under the influence of the demonic statue's chakra, the allied shinobi began to waver. Facing such overwhelming strength, their resistance seemed meaningless. Surrendering suddenly felt like the more reasonable option. The Jonin all sensed this shift. Their expressions darkened, they too had started feeling the oppressive atmosphere. But as veterans of countless battles, they quickly shook off the chakra's influence, gathered their strength, and began preparing for the upcoming war. Still, doubts lingered in their hearts. Could they really win in the end? The demonic statue pressed forward, and as anxiety rippled through the allied forces, Yahiko stepped forward after a long silence. "I am Yahiko from Amigakure," he called out. "I know many of you have no confidence in defeating Madara Uchiha or the demonic statue. Some of you may even think it's better to just surrender and accept infinite Tsukuyami. Laugh if you want, but I've thought that way too. But think about it, do any of you truly believe there's such a good thing in the shinobi world? Would Madara really let us enjoy such a dream without a price? And for the sake of future generations, wouldn't that be too irresponsible of us? If a beautiful world is truly possible, then it must be one we create together." Yahiko's words seemed to possess a kind of magic, lifting morale considerably. It wasn't just his eloquence, deep down, no one truly trusted Madara. No one believed such a perfect world could be real. Tsunade and the others were also stirred by these words, and all eyes turned to Byakuya. Though the one here was just his shadow clone, as long as Byakuya remained, the allied shinobi forces still had hope. They could still defeat Madara Uchiha. Byakuya looked at Tsunade and the others and smiled. "Hokage, Tsuchikage, are you ready to join me in facing the demonic statue and Madara Uchiha?" Tsunade and the others nodded firmly and followed behind him. The seven of them vanished using body flicker technique and reappeared on a mountaintop, surrounding Madara Uchiha and the masked man. Madara Uchiha glanced at them and sneered. "All the tailed beasts are already in our hands. You still think you can resist?" Tsunade stepped forward and said, "Even if our chances of winning are slim, we still want to try." Madara Uchiha chuckled and said meaningfully, "Tsunade, you do have a bit of Hashirama's spirit. But even if Hashirama himself were resurrected, he still couldn't stop the Eye of the Moon plan. You have no idea how powerful we really are. Let me tell you this, the Fourth Great Ninja War only started as a game between me and another collaborator. And as for who that person is, you should be very familiar with him." "We're very familiar?" Tsunade, Inoki, and the Fourth Raikage were all confused. But Sasori of the Red Sand, Terumi Mei, and Zabuza seemed to realize something. Their eyes involuntarily shifted to Byakuya. After all, both Sunagakure and Kirigakure had once fallen under Akatsuki's control and were well aware of the organization's ambition to take over the entire shinobi world. After a brief moment of silence, Tsunade impatiently said, "Madara Uchiha, enough with your nonsense. The allied shinobi forces stand united. As for your so-called collaborator, we have no idea who it is." Before she finished speaking, Tsunade charged at Madara with a punch. Her monstrous strength, capable of splitting mountains, shattered his body, revealing it to be a mere log. The masked man also vanished from the mountaintop. They had both retreated. From the sky, Inoki shouted down, "Madara and the masked man are heading toward the Gedomazo. It looks like we have no choice but to fight it. This battle will be tougher than any we've faced before. Save the speech, you old fossil. You might fear Madara, but I sure as hell don't." Fresh from defeating his father, the Fourth Raikage glared at the distant statue. His eyes burned with fury. The appearance of the Gedomazo meant that his brother, Killer Bee, had already fallen. As his older brother, and as the Fourth Raikage, he had to avenge Killer Bee. Having made up his mind, the Raikage dashed down the mountain toward the Gedomazo, with Byakuya and the others following close behind. 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Their speed was incredible, and in no time, they arrived at the Gedomazo. The closer they got, the more overwhelming its presence became. Even without unleashing any powers, this terrifying statue had the sheer force to rival a tailed beast. And if it could fire tailed beast bombs? A single ordinary beast bomb could wipe out a mountain or a village, and one from the Gedomazo might destroy an entire nation. Just as the tiny figures of Tsunade and the others were preparing to strike, a figure blocked their path, leaving everyone frozen in shock. "Leader Byakuya, you're unharmed?" Seeing him, both Tsunade and Inoki felt momentary relief. But that feeling quickly turned to unease. Why was Byakuya unscathed? And why was he stopping them? The fourth Raikage was the first to speak. He growled, "Byakuya, how did you protect Killer Bee and the others? Why are you here with the Gedomazo, and standing in our way?" Byakuya smirked, snapped his fingers to dispel the wooden clone, then sighed and said, "I'm standing here to stop you from getting yourselves killed. None of you are any match for the Ten-Tails. Might as well surrender peacefully and avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. What is the meaning of this?" Tsunade stared at him in disbelief. "Do you have something to do with Madara Uchiha? Weren't you supposed to be my grandfather's successor? Why would you side with him?" Byakuya's expression darkened. He sneered, "The so-called successor of the Senju clan, other people might believe that, but you? A descendant of the Senju? You seriously believe Hashirama and Tobirama would leave you anything worth passing down? Then how do you explain the wood style? And the Senju's monstrous strength?" Byakuya laughed mockingly. "The wood style came from Black Zetsu, obviously. As for the strength, maybe I do have Senju blood in me. But can't the Senju work with the Uchiha? The first person to do that was your own grandfather, the first Hokage." Tsunade was momentarily speechless. She hadn't believed the successor story at first. It was Byakuya's actions that had gradually earned her trust and convinced her that he truly represented a legacy. But in the end, it was all a facade. She'd been deceived again. The fourth Raikage glared at Byakuya and growled, "So you're saying you killed Killer Bee and Naruto?" Byakuya shook his head and gave a chilling smile. "I didn't kill them. I just extracted the tailed beasts from them. With their vitality, they should survive for a day or two more. Brainless Raikage, if you're willing to kneel and beg, maybe I'll let you see him one last time." After finishing his taunt toward the Raikage, Byakuya turned his attention to Inoki. "Inoki, old friend. Remember how we once teamed up against Konoha? You thought you were getting a great deal out of Amigakure and the Leaf. But Akatsuki is not the same as Amigakure. Over the years, while you were busy squabbling with Konoha, Akatsuki quietly unified the smaller nations. That's what made our tailed beast hunt so efficient. Sure, it was Madara who captured 4 tails and 5 tails, but it was me who sealed them into the statue, who watched the Jinchuriki die from losing their chakra." Inoki, usually calm and composed, turned visibly furious. Byakuya didn't stop there. He went on to mock Kirigakure and Sunagakure, ensuring he thoroughly provoked all 5 great ninja villages. Even Madara Uchiha and the masked man, watching all this, couldn't help but think, this guy's unhinged. They had waged war to gather the tailed beasts and realize the Eye of the Moon plan, an eternal peace for the shinobi world. But Byakuya seemed to be driven purely by revenge against the 5 villages. After all, there were rumors that a coalition of 4 major villages had orchestrated Uzumaki destruction. And Konoha, its supposed ally, had stood by and done nothing. Given that history, it wasn't surprising that Byakuya harbored such deep hatred. Having mocked everyone, Byakuya turned his gaze to Madara and the masked man, then back to the assembled Kage. With a sinister look, he said, "If you want to get close to the Gedomazo, then let's fight, a battle to the death. Let me, the last orphan of the Uzumaki clan, face off against the leaders of all 5 great ninja villages." Byakuya smirked, "Just like back then, only this time, the ones at a disadvantage are all of you." Chapter 431, Power Beyond Kaguya Level. Facing Byakuya's provocation, Tsunade, Inoki, and the fourth Raikage exchanged glances and immediately entered combat stance. They knew they stood no chance against Byakuya and Madara Uchiha, but since they had come this far together, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and fight. As leaders of their respective villages, surrender was never an option. Sasoriya the Red Sand and Mei Terumi hesitated briefly but still moved into position to surround Byakuya. Since he hadn't issued any explicit orders, they still stood on the allied shinobi forces' side. Surrounded by a group of Kaguya-level opponents, Byakuya showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he launched the first attack. With a flicker, he vanished from his original spot and charged directly at Tsunade. Among these shinobi, Tsunade was the only medical ninja, making her a top priority target. Inoki and the fourth Raikage realized this as well and immediately moved to shield Tsunade. The fourth Raikage, now in lightning release chakra mode, directly intercepted Byakuya's assault. Feeling the Raikage's strength, Byakuya smiled and said, "Raikage, it seems your power has grown stronger than it was 10 years ago. Unfortunately for you, I've grown even faster." With that, Byakuya stimulated his muscles with chakra, erupting with even greater strength. He launched a punch infused with monstrous force, sending up a huge cloud of dust from the ground. When the dust settled, both Byakuya and the fourth Raikage had been knocked back more than 10 meters. Judging by the distance each was forced back, Byakuya's power was clearly superior. After being overpowered, the fourth Raikage's expression shifted. Since childhood, he had rarely lost in raw strength. Aside from his father and a fully transformed Killer Bee, no one else in the ninja world had been able to suppress him physically. Still, the fourth Raikage didn't lose confidence. Compared to strength, his forte was speed. With a stomp, the Raikage vanished in a flash of lightning, leaving an afterimage behind and appearing behind Byakuya. He launched a Liger Bomb. The Liger Bomb was a taijutsu technique powerful enough to distort the air itself. Although Byakuya could have dodged it, he chose to take it head-on. With a thought, he activated the 8 gates release formation and directly entered the 4th gate state. His body was enveloped in green chakra as he charged at the Raikage. This clash made an even bigger impact than before, shaking the very earth. When the dust cleared, spiderweb-like cracks spread out from beneath their feet for dozens of meters. Looking at his tattered Akatsuki cloak, Byakuya glanced at the Raikage's wounded arm and smiled. "Fourth Raikage, how does it feel to be defeated in taijutsu? I told you before, I'm the kind of opponent the 5 great villages need to unite to handle. If you keep coming at me one by one like this, you're only going to lose even more miserably." The fourth Raikage's expression turned dangerously dark. He had never imagined that someone could surpass him in both strength and speed, and that the person was a youngster not even 30. It was a huge blow to his pride. Seeing the Raikage injured, Tsunade hurried over to heal him. Under her medical ninjutsu, the wounds were quickly healed. However, she found Byakuya's taijutsu oddly familiar. Wasn't that the 8 gates release formation used by my guy and his father? How could Byakuya have mastered such a technique? This wasn't some ordinary secret jutsu, it was a forbidden jutsu that required decades of effort and training to master. Why did a monster like Byakuya even exist in the shinobi world? In fact, it wasn't just Tsunade who was shocked, even Madara, Uchiha and Obito tensed their gazes. Madara had once witnessed Mai Due open the gate of death and burn his life away, and had remembered that forbidden technique. Obito had also seen Guy open the 7th gate in battle and knew of the 8 gates' existence. Even someone as gifted as Madara found himself unsettled by Byakuya's talent. This man had already surpassed both him and Hashirama at that age. At that moment, Inoki made the first move. He brought his hands together and activated Dust Release, launching a beam of destructive energy toward Byakuya. Just as it was about to hit, Byakuya vanished. The next instant, Byakuya appeared in midair and countered with the cutting technique. The jutsu rained down hundreds, even thousands, of wooden spikes like a torrential downpour, forcing Inoki to defend with earth release, turning his body into stone. "Inoki, your destructive power is impressive. Too bad you can't land a hit on me. If you were 20 years younger, maybe I'd be wary of your dust release. But now? You don't even compare to that worthless third Hokage." While he was pleased to hear the third Hokage insulted, Inoki was still provoked by being called weaker than him. The truth was, physically, he really couldn't match Hiruzen. "You arrogant brat. Yes, I've grown old. But don't underestimate the power of our unity." Before he finished speaking, Sasori of the Red Sand, Meitarumi, and Zabuza launched a coordinated attack, saving Inoki just in time. Sasori also sent his puppets to assault Byakuya. After years of modifications, Sasori's puppet army had undergone a complete overhaul. His former human puppets had been reforged into an ironclad army. Not only were these puppets remotely controlled, but they could also perform ninjutsu, equivalent to hundreds of fearless, elite chunin. Faced with such numbers, Byakuya responded with wood release. Countless vines erupted from the earth. The once barren ground was transformed into a vast forest. The puppet army was swallowed whole by an endless sea of vines. This was wood release, deep forest emergence. After wiping out the puppet army, Byakuya stood atop the trees, looking down at the Kage-level shinobi. He formed a seal with his hands, and 6 wooden giants emerged from the forest, advancing on Tsunade and the others to launch another assault. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha's expression twitched slightly. Wasn't this the very technique he had used during the 5 Kage summit? How had Byakuya learned it? Was his learning ability really that terrifying? Very soon, Madara noticed the difference. Unlike him, Byakuya wasn't toying with the Kage. He was fighting them with full force. While they were occupied with the wooden giants, he attacked from the shadows. With each strike, another Kage lost the ability to fight. The first to fall were Meitarumi and Zabuza. Though they had reached Kage-level strength, they were the weakest of the group and could only contribute when fighting together. Next was Sasori of the Red Sand. Without his puppet army, he had lost most of his combat capability. Though Sasori himself was a powerful puppet, he had no desire to continue resisting. In the world of puppetry, Byakuya was arguably his senior, not to mention, he hadn't even left the Akatsuki yet. After subduing Tsunade with the wood dragon technique, the dragon drained her chakra completely. Even with her in seal, Tsunade was rendered powerless when pierced by wooden spikes. She could only watch helplessly as Byakuya approached Inoki and the 4th Raikage. Facing Inoki, who had used lightweight rock technique to ascend into the clouds, Byakuya snapped his fingers. The clouds above changed color and transformed into countless paper tags, surrounding Inoki in radiant light as a chain of explosions erupted. Watching the scene unfold, Byakuya smirked with contempt. The clouds in the sky had actually been forged from explosive tags. Inoki, who had attempted to avoid the brunt of the battle, ended up facing one of the most violent attacks yet. Amidst the intense tremors, he plummeted straight toward the ground. Byakuya caught the semi-conscious Inoki steadily, then casually had the wooden dragon absorb his chakra. Once Inoki regained clarity, he stared blankly at Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya, you disguised explosive tags as clouds. Why would someone as powerful as you ally yourself with Madara Uchiha?" Byakuya shrugged and replied, "First, for revenge. Second, because it's fun. Don't you think being the enemy of the entire world is interesting? And besides, when your great nations instigated wars against smaller ones, you never bothered to ask for their opinions." Inoki ultimately couldn't bring himself to say that the great nations had suffered as well. He fell silent. With Inoki captured, the only one left was the 4th Raikage. As a taijutsu specialist, he posed one of the greatest threats aside from users of space-time ninjutsu. Faced with such a foe, Byakuya waved toward Nagato. Responding to the signal, Nagato intercepted the 4th Raikage. With a commanding Shinra Tensei, the Raikage was forced back into place, his body pierced by a dense array of black rods. And so, in just a matter of minutes, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages had all fallen to Byakuya. This sight shocked not only the defeated Tsunade and the others, but also left Madara and Obito wary. They began seriously considering acting against Byakuya ahead of schedule. There was no need to elaborate on Obito as he had already been defeated by Byakuya once. Any one of the 5 Kage could put up a fierce fight against Obito individually. Yet Byakuya had taken them all down with relatively little effort. Madara, of course, had the confidence to defeat the 5 Kage, but even he could not help but be cautious now. Byakuya's combat prowess had reached a level comparable to his own, and in some aspects, might even surpass him. It was no exaggeration to say this man was a living Hashirama. The difference was that, unlike Hashirama, who longed for peace, this man was utterly mad. Looking over the defeated leaders of the 5 great villages, Byakuya remained expressionless as he said, "You self-proclaimed 5 Kage are but weaklings. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now, or die resisting." The 4th Raikage glared at him and said, "If you're going to kill me, do it. Don't waste words. There are no Raikage who kneel to survive, only Raikage who die standing. Kumogakure will never surrender or compromise." Inoki added, "Byakuya, I'm old. Even if I surrendered, I wouldn't live much longer. I'd rather dedicate one last effort to Iwagakure. If you're going to act, go ahead." Tsunade had just steeled herself to give a heroic declaration when a large group of ninjas appeared at the scene. They were all at least Jonin-level elites. They glanced at the defeated 5 Kage, then at Byakuya, confused by the situation. One of them asked doubtfully, "General Byakuya, why are you fighting them? Isn't our enemy supposed to be Madara Uchiha?" Byakuya lazily replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm on the same side as Madara Uchiha. After capturing the 9-tailed beasts, there's no need to keep up the charade any longer." At those words, all the Jonin present paled. If the Allied Forces Supreme Commander, Byakuya, was truly working with Madara, it wasn't some cruel joke, it would make the entire Shinobi Alliance a cosmic farce. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would have dismissed it as a manipulative ploy. But it had come from Byakuya himself. And standing before him were the battered, nearly lifeless 5 Kage. Judging by their chakra, they were barely clinging to life. And if Byakuya truly was the enemy, then what of the aim Nin within the alliance? At that realization, many turned to look at Yahiko, Konan, and the other aim Jonin. Under their collective gaze, Yahiko looked seriously at Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya, what's really going on? You're not like this. Were you caught in a Jinjutsu?" Byakuya cast a glance at Yahiko, then gave a cold laugh. "Yahiko, what makes you so sure I'm the man you think I am? Because we defeated Hanzo together? Because I saved the Akatsuki? Why can't everything I did have been part of earning your trust so that I could take the Rinnegan?" He then pointed to Nagato and said, "From the moment I saw him, I knew Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. At the time, I was weak. So I approached you deliberately. My goal was always to get the Rinnegan. After I succeeded in becoming friends with Nagato, I began laying plans to collect the tailed beasts. Once the 9-tailed beasts are gathered and the 10 tails is revived, I'll have the ultimate power. Now, there's only one thing left, to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails." Yahiko stood frozen, as if he had heard something incomprehensible. Beside him, Konan scoffed coldly, "So this is your true face, Byakuya. And to think we trusted you. You used our friendship to ambush Nagato? What did you take our bonds for? What did you take our ideals for?" Byakuya seemed to recall something, paused in thought, then said, "That was just part of the struggle along the road to growth. People always pay a price to grow. Your childish idealism nearly destroyed the Akatsuki." Byakuya smiled, "You're still just as naive now. Unfortunately, I'm the enemy of the Alliance now. But I can give you a choice. If you're willing to join me, I'll let the past go. We can all enter the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi together." Their conversation carried to everyone present. On one hand, they were stunned by the secrets behind the Akatsuki, on the other, they were deeply worried about the future of the Shinobi world. If even Yahiko and Konan became enemies, how could the alliance possibly stand against Madara Uchiha? Yahiko and Konan fell into silence. Then they stared at Byakuya and declared, "Byakuya, infinite Tsukuyomi is wrong. This time, we won't follow you. From now on, we are enemies. Byakuya smiled and said, in that case, let the farce begin. Chapter 432, Internal Conflict. Hearing those words, Yahiko and Konan made up their minds and launched an attack on Byakuya. However, they were no match for him. In just over 10 seconds, the two of them were pinned to the ground by wooden spikes and completely lost the ability to fight. Yahiko didn't need much explanation since, among the core members of Akatsuki, his talent was the weakest. Over the years, he had been bogged down with political duties, leaving him no time to train. His strength had remained at the level of a regular jonin, and even being considered an elite jonin was a stretch. Konan had Kaguya-level strength, but her paper release was ineffective against Byakuya. The special explosive tags, coated with water-repellent paint, could still be ignited with fire release. Byakuya seized the opportunity and defeated her without difficulty. Casting a cold glance at the fallen Yahiko and Konan, Byakuya turned and walked toward the demonic statue of the outer path. Obito looked at Yahiko and Konan in the distance, then at Byakuya. He said, Byakuya, I didn't expect you to actually strike them down. Was it really worth it, to gain the power to intimidate the ninja world? Byakuya glanced at Obito and replied indifferently, and what about you? You threw away everything just to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. Are you really any better than me? Obito fell silent. Madara Uchiha, on the other hand, looked at Byakuya with an approving gaze. He could understand Byakuya's mindset. After all, he had experienced the pain of being misunderstood and betrayed by a close friend. On the allied shinobi forces' side, after the successive defeats of the 5 Kage and the top figures from Amage Cure, morale had hit rock bottom. Many wanted to rush forward, but the few still thinking clearly held them back. If even the Kage had fallen, rushing in would just mean throwing their lives away for nothing. Seeing that the allied shinobi were too afraid to move, Byakuya's lips curved into a smile. He turned to Madara and the masked man and said, the allied shinobi forces have lost the will to fight. When do we begin the revival of the 10 tails? Though Byakuya and Nagato had already sealed away all 9-tailed beasts, they didn't know how to actually revive the 10 tails. That knowledge lay with Madara and Obito. Madara replied unhurriedly, the technique to revive the 10 tails is extremely powerful. I only need to say a few words, and you'll know what to do. But first, we need to remove the Rinnegan from Nagato. Byakuya frowned and said, Nagato can't perform the technique? I don't think there's any need to remove his Rinnegan. He's the only one in the ninja world who can withstand the chakra drain. Madara looked at him and said, sure, you can have Nagato perform the revival. But the 10 tails is immensely powerful. If he escapes your control, the consequences will be disastrous. None of us combined could stand against the Rinnegan and the 10 tails. Byakuya was silent for a moment, then said, fine. You can remove the Rinnegan, but the one who receives it must be me. First, tell me the technique to revive the 10 tails. I will be the one to control it. Hearing this, both Madara and Obito narrowed their eyes and fell into thought. For them, the allied shinobi forces were never the real threat. Whether it was ambushing the Jinchuriki or attacking the villages directly, they could always collect the tailed beasts. The real challenge came after collecting all 9 tailed beasts, how to divide up the power of the 10 tails. Byakuya aimed to gain the 10 tails power. Madara and Obito wanted to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi. Their goals were fundamentally opposed and irreconcilable. When they still had the allied shinobi forces as a common enemy, they could set aside their differences. But now, they had started to see each other as enemies. They simply hadn't acted yet because they were waiting for the right moment to strike cleanly and decisively. Soon, the tension between Byakuya and Madara caught the attention of the allied shinobi. As they tended to the wounded, they also kept a close watch on the situation above the demonic statue. When they noticed the strange atmosphere, they began whispering among themselves. Look! Byakuya and Madara seem to be having a falling out. So what if they are? They know we can't fight back, so they're turning on each other. Once one wins, they'll come for us next. Should we take this chance while they're distracted and ambush them? Forget it. Lady Tsunade and the others haven't woken up yet. Let's wait until they do. We don't even have the qualifications to participate in this war anymore. That last whisper resonated with the surrounding Jonin. Back in their own villages, they were important figures, high-ranking shinobi looked up to by Jinin and Chunin. But here, they were nothing more than disposable pawns, always one misstep away from death. Besides the allied shinobi, another group was silently watching the situation unfold. Led by the first and second Hokage, the Konoha team had arrived just after Yahiko and Konan had fallen. But they hadn't acted rashly. They were waiting and hiding for the right moment. Seeing the standoff between Byakuya and Madara, the third Hokage spoke, "Tobirama-sensei, this is a good opportunity. We can rendezvous with Tsunade and the others and then make our move against Byakuya and Madara." Tobirama glanced at Hiruzen and sighed inwardly. "Hiruzen, if we go out now, we'll only become common enemies to both of them. Better to wait until they really start fighting. This may be our only chance." "Right, big brother?" Hearing his name, Hashirama blinked and said, "Tobirama's got a point. Just do as he says. However, I'd still like to say hello to Madara and try to talk things out. I think they're still reasonable." Everyone fell silent at Hashirama's naivete and quickly dismissed his suggestion. Although Hashirama was incredibly powerful, strategy wasn't his strong suit. That was Tobirama's domain, as his mind was sharp and calculating. After a few minutes of tense silence, Obito let out a faint sigh and said to Byakuya, "Sorry, Byakuya. The Rinnegan and the 10 Tails cannot be left in your hands. Our cooperation ends here. And just so you know, the Rinnegan was never Nagato's to begin with." Byakuya ignored Obito and turned to Madara. "Madara, does he speak for you? Are you really choosing to become my enemy? Don't forget, both Nagato and the Rinnegan are in my hands right now." Madara replied calmly, "If your goal were truly the infinite Tsukuyomi, I wouldn't mind letting you control the 10 Tails. But your objective has never been that. You want to control the 10 Tails and become the second sage of 6 paths. To make the entire shinobi world kneel at your feet." Byakuya replied without hesitation, "And what's wrong with that? If I can maintain peace across the shinobi world like the first Hokage did for decades, and if I can live for hundreds of years with the 10 Tails' power, then I can ensure peace for centuries." Madara shook his head. "That's not true peace. Hashirama did bring a few decades of peace, but after his death came the first great ninja war. That war's scale far surpassed the clan battles of the Warring States era. Countless clans, with lineages stretching back thousands of years, were destroyed, like the Senju and the Uzumaki." Madara then narrowed his eyes. "Even if you suppress the world with the 10 Tails, after your death, there will be an even more devastating war. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can truly bring eternal peace. At the end of the day, you just want to fight me for control over the 10 Tails." Byakuya snorted and said, "I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I want to see whether the Shura of the old shinobi world is stronger, or whether I am superior." Before his voice had even faded, an overwhelming burst of chakra surged from Byakuya as he lunged toward Madara Uchiha. Just as he was about to reach Madara, Obito stepped in and blocked his path. He said slowly, "Byakuya, your opponent is me. We haven't settled our score yet, have we?" Byakuya glanced down at him with a sneer, saying, "Really, dude? You a loser? Come on, buddy, be a little more mature, if not stronger." Obito stepped forward and directly grabbed Byakuya, dragging him into the Kamui space. Feeling the pull of the void, Byakuya didn't resist and allowed himself to enter. The moment Byakuya vanished, Madara made his move. His target was Nagato. Inside the Kamui space, Byakuya stared at Obito and said, "So this is your plan, to trap me in Kamui while Madara targets Nagato to seize his Rinnegan? Have you even considered that Madara might get the Rinnegan, but you will definitely die?" Pausing briefly, Byakuya continued, "I remember Kamui space syncs with the shinobi world. Even if you phase out in the real world, I can still strike you from Kamui. Are you sure you can withstand my attacks? Obito's expression shifted slightly, as he hadn't anticipated Byakuya studying his abilities so thoroughly. However, he was not unprepared. Byakuya was an adversary that needed to be defeated. Obito had even gone so far as to excavate graves from every major village, gathering an army of reanimated corpses specifically to confront him. After clapping his hands, a group of reincarnated shinobi appeared before Byakuya. Judging by their chakra levels, each of them had at least been an elite jonin in life. Now, they were gathered here as Obito's pawns to take down Byakuya. Seeing the dozens of reanimated shinobi, Byakuya frowned, his eyes becoming unusually grim. Obito was pleased with Byakuya's expression. After giving the command to attack, he used Kamui to return to the real world. The moment he emerged, he was blasted by a Shinra Tensei. Nagato, who had previously stood there like a lifeless puppet, was now in fierce combat with Madara Uchiha. Upon seeing Obito appear, he demanded, "Masked man, what did you do to Byakuya?" Obito was briefly stunned, but then seemed to realize something and replied, "Byakuya? He's probably dead by now. But don't worry about him, worry about yourself first." As soon as the words left his mouth, another wave of Shinra Tensei repulsion hit him. The force was so powerful that even the Geto statue staggered back several steps, and Obito was blown hundreds of meters away. Struggling to steady himself, Obito shouted toward Madara, "Madara, why haven't you taken Nagato out yet? If this drags on, we won't be able to get the Rinnegan. Are you giving me orders?" Madara Uchiha was clearly displeased, but he held back his temper and launched an attack on Nagato. As soon as they exchanged blows, Madara immediately sensed Nagato's formidable power. Compared to the version of Nagato from the original timeline, this Nagato, trained personally by Byakuya, was on another level. While he still had the 6 paths of pain as decoys, Nagato's true body now possessed immense combat strength. With the blood of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Nagato could match Madara in close combat. And with the Geto statue backing him, he could even grapple with Susanoo. As for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, neither side bothered. Both wielded Rinnegan, which could absorb all ninjutsu, rendering such techniques meaningless. Their battle turned into a raw, physical contest of power and endurance. Obito wanted to intervene, but he found no opportunity. His own strength, at best, was Kage level. He usually relied heavily on Kamui in battle. But now, with Byakuya fighting inside Kamui's space, he dared not use that ability at all. At this point, he finally understood why Byakuya hadn't resisted being dragged into Kamui. In exiling Byakuya, he had also sealed off his own escape route. All he could do now was pin his hopes on that army of Edo Tensei. Hopefully, they could take Byakuya down. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the other allied shinobi force leaders began to wake from unconsciousness. Once awake, they immediately noticed the battle happening above the Geto statue. Seeing Nagato, Madara, and the others fighting, they were completely confused. What the hell was going on? Wasn't Nagato under Byakuya's control? Why was he fighting Madara Uchiha now? And where was Byakuya? Wasn't he Madara's ally? Had a conflict broken out between them? Before Tsunade could speak, a weak-looking Yahiko explained, Byakuya never controlled Nagato. This was all part of his plan to take down Madara Uchiha. He wanted to infiltrate their organization and strike at the critical moment. Unfortunately, it looks like their plan has failed. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, Inoki, and the fourth Reikage all wore incredulous expressions and turned to Yahiko. If this was all Byakuya's plan, then why didn't he discuss it with us? We went for a kill shot against him earlier, and Byakuya didn't go easy on us either. What if someone had actually died? Conan looked at Tsunade, then stepped forward and said, the more people who know, the more likely the plan would be exposed. Even Byakuya didn't expect that, after attacking both the allied leaders and us, his closest friends, he still couldn't win Madara's trust. Tsunade sighed quietly, and the fourth Reikage looked visibly frustrated. Then, as if remembering something, both of them said, wait, If Byakuya hasn't betrayed the alliance, then doesn't that mean Naruto and Killer Bee are safe? I'm not sure about that. Conan hesitated, then said, but I believe in Byakuya. Even if he extracted the tailed beasts, he can still keep the Jinchuriki alive. His medical ninjutsu is more than capable of doing that. With even Conan saying that, Tsunade and the fourth Raikage had no choice but to trust it. Though they were still alive, regaining their combat capabilities would require time for healing and recovery, at least another 10 minutes. Chapter 433, The Death of Byakuya. The 5 Kaguya would need more than 10 minutes to recover their combat ability, but Nagato clearly couldn't hold out that long. While Nagato had power at the Super Kaguya level, he was among the weaker of that tier. In both innate talent and combat experience, he was far inferior to Madara Uchiha. Even with the demonic statue of the Outer Path as support, he could barely fend off Madara's attacks. If the battle continued, defeat for Nagato was only a matter of time. Yahiko and Conan saw the dire situation Nagato was in and wanted to step in to assist, but they too had been severely injured in the earlier fight and needed Tsunade's healing. Sighing, they both murmured, if only there were a way to bring Byakuya back from the alternate dimension. If Byakuya and Nagato joined forces, they could definitely take down Madara Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Kakashi became more alert. He approached Yahiko and said, even if Byakuya returns to the shinobi world, can we really defeat Madara and the Masked Man? Yahiko nodded and then asked, Kakashi, do you have a way into the alternate dimension? Kakashi gave no direct answer. He drew a kunai and headed straight toward the Masked Man. Obito also noticed Kakashi approaching, and the two moved toward each other. When Kakashi drew near, Obito sneered, Kakashi, are you here to die? Do you really think your Sharingan can match a Mangekyo? If you're so eager to die, I can oblige. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi replied, I came to stop you. I don't want to see my friend continue down the wrong path, putting faith in a hollow illusion like the infinite Tsukuyomi. Who's your friend? Obito's expression darkened, and he immediately denied it. Don't flatter yourself, Kakashi. Your friend died in the land of grass more than 10 years ago. The man standing here is just the Masked Man. Kakashi gave a bitter laugh and said, so be it. I'll consider him dead. But even if your mouth can lie, this Sharingan cannot. With that, Kakashi activated Kamui, twisting a vortex in the air. Through the vortex, the Kamui space could be seen faintly. Inside, Byakuya was in a fierce battle with numerous reanimated shinobi. In order to defeat these immortal opponents, Byakuya had paid a heavy price. At that moment, Byakuya seemed to notice the vortex and rushed toward it. Obito's expression shifted drastically. He lunged at Kakashi, instantly forming his wood release, cutting technique. A barrage of sharpened wooden spikes rained down. He had confidence in defeating Kakashi, but Byakuya was another story entirely. If not for sealing Byakuya in the Kamui space and using the reanimated shinobi to hold him back, Obito wouldn't stand a chance. And now, Kakashi was trying to undo all of that. Faced with the rain of wooden spikes, Kakashi remained calm. He used Kamui to transfer the technique into the alternate space, perfectly evading the attack. Then, forming hand signs, lightning flared in his palm. It was Raikiri, Kakashi's signature jutsu. He was now fighting seriously. Before unleashing Raikiri, Kakashi spoke once more, Obito, are you still going to hide your identity? If you turn back now and fight against Madara, I can plead on your behalf. Plead for me? Obito laughed coldly, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. He slowly removed his mask, revealing a twisted face and eyes locked firmly onto Kakashi. Kakashi, I really don't want to kill you, but you keep pushing your luck. I've killed more than a few Kaguya-level shinobi over the years. Do you think the reason you're still alive after killing Rin and taking Maya was luck? Kakashi's expression darkened as well. Rin died to protect the village, and it was her choice. And besides, who kills whom hasn't been decided yet. As your friend, I have to pull you back from this path. I won't let you destroy the world. You think I'm destroying the world? Obito chuckled and replied bluntly, "You can think of it that way. But I prefer to call it a new world. A world with you, and with Rin. The real world is nothing more than an eternal purgatory." By the end, Obito's voice had nearly turned deranged. So his goal really was Rin. Kakashi sighed softly. He no longer knew how to convince this twisted friend, but one thing was absolutely clear: he had to get Byakuya out of Kamui's space. If Byakuya couldn't be freed, no one would be able to defeat Madara. Activating his Sharingan once more, Kakashi created another vortex to connect to the Kamui space. His eye ached intensely, his vision blurred, likely the aftereffects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. He wondered how Obito managed to avoid the same decline. As Kakashi attempted the rescue, Obito once again interfered. Under his interference, the vortex only lasted 2 to 3 seconds before collapsing. Inside Kamui's space. After finishing off the reanimated shinobi, Byakuya glanced up at the void overhead. Defeating those resurrected ninja hadn't been difficult. The real issue was how to get out. He could use the version of Kamui he had recorded to escape, but doing so would expose his Mangekyo, something he wasn't ready for yet. Besides, if he wanted to maximize the benefits from this fourth great ninja war, he couldn't afford to win right now. He needed to withdraw at the perfect moment, allowing Madara, Obito, Naruto, and Sasuke to all grow stronger. In his mind, a vague plan was already taking shape. Thinking quickly, Byakuya adopted a tragic persona for himself, an undercover operative trying to save the allied shinobi forces, but who had fallen victim to the masked man's schemes. Forming hand seals and gasping for breath, Byakuya raced through the Kamui space, searching for the fleeting exit he had glimpsed earlier. He had once thought he might be trapped here forever, but now realized someone other than Obito could also connect to this dimension. Once he understood that, he began waiting for the vortex to reappear. Unfortunately, the vortexes were short-lived, and he couldn't grasp their timing. All he could do was wait patiently and look for a proper moment. After several attempts, Byakuya finally found his chance and leapt into the vortex. Just as he was about to escape, the vortex abruptly vanished. Most of his body was caught in the spatial turbulence. Enduring the chaotic currents with his resilient body, Byakuya ultimately managed to return to the shinobi world. However, the spatial turbulence had left his body covered in countless tiny wounds, some even affecting his internal organs. If he hadn't mastered medical ninjutsu, these hidden injuries alone could have been fatal. After escaping from Kamui space, Byakuya cast healing ninjutsu while walking toward Obito. "Masked man, I forced my way out of Kamui space. Your subordinates weren't all that impressive, certainly no match for the space-time turbulence in there." Obito's expression changed slightly, but he still forced a calm tone. "Byakuya, after so many intense battles, how much chakra do you have left? Are you really still my opponent?" Byakuya's gaze flickered, as if avoiding something. Obito noticed the shift in his eyes, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. But even so, he was hesitant to test Byakuya, as he couldn't ignore the psychological shadow Byakuya had cast on him. Even now, with Byakuya heavily injured, Obito didn't dare act recklessly and maintained a considerable distance. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a figure appeared beneath Byakuya. With the sound of a blade piercing flesh, Byakuya's body was run through. Given his physical durability, he could survive even a direct hit from a tailed beast's bomb, yet this time he was pierced like an ordinary shinobi. The reason was simple. A ninja can strengthen their body through training, but ultimately, it's chakra that reinforces the flesh. After several fierce battles, most of the chakra in Byakuya's body had been depleted. His body had lost its chakra protection. Turning his head with great difficulty, Byakuya saw the ninja who attacked him. "Why, Black Zetsu-sama? Aren't we on the same side?" Staring in disbelief at the attacker, Byakuya said, "Aren't the masked man and Madara Uchiha your enemies? Didn't we agree to rebuild Yuzushiogakure together?" Black Zetsu slowly pulled out the blade, his face devoid of emotion. "Byakuya, I've served Madara-sama from the beginning. Getting close to you was his command. You were just too naive to trust me. Byakuya's eyes widened in realization, his expression filled with regret. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, "One more thing, what weapon did you use to attack me? Why can't my body regenerate?" Black Zetsu smiled faintly. "Of course, it was a black rod. You've always liked using black rods to control enemies. Now you get to taste one yourself. How does it feel?" Then he turned to Obito and said, "Obito-sama, Byakuya has lost his combat ability. Should we finish off Kakashi now, or go support Madara-sama?" Obito looked at Byakuya with a trace of pity, then glanced toward Kakashi nearby. "Let's go support Madara first. Once I become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, I'll be able to crush him with one hand." Before finishing his sentence, Obito formed hand seals and cast fire-style Fireball Jutsu. The massive fireball engulfed Byakuya's body. With no chakra left to even mold a defense, Byakuya had no way to resist and was swallowed by the flames. After eliminating the formidable Byakuya, Obito headed in Nagato's direction. But his mind kept replaying the many moments he had clashed with Byakuya, and a strange sense of relief spread in his heart. From their first encounter, Obito had always been beneath Byakuya, suppressed in every way. After inheriting Madara's identity and donning the mask, he thought he had become a nightmare, but it was Byakuya who turned him into one. Byakuya not only surpassed him in strength but also in strategy, rendering him a mere clown on more than one occasion. And yet, no matter how brilliant Byakuya was, he couldn't escape Black Zetsu's betrayal. Black Zetsu had been placed at Byakuya's side by Obito, which meant that everything Byakuya had worked for ultimately benefited Obito. If not for Byakuya's relentless efforts over the years, their hunt for the tailed beasts wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Kakashi, left behind, was about to give chase, but was blocked by Oba, one of the most unique among the 100,000 white Zetsu. By attaching to an elite Jonin, Aoba had gained combat strength rivaling Akage. Even Kakashi couldn't easily break through his defense. Glancing at Aoba, then at the place where Byakuya had vanished, Kakashi felt deeply conflicted. He couldn't accept that Byakuya was truly dead. How could someone so powerful die from a mere fireball jutsu? But he had witnessed it himself, and he could no longer sense Byakuya's chakra. After some hesitation, Kakashi returned to the allied shinobi forces base and reported everything he saw. When the High Command heard that Byakuya was dead, their eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't accept Kakashi's words, nor could they believe Byakuya had fallen. Byakuya had been powerful enough to contend with Madara Uchiha. How could he die so easily? But while intelligence can lie, the results of battle cannot. Nagato was now being attacked by both Madara and Obito. Obito had even begun using his intangibility again, something he would never dare if Byakuya were alive. There was no time for the allied forces to be shocked. Kakashi dropped another bombshell, speaking with a complex expression. "There's one more thing. I've confirmed the masked man's identity. He's my former teammate, Obito Uchiha." "The masked man is Madara Uchiha?" The higher-ups didn't react much. They were unfamiliar with the name Obito. But my guy was visibly agitated. "Kakashi, you said the masked man is Obito? Wasn't he the bottom of our class? How could he be that guy?" The fourth Raikage seemed to recall something. "Kakashi, if Obito was your teammate, then he was also the fourth Hokage's disciple. And the fourth Hokage died at the hands of his own student." At those words, both Kakashi and Tsunade fell into silence. The death of the fourth Hokage had been a tragic turning point for Konoha. Ever since, the village's situation had only gone downhill. Far off on a cliff, the first Hokage and the others were observing the events below. Not sensing Byakuya's chakra anymore, Hashirama frowned. "That's strange. Has that ninja named Byakuya really died? I can't feel his chakra anymore. Byakuya is dead?" Tobirama was stunned for a moment. This might be a trap. He could be trying to deceive Madara Uchiha and the masked man. Before he could finish, Tobirama clenched his fists even deeper. Strange. His chakra has completely vanished. And his subordinate, who had the Rinnegan, has also been defeated by Madara Uchiha. Could it be that he really lost to the Masked Man? Realizing that his plan to benefit from the chaos had failed, Tobirama's face darkened. His plan was to wait until Byakuya and Madara were both severely weakened, then step in to stop them both. But now, with Madara and Obito victorious, they would have to bear the full pressure from Madara Uchiha. Even more disturbed were Shisui and Kabuto. To them, Byakuya held special significance. His death was like a bolt from the blue, throwing their vision of the future into doubt. But, would Byakuya-sama really die so easily? A seed of suspicion had already been planted in their hearts. Chapter 434, Nagato's Resolve. With Obito joining the battle, Nagato, already at a disadvantage, was completely overwhelmed. Not only were the 6 paths of pain restrained by wood-style clones, but even his true body was battered and bloodied, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. And it wasn't just that. Obito's appearance also strongly suggested that Byakuya had likely been defeated. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Nagato had never once considered the possibility of Byakuya's defeat. Without Byakuya, he had no idea what course to take. From the moment he met Byakuya, the man had represented overwhelming strength and unfathomable mystery in his heart. No matter how dire the situation the Akatsuki faced, Byakuya always resolved it with ease and elevated the organization to new heights. Madara Uchiha noticed Nagato's moment of distraction and immediately launched an attack. Nagato hastily retaliated, using Shinra Tensei to repel Madara and simultaneously pulling back to gain distance, frantically searching for a plan now that Byakuya had vanished. Just then, Obito moved. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he rushed to Nagato and snatched out one of his Rinnegan eyes, crushing it in his palm. "Now that Byakuya is gone, you're nothing more than a pawn to us," Obito said, his voice cold as Nagato reeled from the excruciating pain in his left eye. Nagato didn't waste time arguing. Instead, he drew a kunai and turned it toward his remaining eye. Whether his Rinnegan had been his from birth or entrusted to him by someone else, he couldn't let both fall into Madara and Obito's hands. If they managed to gain full control of the demonic statue of the Outer Path and convert it into the Ten Tails, then even the combined might of the entire shinobi world would be powerless. So, after losing one Rinnegan, his first thought was to destroy the other. That way, at least the world would retain a glimmer of resistance and hope. He would not betray the expectations of those who had placed their trust in him. "You want to destroy the Rinnegan?" Before Nagato could act, Madara Uchiha intervened, immobilizing him with a jutsu that left his body paralyzed, like it had turned to stone. He was completely unable to move. Nagato stood frozen, staring in disbelief at how Madara had subdued him in an instant. They had been fighting on equal terms just moments before, so how had this happened? Madara seemed to read his thoughts and explained calmly, "The Rinnegan was originally mine. When I implanted it into you to nurture over time, I also left behind a little something inside your body. It didn't affect you in daily life, but at critical moments, its effect is quite different." He then added with a hint of disdain, "Still, you and that boy Byakuya did give me some trouble. If he hadn't been so arrogant and fallen for Obito and Black Zetsu's trap, and if we hadn't kept our guard up constantly, it's possible you might have actually succeeded." With that, Madara reached out to take the remaining Rinnegan. At that instant, a kunai cut through the air, aiming straight for Madara's face. He dodged with a flicker, avoiding the attack, but he didn't stop reaching for Nagato's eye. Just as Madara succeeded in extracting the second Rinnegan. Splurt! The second Hokage appeared in front of Madara, blades slashing down to sever his arm. The severed limb was immediately caught by a golden flash that streaked through the battlefield. Madara frowned and stared at the two figures before him, his gaze dark and heavy. He knew that figure well, Tobirama Senju, the man who had personally killed his brother Izuna. Even if Tobirama were reduced to ashes, Madara would never forget him. And the other was likely Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha and a master of the Flying Thunder God technique. Both Minato and Tobirama sized up Madara. Originally, they hadn't planned to intervene so soon, but now that Nagato had lost one Rinnegan, they knew they could wait no longer. With a shared glance, they vanished from sight in an instant. In just a flash, Tobirama was defeated by Madara. Despite Tobirama's immense strength, he still fell short before Madara. Were it not for his reanimated body, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Meanwhile, Obito targeted the fourth Hokage, not because he wanted to fight him, but to seize Madara's severed arm and the Rinnegan he had just obtained. Though the severed arm had turned into a Wit clone, it was still no match for Minato in battle. Even with Obito joining in, the overall flow of the battle didn't shift much. He and the Wit clone were still being suppressed by Minato. However, their interference did manage to draw attention away, allowing the long-hidden Black Zetsu to slip in and snatch the Rinnegan before burrowing underground. With the eye in hand, Obito looked at Minato and said, "Fourth Hokage, back then, you failed to protect the Nine Tails and Kushina. And even now, you still can't protect anyone." The bitter words made Minato's brow twitch in anger as he launched another assault. Vanishing with the Flying Thunder God, Minato reappeared with a Rasengan in hand and slammed it into Obito, pinning him hard to the ground with a massive burst of force. Obito gritted his teeth, humiliated by being struck down yet again in the same way. But after being repeatedly defeated by Byakuya, he no longer clung to pride. Using external power like reanimated to achieve victory was still a way to prove his strength. He bit his finger and summoned several reanimated shinobi, then vanished into the Kamui dimension, diving deep underground to a hidden chamber hundreds of meters below the surface. There, he prepared to transplant the Rinnegan in the shortest time possible in order to gain full access to the power of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Even if Madara was defeated in the meantime, it didn't matter. The Ten Tails, formed from the nine-tailed beasts, possessed power that transcended the shinobi world. Once Obito disappeared, Minato realized he'd lost track of him. Although the Flying Thunder God technique could cross space, he didn't know Obito's exact coordinates, so he couldn't follow. Sighing softly, Minato rushed back toward Madara's location. He had lost the masked man, but if he could still seal Madara, the fourth great ninja war could still be won. No matter how powerful Obito was, he couldn't take on the entire world alone. While Minato joined the battle, the third Hokage and others headed to the allied shinobi forces base. Upon seeing Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade and the others initially assumed they were agents of the masked man, sent to attack them. After all, according to their intel, both Jiraiya and the third Hokage had died long ago. And Orochimaru had been considered one of the enemy's key allies. Just as Tsunade and the others were preparing to attack, Jiraiya raised a hand to stop them and said, "Tsunade, Orochimaru isn't our enemy. He's on the side of the allied shinobi forces." "He's on our side?" Tsunade was still skeptical, but soon noticed that Jiraiya wasn't in the state of reanimated. Not just him, Hiruzen wasn't either. Seeing this, Tsunade was a bit stunned, and Inoki stepped forward, asking, "Hiruzen, you old fox, weren't you killed by your student? Don't tell me the Konoha destruction plan was some elaborate ruse you cooked up with Orochimaru? You leaf shinobi really are calculating." Hiruzen rubbed his nose awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. There was no way the Konoha destruction plan was a conspiracy between him and Orochimaru, but openly admitting he had been killed by his own student was also difficult to accept. The fourth Raikage, uninterested in Jiraiya or Hiruzen, scanned the crowd and quickly noticed a pale-faced Killer Bee. He immediately rushed over. "Bee, thank heavens you're alright." Killer Bee weakly replied, "Big bro, the Eight Tails is gone. I'm no longer the Jinchuriki of the village, no longer your reliable partner, yo." The fourth Raikage patted his shoulder hard. "As long as you're alive, that's enough. Besides, we don't even know if we can survive this crisis. Byakuya's lost, and even Nagato with his Rinnegan has fallen." He patted his brother's shoulders and sighed, "Rest up for now. After that, come with me to face Madara Uchiha directly. Maybe we can still win a future for the shinobi world." Seeing the fourth Raikage determined, death-defying expression, Jiraiya quickly added, "Don't be too pessimistic, everyone. The masked man may have brought back Madara Uchiha with Edo Tensei, but we've got the first Hokage on our side. He can definitely defeat Madara." "The first Hokage's been resurrected too?" Inoki's heart filled with hope upon hearing that. "With the first Hokage back, we finally have a real chance to defeat Madara. I knew the allied shinobi forces wouldn't lose." At that moment, Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then at Hiruzen and Orochimaru, and asked, "What's going on exactly? Why is Orochimaru on our side?" Faced with Tsunade's question, Jiraiya and Hiruzen exchanged looks, then gave her a meaningful glance. Tsunade understood and followed them to a corner, where they explained everything that had happened. After hearing the full story, Tsunade let out a long sigh, so Byakuya didn't betray the alliance after all. He infiltrated the enemy ranks to gain Madara's trust and even sent Jiraiya to Orochimaru in advance, leaving behind crucial contingencies. Too bad he still couldn't stop Madara, and died in the ambush. Jiraiya sighed too. He had once thought Byakuya was the enemy, but if that were true, Byakuya wouldn't have used the heavenly transmission technique to send him away. None of this was a coincidence. It was all part of Byakuya's plan. But why hadn't Byakuya summoned the first Hokage himself with Edo Tensei? Was it a matter of time, or did he have some other reason? Jiraiya couldn't understand. After a moment of reflection, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and Shisui, her expression complicated. "I didn't expect you two to have been working together this whole time, and even killed Elder Danzo in secret. And I, the Hokage, knew nothing at all." Shisui replied calmly, "Danzo tried to assassinate me. I killed him in self-defense. As for working with Orochimaru, that was to repay the debt owed to the third Hokage. If you don't approve of my actions, Lady Tsunade, you're free to leave the village again like before. I'll appoint someone else as Hokage. After all, none of you really cared about the village until things got desperate." Shisui then glared, "You only come back when it's time to put on a show." Tsunade was never one for good temper. Enraged by Shisui's words, she immediately attacked. Shisui didn't hold back either, directly countering with would release. Seeing the technique, Tsunade was stunned. "Shisui, you've mastered would release too?" Shisui let out a cold laugh. "There's a lot the Hokage doesn't know. Root possessed many secrets, not just would release. To tell you the truth, plenty of Uchiha in the Root have mastered it. If we judge solely by who can use would release, then you're not qualified to be the Hokage of Konoha." As the argument escalated, Hiruzen stepped in to mediate. "Shisui, Tsunade, the Uchiha situation is my fault. Before he could finish, both Tsunade and Shisui snapped at him, "You old man, if you know you were wrong, then shut up. If not for you, Konoha wouldn't be in such a mess." Hiruzen fell silent and turned to look at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, as if seeking help. But even they were helpless. They respected the old man, but in many ways, he had been too stubborn, and he'd let Danzo run rampant. His mistakes outweighed his merits. As the Konoha drama unfolded, Kabuto and Sasuke silently walked over. Kabuto first greeted Orochimaru, then said, "My lords, Sasuke and I used Ryuichike's Senjutsu to pinpoint the masked man's location. He's deep underground, hundreds of meters below, and we've also detected the Geto statue's presence." Orochimaru nodded and turned to the others. "So he's gone underground. That must mean he's planning to transplant the Rinnegan and take control of the Ten Tails. We have to stop him, but getting down there won't be easy." Orochimaru then turned to Kabuto. "Kabuto, can you use Senjutsu to take us underground?" Kabuto thought for a moment. "Orochimaru-sama, I can take 2 or 3 people underground with me. Any more would be impossible." 2 or 3, huh? Orochimaru began considering who should go. He would obviously be one of them. Jiraiya and Tsunade could go as well. But were there other key choices? At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward. "My Mangekyo can link with Obito's Kamui space. If we really want to stop him once and for all, I have to go." Everyone had heard by now that the masked man was Obito. Back in the academy, Obito was the class dunce, but not all underdogs stay underdogs. When Obito awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, he had already shown the potential of a Uchiha genius. With Madara's training, he'd grown into a Kage-level powerhouse. Now he stood as the mastermind behind the scenes of the entire shinobi world. After a brief pause, Orochimaru and the others agreed to bring Kakashi along. Without him, even if they managed to defeat Obito, he could still escape. The remaining members would go to support the first, second, and fourth Hokage in their battle against Madara Uchiha. Chapter 435, The Power of the Ten Tails. On Madara Uchiha's side. With the arrival of the first and third Hokage, Madara was immediately put at a disadvantage. Although Black Zetsu and Obito had left behind several Edo Tensei ninja to assist him, they were no match for the Hokage. Under the combined sealing techniques of the second and fourth Hokage, many of the Edo Tensei ninja were sealed away. However, defeating Madara completely was still far from easy. With a loud shout, Madara unleashed the Wood Clone technique. While his clones tangled with the second and fourth Hokage, his true body activated Susanoo and launched an attack on the first Hokage. In response, the first Hokage used Wood Release and transformed into a massive wooden humanoid to clash against Susanoo. Standing atop the head of the wooden giant, Hashirama shouted to Madara, "Madara, come back to the Pure Land with me. The dead have no reason to interfere with the shinobi world. The Eye of the Moon plan must be a trap designed by someone else." Madara sneered, "Hashirama, I thought when we met again, we'd have a proper talk, but I didn't expect you to question the Eye of the Moon plan. That plan is recorded in the Uchiha Stone Tablet. Are you trying to deny the Uchiha on behalf of the Senju clan?" "I'm not denying the Uchiha's ideals. Why are you still so stubborn after all these years?" Hashirama frowned and tried to reason with him. "If you're as obsessed as you were back then, I will again force you to withdraw. You should know, you can't beat me." "You mean you can kill me at any time?" Madara locked eyes with Hashirama and revealed his Rinnegan with a cold smile. "Maybe I couldn't defeat you at the Valley of the End back then. But after decades of effort, I've awakened the Rinnegan. And you've stayed exactly the same. Do you really think I haven't changed?" Before he finished speaking, Madara launched his attack. This time, his assault was fiercer than ever. The towering Susanoo, over 100 meters tall, swung its massive blade at the wooden giant. Hashirama sighed lightly. His wooden giant also rapidly grew, transforming into a wrathful guardian deity. Two colossal beings, each over 100 meters tall, clashed. Every blow reshaped the surrounding terrain, mountains leveled into plains, plains collapsed into canyons. At this point, the battle had become so intense that even the second, third, and fourth Hokage could barely intervene. Any attempt to sneak attack Susanoo was swept away by the overwhelming shockwaves. Watching the second and fourth Hokage's bodies being crushed and slowly regenerating in place, the third Hokage grew hesitant. Unlike them, he had a flesh and blood body and couldn't take the same reckless risks. A few breaths later, the regenerated second Hokage returned to the third and said, "Hirin, it seems we can't participate in the battle between Big Brother and Madara. But the scale of their fight might affect the allied shinobi forces. We should erect the 4 Red Yang formation for protection." "The 4 Red Yang formation?" The third and fourth Hokage exchanged glances and agreed to the second suggestion. As Hokage, they were well acquainted with this barrier technique. When cast by 4 elite Jonin, it was known as the 4 Purple Flame formation, capable of limiting even Kage-level shinobi. However, the 4 Purple Flame formation wouldn't be enough against Madara, so they had to use the more powerful 4 Red Yang formation. But this jutsu came with a steep requirement: it could only be performed by 4 individuals with Hokage-level strength. Just as they were about to return to the allied shinobi forces camp, the 3 Hokage stopped in their tracks. Ahead of them appeared 2 red-haired figures. One of them was very familiar to them, the other wore an Akatsuki uniform and looked mysterious. The familiar one was clearly Kushina Uzumaki, and the other was Akane Uzumaki. And Akane is Akane's mother. Since it has been a long time, I thought most of you had forgotten her. Back when the war began, the two of them had arrived at the battlefield, waiting for orders from Byakuya. But after his chakra vanished, they never received further instructions. With no other choice, the two decided to join the allied forces and assist where they could. At this moment, Kushina noticed the presence of the fourth Hokage and the others. She froze slightly and was about to vanish, but Akane raised a hand to stop her and said, "Kushina, Byakuya-sama already gave you the order, you're free now." Hearing that, Kushina walked toward the fourth Hokage and said, "Minato, it's been over 10 years, hasn't it?" "Over 10 years? You didn't die back then?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the fourth Hokage regretted it and stood there awkwardly. Kushina shook her head and said, "I didn't die, but after losing the Nine Tails, I spent most of my time unconscious. Looking back, I was only truly awake for 2 or 3 years total." The third Hokage stepped forward with confusion. "Kushina, since you were still alive, why didn't you return to the village? If you had, the village would have done everything it could to heal you." Kushina replied bluntly, "Return just to watch you bully Naruto? Besides, I don't owe Konoha anything. It's been fine outside the village, and I spared you the trouble of dealing with me as a former Hokage's wife." The third Hokage was left speechless. It was true, Kushina didn't owe Konoha anything. If anything, Konoha owed the Uzumaki clan. Back then, Lady Mito had brought Kushina to the village solely to groom her into the next Jinchuriki. The fourth Hokage hugged Kushina and said, "I'm sorry. If I'd been stronger, or if I'd realized Obito's scheme earlier, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this." Kushina shook her head, "It's not your fault. No one could have predicted Obito would attack us. When we find him, let's teach him a lesson together, make sure he never dares to do this again." The second Hokage didn't interrupt the couple's reunion but turned his gaze toward Akane and asked, "You must also be from the Uzumaki clan. What's your relationship with Nagato and Byakuya?" Akane replied calmly, "I'm the medical chief of Akatsuki. Just call me Akane. After Byakuya-sama rescued me from Kusagakure, I've served under him, always following his will." The second Hokage nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Since you serve Byakuya, do you know his exact plans? Is he alive or dead? Did he leave behind any contingency? I can't sense Byakuya-sama's chakra anymore." As for contingencies, Akane glanced at the second Hokage and said, "You're likely the contingency. Byakuya-sama anticipated he might fail, so he had Orochimaru defect from Akatsuki to avoid having you all fall under Madara Uchiha's control." The second Hokage widened his eyes. Akane's reasoning made sense, as they were probably Byakuya's backup plan. If even they had been resurrected by Obito, there would be no one left in the shinobi world capable of resisting Madara. Still, he had many lingering questions for Akane and Kushina to answer. After some brief conversation, the group brought Kushina and Akane back to the Allied forces camp. As they pondered how to deploy the 4 Red Yang formation for defense, they also began strategizing with the current 5 Kage. After the situation calmed slightly, the 5 Kage and Yahiko received reports from their respective villages. All 6 great shinobi villages had come under attack by the White Zetsu army, even the daimyo residences had been struck. Fortunately, the White Zetsu forces weren't particularly powerful and were soon repelled by the station defense units. This news made everyone realize that this was truly a war engulfing the entire shinobi world. Elsewhere, using the reverse summoning technique of Ryuchi Cave, a group of shinobi successfully arrived in an underground cavern. Their first challenge was the harsh environment. Visibility was extremely low, and the air was thick and hard to breathe. Fortunately, Orochimaru and the others were all top-tier shinobi who quickly adapted to the suffocating conditions underground and began their search for Obito and the demonic statue of the Outer Path. A few minutes later, they finally located the statue and Obito. At this moment, Obito had already transplanted the Rinnegan and was standing atop the statue, focusing on controlling it. With just a little more effort, he would be able to transform the demonic statue into the 10 Tails. Noticing Orochimaru and the others, Obito frowned slightly and immediately ordered White Zetsu, Tobi, to step forward and, after forming hand seals, conjured a massive wooden statue that unleashed an elemental attack of 5 nature transformations. In the narrow confines of the cavern, dodging was nearly impossible, so Orochimaru's team had no choice but to confront the attack head-on. After exchanging glances, Kabuto and Sasuke launched counterattacks. Kabuto utilized inorganic reincarnation, activating the terrain around them and hurling waves of earth and rock at Tobi. Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu, a black flame ignited directly on Tobi's body, burning fiercely. As the black flames clung to him like a curse, Tobi panicked and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish them, but the flames clung stubbornly. Realizing this, Tobi sliced off half of his body. Once the flames consumed the severed portion, they extinguished. Kabuto took the opportunity to drag the statue conjured by Tobi deep underground. With the path clear, the team surged toward Obito. Facing Obito and the legendary demonic statue, Orochimaru didn't dare hold back. He transformed into his massive serpent form and slithered toward Obito. His goal was obvious, the Rinnegan. From the moment he laid eyes on it, he had desired it, and even after joining the allied shinobi forces, that ambition had never wavered. Without hesitation, Sasuke and Shisui both activated their Susanoo, completely surrounding the demonic statue. Kakashi turned to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sama, come with me to Kamui space to stop Obito. We can't let him escape this time." Jiraiya nodded, and the two of them stepped into a swirling vortex and disappeared. Sensing the incoming chakra, Obito opened his eyes slowly. Seeing several Kaguya-level shinobi launching attacks at him, he remained calm. Before transplanting the Rinnegan and controlling the demonic statue, perhaps he would have been no match for them. But that was then. Now, he had acquired a portion of the Ten Tails' power. Even just that portion made him feel he had already surpassed both Byakuya and Madara Uchiha, becoming the strongest shinobi in the world. With a thought, Obito had the demonic statue release clones, splintered forms of the Ten Tails. Each of these clones had at least Jonin-level strength, enough to hold the attackers back. All Obito needed to do was continue deepening his connection with the statue. Very soon, battle broke out between the clones and Orochimaru's team. Though the Ten Tails clones were fierce and unafraid of death, they were no match for these Kaguya-level shinobi. In mere moments, they were annihilated. Seeing this, Obito frowned and turned toward Orochimaru, who was rushing at him. He was still controlling the Ten Tails and could not retreat into Kamui space. Besides, that dimension was no longer safe. Kakashi had already deduced his identity and was surely lying in wait. Obito glanced down at the demonic statue and made a grim decision. Conventional tactics wouldn't work, and summoning Black Zetsu likely wouldn't help either. His only choice was to take a dangerous gamble and use the Ten Tails Tailed Beast Bomb here and now. With that resolve, Obito began channeling chakra through the statue, and it quickly formed a pitch-black Tailed Beast Bomb. The orb emanated a sinister aura, and the chakra surging from it made its danger all too apparent. Unlike the small orbs used by regular tailed beasts, this one was the size of a truck, and its destructive power was dozens of times greater. Orochimaru's face changed the instant he saw it. Kabuto's expression also shifted. The power contained within this one orb rivaled the natural energy across a 5-kilometer radius. If it exploded, it was hard to say whether anyone present could survive it. Did Obito not care that he might destroy himself and the demonic statue in the process? There was no time to wonder. Kabuto was already considering how to escape. He entered Sage Mode, then looked towards Sasuke and Shisui. If he created a wall and hid inside their Susanoo, maybe they stood a chance. Shisui and Sasuke had the same thought. They turned toward Kabuto and rushed to regroup. 3 seconds later, the tailed beast bomb exploded in the underground cavern. The once dark cave turned to blinding white, and then, nothing. The blast collapsed the entire underground space. On the surface above, a massive sinkhole several kilometers wide appeared where flat land once lay. Chapter 436, The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Even though they had already prepared their defenses in advance, the destructive power of the Ten Tails tailed beast ball still far exceeded the expectations of Yakushi, Kabuto, and the others. In the confined space of the underground cavern, the explosion's force was several times greater than it would have been on the surface. Under the immense impact, the rock formations Kabuto had created collapsed in an instant. The Susanoo constructs of both Shisui and Sasuke were covered with dense cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Fortunately, Susanoo managed to hold against the impact in the end. Though Kabuto and the others emerged from it covered in dust, their bodies were unscathed. Kabuto once again used his inorganic reincarnation technique to open up breathing space for the group. At the very center of the explosion, however, Obito fared much worse. He had originally planned to use Kamui to temporarily avoid the impact, but while controlling the demonic statue of the outer path, it seemed he could no longer activate Kamui to shift dimensions. As a result, he took the blast from the tailed beast ball almost head-on. Had he not promptly commanded the statue to shield him, he likely would have perished in the explosion. Sensing the chakra fluctuations around him, Obito realized that Sasuke and the others weren't dead. The tailed beast ball was powerful, but so was Susanoo's defense. They would have survived. His goal from the beginning had been to stall for time, to fully synchronize with the Ten Tails. Now, he had succeeded in transforming the demonic statue into the Ten Tails. All that remained was to fuse with it and become the second sage of six paths, then cast infinite Tsukuyomi. With that in mind, Obito glanced at the surrounding ruins and began rising to the surface with the Ten Tails. The sheer movement of the Ten Tails instantly drew the attention of Kabuto and the others. They all sensed the transformation. If the demonic statue before had simply been a mobile puppet, the current Ten Tails felt alive. Exchanging glances, Kabuto looked at Orochimaru and Shisui. "Orochimaru-sama, Shisui-dano, what should we do next?" "We failed to stop Obito. For now, we withdraw," Orochimaru said slowly. He, too, was unsure of the next step. Obito's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and even he had begun to worry whether he might actually die this time. At that moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi returned from the Kamui dimension. The two of them had hoped to ambush Obito in Kamui space, but after waiting for a long time without finding him, they exited and returned to the real world. Upon learning that Obito had successfully taken control of the Ten Tails, both of them sighed heavily. Their mission had failed. Now, all hope rested on the first Hokage's side. Hopefully, they could seal Madara Uchiha successfully and then join everyone in facing Obito and the Ten Tails. Allied Shinobi Forces Base. After an earth-shaking tremor, the Ten Tails erupted from the ground. The Ten Tails towered over 100 meters tall, resembling an upside-down octopus. A massive Rinnegan had emerged on its body. The moment they saw the Ten Tails, all the allied shinobi were shaken to their core. Their eyes were drawn irresistibly to the Rinnegan. Chakra throughout their bodies began going out of control, and their bodies involuntarily moved toward the Ten Tails. Seeing this, the allied commanders frowned. Eventually, it was Kushina and Karen who stepped in. They sealed the chakra within the affected shinobi, cutting off the Ten Tails' influence. Only then did the troops regain clarity and combat readiness. "Tobirama-sensei, the Ten Tails is even more powerful than we imagined," said the third Hokage, visibly shaken. He turned to the second Hokage and asked, "Should we use the four red yang formation against it?" Tobirama nodded. He too harbored great apprehension toward the Ten Tails. To prevent the Ten Tails from attacking the allied forces, they would have to strike first and trap it using the four red yang formation. As for Madara Uchiha, they would leave that to the first Hokage. The second and third Hokage exchanged a glance and disappeared from sight. They each moved to positions hundreds of meters apart and, after forming hand seals, erected walls of blazing flame on the ground, encircling the Ten Tails completely in the four red yang formation. Next, every shinobi with Kage-level strength stepped forward and entered the formation. None of them could match the Ten Tails alone, so this battle would rely on everyone's strength combined to overcome the beast. From the depths of the collapsed cavern, Kabuto, Sasuke, and the others rushed to the battlefield and joined the fight. But time was running out. Obito had already completed the fusion with the Ten Tails. The towering body of the Ten Tails was now being sealed into Obito's own body, becoming a massive black sphere that pulsed as though undergoing a transformation. Karen suddenly recalled something and shouted to the shinobi around her, "Everyone, Obito is transforming into the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. If he succeeds, he'll become the second sage of 6 paths and will be able to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi." Her words darkened the expressions of all present. They unleashed their strongest jutsu at the transforming Obito, but no matter how powerful the attacks, they were reduced to pure chakra upon contact, completely ineffective. When ninjutsu failed, they resorted to taijutsu. But that too could not break through Obito's defense. The second Hokage's expression shifted slightly. He immediately began bombarding Obito with the mutual multiplication explosive tags technique. He didn't believe absolute defense existed in the shinobi world. If ninjutsu and taijutsu were useless, then sheer explosive force might work. In short, hit as hard as you can. The cost of this technique rose exponentially. In no time, Tobirama had used up most of his explosive tags. The assault left a barely visible crack on the surface of the black sphere, but it quickly regenerated, not enough to stop Obito's transformation. Seconds turned into minutes. From an initial barrage to eventual exhaustion, the allied shinobi had failed to break through Obito's defense. Meanwhile, Obito showed no signs of waking, seemingly submerged in a deep sleep. The reason was simple: Obito was undergoing the trial of becoming a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Becoming a Jinchuriki wasn't simple. One needed an enormous chakra capacity to serve as the vessel, and immense psychological fortitude. Nearly every Jinchuriki shared a common personality and a tragic fate. For the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the trial was even harsher. Though the Ten Tails' consciousness was immature, like that of a child, it had absorbed the chakra of countless individuals over 1,000 years, chakra steeped in memories. Obito's task was to preserve his own self amidst the flood of memory-laden chakra, a bitter struggle to maintain his identity. Soon, Obito began to forget Minato, and then Kakashi, even himself. Little of his original memory remained. If nothing changed, he would completely lose his identity and become the Ten Tails itself. At that moment, the memory of Rin was about to be engulfed by the Ten Tails' consciousness. Meanwhile, on the first Hokage's side, as the battle reached its climax, Madara Uchiha began to fall behind the first Hokage. Even his complete body Susanoo, powerful as it was being thoroughly suppressed by the Wood Dragon and Wood Golem. Even after obtaining the Rinnegan, he still wasn't a match for the first Hokage. However, the first Hokage was equally entangled with Madara Uchiha and had no chance to break away. Their strengths were nearly identical, as the real difference lay in who was more ruthless. Sensing the chakra of the Ten Tails, Madara's lips curled into a smile. "Hashirama, it seems Obito has successfully taken control of the Ten Tails. Even though you've held me back, you've lost this game more thoroughly than ever before. Now, you'll soon witness Obito becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and casting the infinite Tsukuyomi." The first Hokage's expression shifted slightly before he replied, "I never intended to determine who's stronger between us. Can't you abandon this absurd plan? Your descendant, Shisui Uchiha, has already taken control of the foundation. He could very well become the Hokage one day." "Hokage?" Madara was taken aback and momentarily lost in memory. Konohagakure was a village he had founded alongside Hashirama. He was even the one who came up with the name. The title Hokage symbolized both the fire of the Uchiha and the friendship between the Uchiha and the Senju clans. When the village was first established, he genuinely desired to become Hokage, and Hashirama had supported him. However, in the vote among the Jonin, Hashirama overwhelmingly defeated him and became the first Hokage. Although Madara acted indifferent, deep down, he still longed for that title. Still, that was all in the past. From the moment Hashirama betrayed him, the Madara Uchiha who wanted to become Hokage had already died, replaced by one who sought to bring true peace to the entire shinobi world. Unlike Hashirama, who clung to peace within a single village, what Madara desired was peace for the entire world. With a cold snort, Madara fixed his gaze on the first Hokage and said, spare me the chatter. You should just sit back and watch the coming of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Don't think about interfering in the battles of the next generation. The first Hokage glanced at Madara and apologized. Madara, I'm sorry I can't continue to keep you company. I need to go help Tobirama and the others. Once I stop Obito, I'll come back to find you. Madara's face grew grim. He formed hand seals and summoned a wooden avatar, then said, Hashirama, do you really think your wood release can restrain me? While you were asleep, I also mastered wood release, and mine is stronger than yours. 1. Before he finished speaking, Madara appeared on the first Hokage's only path forward, blocking his way. High in the clouds, Byakuya, who had narrowly escaped death, was observing the world below. At the same time, he was sensing various gazes from the void, some from the sky, some from underground, and others from the boundaries of life and death or from other dimensions. The ones from the sky likely belonged to Tonari Otsutsuki on the moon. Tonari, a descendant of Hamura, carried the bloodline of the Otsutsuki. However, unlike the Hyuga on Earth, he didn't possess the Byakugan and could only observe the ninja world using the Tensigan. In terms of bloodline purity, Tonari had unquestionably reached the level of an Otsutsuki. He was one of the Otsutsuki of this world. The Tensigan's abilities were extremely powerful, allowing him to control remote puppets, manipulate gravity, and even unleash massive techniques like the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Byakuya didn't know the exact source of the underground gaze, but he suspected it belonged to the hidden Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ishiki had once been Kaguya's superior and was a heavily injured Otsutsuki who had been lying dormant deep within the ninja world throughout the 1,000 years when the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya held sway. He was one of the Otsutsuki that Byakuya feared most. As for the other gazes from other dimensions or the Pure Land, they likely belonged to the three Great Holy Lands and the Sage of Six Paths. The elders of the three Great Holy Lands had always kept a watchful eye on the Shinobi world. Though they had entered into some kind of accord with the Sage of Six Paths, in a way, they represented the will of nature itself. Byakuya had once communicated with the will of nature, but it didn't seem to possess a complete or coherent consciousness. In Byakuya's mind, the Sage of Six Paths was still the most powerful being in the Shinobi world. Though he had long since died, the powers he left behind were still capable of sealing Kaguya and empowering Naruto and Sasuke to reach the Six Paths level, giving them the strength to fight on equal footing with the Otsutsuki. Thinking about this, Byakuya sighed softly. Back when he was still alive, he couldn't sense these gazes at all. Their owners had always remained hidden in the shadows, deliberately avoiding his detection. This was another reason why he had chosen to fake his death. If he remained in the spotlight, his every move would be monitored, which was far from fitting for someone who operated from behind the scenes. After this quiet reflection, Byakuya turned his attention back to the ground, focusing on Obito, who was becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. As the one handling intelligence, Byakuya naturally understood how grueling this process was. One moment of weakness and the Jinchuriki could be swallowed by the Ten-Tails will and reduced to nothing more than a puppet. And even if Obito succeeded in becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he would become a target of all factions, besieged from all directions. In the original timeline, Obito and Madara seemed invincible after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but they were constantly hunted. Naruto, Sasuke, and the Sage of Six Paths all wanted to defeat them. Black Zetsu was waiting to betray them. Even the hidden Ishiki might be lying in wait, watching for an opportunity to strike. And the greatest threat of all was the Ten-Tails itself. Byakuya couldn't be sure he could withstand the Ten-Tails' will. He didn't even know if the Ten-Tails truly lacked self-awareness, whether it really couldn't retaliate against its own Jinchuriki. A beast capable of harvesting entire planets. Is absorbing it truly without risk? That was why, even though he had the opportunity to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he had deliberately passed it up. After all, once Obito became the Jinchuriki, Byakuya could still benefit from it without bearing the massive risk himself. As time ticked by, Obito finally passed the Ten-Tails trial and slowly opened his eyes. Now floating above the ground, Obito's body had begun to exhibit the physical traits of an Otsutsuki. In his palm, several pitch-black orbs hovered. These orbs were truth-seeking balls, not yet fully formed, manifestations of power that surpassed black receivers, power that belonged only to the Six Paths level. And in the exact moment Obito became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Byakuya received a notification from his system. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Obito Uchiha has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. You have gained. Chapter 437, The Uchiha Clan's Backstabbing Tradition. Obito Uchiha has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. You have obtained Six Paths Flame, Flight, Yin-Yang Release, and Ten Tails Chakra. After briefly skimming through the system rewards, Byakuya clicked to claim them. In an instant, a tremendous power surged into his body. His mind was flooded with information on how to wield these new abilities, including the Six Paths Flame, Flight, and Yin-Yang Release. The Six Paths Flame was an exclusive ability of Six Paths Obito. It could burn through ninjutsu and be used to cast techniques. For Byakuya in his current state, this was already a rather powerful ability. Flight was a passive ability possessed by the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the Akatsuki. It allowed him to fly freely through the ninja world without needing to perform any technique, extremely convenient. As for Yin-Yang Release, Byakuya had already acquired a shallow grasp of it back when he was cultivating Nagato. At the time, he could only form black receivers. Creating life or condensing truth-seeking orbs was completely out of the question. But now, his Yin-Yang Release had been enhanced to the point where he could attempt both. In addition, there were various foundational powers of the Six Paths Obito. But Byakuya didn't dwell much on those, as after reaching the Akatsuki tier, conventional ninjutsu became largely ineffective. Only taijutsu, dojutsu, godlike techniques, and sage arts could harm enemies on the Akatsuki level. Pulling back his drifting thoughts, Byakuya focused on stabilizing the chakra inside his body and began attempting self-evolution. He had reached a bottleneck years ago and had been seeking a way to achieve life evolution. Unfortunately, even after seizing the powers of all nine-tailed beasts and secretly manipulating most of the great ninja villages, he still couldn't step into the realm of the Akatsuki. Now that he had gained feedback from Six Paths Obito, he could finally begin breaking through. His line of thought was simple: if Akatsuki Tonari could become an Akatsuki through chakra alone, then someone like him, who possessed the same amount of chakra, should be able to evolve as well. After fully digesting the new power, Byakuya grimaced. He had clearly become much stronger, but there were no signs of evolving into an Akatsuki. Logically speaking, the Akatsuki bloodline within his body shouldn't be any weaker than Tonari's. Could it be that what he lacked wasn't chakra, but something else entirely? Pulling himself out of his scattered thoughts, Byakuya refocused on the battlefield below, continuing his patient observation. Even if he couldn't become a full-fledged Akatsuki, his strength was already close. If he did encounter one, the outcome would still be uncertain. After all, he already wielded several abilities at that level. Right now, it was more important to observe how Six Paths Obito fought. He was already familiar with Jonin and Kaguya level battles, but he lacked first-hand experience with combat at the Six Paths level. He needed to study this carefully. On the battlefield below, Obito opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding Kaguya-level shinobi. Although he was completely surrounded, he showed no signs of panic. Rather than backing down, he boldly launched the first strike. Second Hokage and the others were momentarily stunned but quickly retaliated. Countless ninjutsu shot toward Obito like a barrage, but he didn't even try to dodge. He let the jutsu land on his body. Under the heavy bombardment, cracks appeared across his form, but the next second, those cracks vanished completely. Then, Obito launched his counterattack. Just using simple, unembellished taijutsu, he sent powerful shinobi flying dozens of meters, as though they'd been struck by Susanoo. They crashed to the ground with bone-shattering force. If they weren't Kaguya level themselves, they would have been killed on the spot. The taijutsu specialists exchanged glances and charged at Obito Uchiha. Since ninjutsu was ineffective, they had no choice but to rely on close combat. They had to take him down here and now. But even the taijutsu experts were completely outmatched before Obito. Might Guy, who had opened the 7th gate, was kicked away like a ragdoll. The 4th Raikage and Jiraiya were also blasted back more than 10 meters, their bones cracking under the impact. After the skirmish, the group reformed their ranks. This time, their eyes toward Obito were completely different. The old Obito, as mysterious as he was, had merely been a challenging opponent, one who would retreat into Kamui when threatened. But now, Obito's power had transcended their dimension, making him even stronger than Madara Uchiha. Noticing their reactions, Obito's lips curled into a grin. He had become the second sage of 6 paths. Anyone who tried to resist him now was only walking toward death. All that remained was to dispose of these nuisances and plant the God Tree somewhere. Only by absorbing all the chakra in the ninja world could the Ten Tails complete its transformation, becoming the God Tree and casting infinite Tsukuyomi. But now that he had ascended to sagehood, he was in no hurry. He might as well enjoy himself. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, Shisui, and Kabuto charged in. 2 Susanoo avatars formed instantly. Naruto and Kabuto entered Sage mode. The 4 surrounded Obito and launched another offensive. Obito frowned slightly and transformed a truth-seeking orb into the Nunaboko no Ken, sword of Nunaboko, gripping it in hand. In a flash, the sword slammed into Susanoo, shattering it like glass and forcing Naruto and Kabuto to retreat. Even as the 4 of them were pushed back, they exchanged hopeful glances. Obito may have repelled them, but he couldn't completely ignore their powers. Both Sage Chakra-infused jutsu and the dojutsu of Shisui and Sasuke could still affect him. That meant they had a real chance at victory. Obito's face darkened. He wanted to start collecting chakra and cast infinite Tsukuyomi right away, but these pesky flies kept getting in his way. He had no choice but to kill them first. Gripping the gigantic spear, Obito prepared to wipe them out. In the onslaught that followed, Obito attacked like a raging storm. The 4 barely held their ground, and the risk of falling grew with each exchange. Fortunately, the other Kage-level fighters realized the urgency and joined the fray. Staring at the endless stream of enemies, Obito's expression became even more grim. He pulled feathers from his body and tossed them into the air. These feathers were infused with 6 paths flame. As they scattered, they activated the 4 red yang formation, sealing Naruto, Sasuke, and the others off from the main group. Obito wanted to deal with the most dangerous threats first. On a nearby hilltop, Yahiko, Konan, and others were closely watching the battle between Obito and the elite Jonin. Realizing that non-Kage-level ninjas were nothing but a burden, they had already begun orchestrating a strategic retreat for the allied shinobi forces. At the current scale of battle, even if they won, the losses would be catastrophic. If too many troops were wiped out, even if the ninja world wasn't destroyed, it would plunge into prolonged chaos. That was something Yahiko and the others couldn't allow. Meanwhile, Nagato, having received a Sharingan transplant, finally awoke from his coma. Looking at the newly restored light in Nagato's eyes, Yahiko sighed lightly and said, "Nagato, you're finally awake. If Minato hadn't stepped in, you might have died." After a brief pause, Yahiko continued, "By the way, you were the closest to Byakuya at the time. Was that guy really taken out by Black Zetsu and Obito? Do you think he's still hiding something up his sleeve?" Nagato replied with a dazed expression, "I don't know. Byakuya just told me to destroy the Rinnegan if the battle failed, but I didn't even manage to do that. I have no idea what's happened to him." Neither Yahiko nor Nagato believed that Byakuya had died just like that. With Byakuya's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't be wary of Black Zetsu. Being betrayed by Black Zetsu and Obito might have even been part of his plan. But what exactly was Byakuya planning? Now even Obito has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and the next step is infinite Tsukuyomi. Yahiko sighed again and said, "If you don't know, then forget it. Let's keep leading the allied shinobi forces in retreat. Hopefully, this war ends as soon as possible." Elsewhere, the battle between Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama had already come to an end. After going all out, Madara had defeated Hashirama, using wood release to seal him into the ground. Looking down at him, he said with emotion, "Hashirama, I finally beat you once. I won't lose again. Do you remember the first time we met?" Though he had subdued Hashirama, Madara didn't rush to the main battlefield. Instead, he kept chatting with Hashirama while gazing in Obito's direction. A heavy-hearted Hashirama had no mind to respond, replying only passively. Once he sensed that Obito had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, a sharp glint flashed in Madara's eyes. In his original plan, he had intended for Obito to control Nagato and use the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu to bring Madara back to life. Then, he himself would become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. But now, Obito had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki instead, and he had changed a lot. Whether he would still follow Madara's will and cast Infinite Tsukuyomi was questionable. Even if Infinite Tsukuyomi were cast, would Madara really want to enter the dream world in this half-dead state? So while he appeared to be chatting with Hashirama, Madara was already uncertain of his next move. From the moment Obito became the Jinchuriki, the initiative had slipped from Madara's hands. Fortunately, he still held one of the Rinnegan. As long as Obito didn't get it, he wouldn't become a complete Jinchuriki, nor could he activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Clearing his distracted thoughts, Madara began thinking seriously about how to deal with Obito. A few minutes later, Madara left Hashirama behind and headed toward Obito. Black Zetsu silently followed, watching Madara's back. It didn't take long before Madara arrived at the main battlefield. Thanks to the efforts of Naruto, Sasuke, Shisui, and Kabuto, they had already drained a significant portion of Obito's chakra. Although it was a small fraction for a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it had already affected the balance inside his body. Obito was forcibly suppressing the Ten-Tails with his own willpower, but willpower always has limits. While fighting Naruto and the others, Obito also had to contend with the Ten-Tails consciousness, a challenging task. At the same time, Obito was beginning to realize that his unstable condition might be related to the Rinnegan. He had only transplanted one Rinnegan. Clearly, that wasn't enough to fully control the Ten-Tails. He needed to obtain the second one as soon as possible to completely suppress the Ten-Tails will and keep it from resisting. Still, even without full power, Naruto's side was suffering heavy losses. Previously defeated by Madara's four Kage and the elders of Kirigakure, now even Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage looked miserable, blood trailing from the corners of their mouths. Only the reanimated second and fourth Hokage were still in relatively good shape. As for Naruto, Sasuke, Kabuto, and Shisui, they continued fighting Obito head-on, bearing the brunt of the assault. Each of them, however, had their own means of mitigating damage. Naruto had the Sage Body, and Sasuke had the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto couldn't truly die as long as he was standing on the ground, and Shisui possessed a Sharingan inherited from his clan that allowed him to activate Izanagi at any time. Just then, the allied shinobi forces noticed Madara's arrival, and their expressions turned grim. Madara's presence could only mean one thing, that he had defeated the first Hokage. Facing such a powerful enemy, even if they still had the will to fight, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Appearing beside Sage Obito in a flash, Madara gave him a look of approval and said, "Obito, you've done well. Now, you just need to bring me back to life, and together we can cast Infinite Tsukuyomi and realize the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito frowned slightly and said, "Madara, when did I ever say I was going to bring you back?" Madara's expression darkened as he replied, "Bringing me back was part of the plan, wasn't it? Or do you intend not to revive me at all? Don't forget. I was the one who saved your life back then." Obito was just about to argue. He had no intention of reviving that old relic. Reviving Rin, on the other hand, was something he was willing to consider, letting her live in a world without pain or regrets under the dream of Tsukuyomi. But then he remembered that he still hadn't transplanted the other Rinnegan, which was in Madara's possession. Taking a deep breath, Obito said, "Let's deal with this troublesome group first. Using the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu will cost life force. I'll just pick someone at random to revive you afterward. Just hand over the other Rinnegan first. Though unhappy, Madara still nodded. The Rinnegan isn't on me right now, but I'll have Black Zetsu deliver it soon. Don't forget to bring me back. As they spoke, Madara began stepping closer to Obito, who was becoming increasingly impatient. Just as Obito was about to say something to brush Madara off, Madara walked up behind him, and without warning, the black rod in his hand pierced straight into Obito's body. Chapter 438, Byakuya in Obito's Eyes. After being stabbed in the back, Obito first showed an expression of disbelief, then glared viciously at Madara Uchiha, asking in confusion, "Madara, haven't I always done everything you told me to? Why would you betray me?" Madara didn't immediately answer. Instead, he used the black rods to disrupt the internal balance of Obito's body, simultaneously activating the command seal left inside him, allowing the Ten Tails to break free from Obito's control. Obito struggled and managed to push Madara away, preparing to strike back. But by then, the Ten Tails had already gone berserk. His body began to swell rapidly, and the faces of the nine-tailed beasts appeared on his skin, as if they were about to break free from within and regain their freedom. Seeing this, Madara silently backed away and vanished from the battlefield. Before officially becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki himself, he needed to use the Rinne rebirth technique to restore his physical body, and he also needed to find a suitable host for the Rinnegan to perform the ritual. Originally, Nagato was the best choice, but he had already been taken away by Tobirama and Minato. Now, he'd have to settle for transplanting the Rinnegan into a random ninja. As for the now uncontrollable Obito, he was left to the allied shinobi forces. Compared to his own reanimated body, Obito, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, was the real threat to the alliance. Madara's disappearance left the allied shinobi forces in disarray. Just as they were about to split up and pursue him, the Six Paths Obito went berserk, wildly releasing chakra in all directions. Although he had lost self-control, the sheer destructive power of the chakra bursts was terrifying, forcing the alliance to retreat and avoid direct confrontation. At this moment, Naruto noticed the Nine Tails face on Obito's body and quickly said, "Obito's condition is extremely unstable. Can we use this chance to extract the tailed beasts from him?" His words sparked a round of deliberation, and ultimately, the others nodded in agreement. It was impossible to completely defeat Obito by brute force. They had to extract the tailed beast to remove him from the Ten Tails Jinchuriki state. After using the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to coordinate, Naruto and the others had a plan. Shisui and Sasuke would use Susanoo to pin down Six Paths Obito. Naruto would then take the opportunity to get close and use the natural bond between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to pull the Nine Tails out directly. Once the plan was initiated, the two Susanoo warriors charged forward. Even in front of Six Paths Obito, Susanoo couldn't last long, but with the combined efforts of multiple Kage-level shinobi, they managed to barely restrain him. Tobirama and Minato then brought Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara close to Obito. As soon as they got close, they could feel the connection with their respective tailed beasts. Holding on tightly to Obito, they synchronized their presence, and the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails inside Obito responded, fighting back from within. Just from that brief moment of contact, they managed to reclaim a portion of the tailed beast's chakra. Obito seemed to realize this too and launched a furious attack at the three of them. The Gudadama-formed truth-seeking spear struck their bodies, blasting them dozens of meters away. The spear, made from truth-seeking balls, erased everything in its path like a rubber eraser. If not for the protection from their tailed beast cloaks, they would have been completely impaled. Even so, with the chakra they had reclaimed, the spiritual space of each Jinchuriki once again housed their respective tailed beasts. Kurama immediately said to Naruto, "Naruto, if you want to truly defeat the Ten Tails, you have to rescue the rest of the tailed beasts as well." Killer Bee and Gaara heard similar words. Just then, Naruto seemed to recall something and said, "Kurama, is there a way to deal with those black orbs? All ninjutsu becomes useless in front of them." The Nine Tails shook his head slightly and said, "That's the power of the Ten Tails. I have no way to neutralize it. But once you enter Nine Tails mode, you can resist some of the truth-seeking ball's power. Naruto understood he was hoping for too much. Still, being able to neutralize most of the truth-seeking ball's power was already helpful. It meant he could at least go head-to-head with Obito. Pulling his thoughts back on track, Naruto and the others, under the protection of the Kage-level Shinobi, continued stealing the tailed beast's chakra from 6 paths Obito. During this process, several Kage-level Shinobi were struck by Obito and collapsed on the battlefield. Their bodies were swiftly dragged underground by White Zetsu and disappeared without a trace. Before long, there were only a handful of people left on the battlefield. As time passed, Obito's chakra continued to diminish. Though he was still the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his power kept waning, and he was even forced into a symbolic tug-of-war. With the Ten-Tails' influence weakening, Obito regained consciousness and clarity. Realizing he might actually lose, Obito didn't even have time to curse Madara before launching himself into battle with Naruto and Sasuke, desperately trying to retain the chakra within him. But the scale of victory had already tipped. Obito could only watch as his chakra drained away, powerless to stop it. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and said to the Nine Tails, "Welcome back, Kurama. Now that you're back at full strength, let's finish Obito together." The Nine Tails frowned slightly and said, "My chakra is far from full strength." Naruto was puzzled. "But Obito barely has any of your chakra left. Did it go somewhere else?" Hearing this, the Nine Tails fell into deep thought. After glancing at Obito, he muttered, "You reminded me. I've just realized I'm missing half my power. And it's not just me, the other tailed beasts are also missing some chakra." Kurama then growled, "That chakra vanished into thin air. I can't even sense where it went." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Did Madara take it?" He and Obito did seem to fall out. "Maybe." The Nine Tails sighed softly. The shinobi world was becoming more chaotic and unpredictable, so much so that even he couldn't see through it anymore. In a dark underground chamber, Madara Uchiha had already completed the Rinne rebirth technique, restoring his physical body. Feeling the boiling blood flowing through his veins again, Madara couldn't help but burst out in wild laughter. After decades, he finally no longer had to rely on a decayed, undead body since he was back at his peak. Once he collected himself, Madara looked at a mortally wounded Jonin beside him and plucked out the man's eye. After slotting the Rinnegan into his own eye socket and aligning it, he regained his vision and instantly sensed the ocular power stored within Limbo, Border Jail. Limbo was an extremely rare shadow clone technique that created invisible clones. These clones couldn't be sensed by ordinary ninja, yet retained Madara's own speed and strength, raising his combat ability to a whole new level. After summoning his Limbo clones, Madara turned and looked in Obito's direction. Obito's chakra was rapidly growing weaker. At the same time, the chakra signatures of the Eight Tails, Nine Tails, and the other tailed beasts began to emerge from his body. Upon sensing this, Madara Uchiha's lips curled into a faint smile. If Obito were still at full power, he might have been a threat. But now, the allied shinobi forces had already worn him down. All Madara had to do was finish him off and take that Rinnegan from him. Still, his priority was to stop by Hashirama's location to obtain Senjutsu. Time passed quickly, and Madara soon arrived at Hashirama's side. Drawing on the first Hokage's power, Madara awakened Sage Chakra. The fusion of Sage Mode and the Rinnegan triggered a wondrous reaction within his body, and his strength rose yet again. With everything complete, Madara wasted no time rushing to the front lines. At this point, Obito had already lost most of his chakra. Even the demonic statue of the outer path had been expelled from his body. If not for the modifications he'd undergone as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he would have been dead already. Seemingly sensing Madara's chakra, Obito looked grim and warned Naruto and the others, "Madara is coming. He's close. Be careful." When he saw the puzzled looks on their faces, Obito added urgently, "I've lost, yes. But I absolutely can't let him win. If I must, I'll even fight alongside you." Naruto and the others clearly didn't trust him, but Madara's presence couldn't be ruled out. They had to stay alert for a surprise attack. The next moment, Madara Uchiha appeared before them. Just as everyone moved to defend themselves, they were each struck in the blink of an eye and sent flying hundreds of meters back. The bizarre scene left Naruto and the others in utter shock. They hadn't even seen when Madara attacked. How were they supposed to fight this? Naruto couldn't see Madara, but Obito could. After taking a moment to recover his chakra, he shouted to the others, "Madara has an invisible clone. If you focus your sensory abilities, you'll be able to detect it. Be extremely careful." Before he could finish speaking, Obito was struck by Madara again. Unlike the others, Obito still had the power to resist Madara. He frantically tried to defend himself while simultaneously attempting to use Kamui to retreat into the Kamui dimension. Now that he was no longer the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he could access Kamui again. Even so, he couldn't escape being struck. The Rinnegan was taken from him with ease and returned to Madara's hand. Looking at Obito's furious expression, Madara said coldly, "Obito, carry your regrets into the infinite Tsukuyomi. I forgot to mention those Umbu who ambushed Rin back then. That was all my doing. But thanks to it, you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan. So in the end, that girl was of some use." Obito's eyes widened in rage. He had never imagined that everything that had happened to him, the awakening of his eye and Rin's death, were all part of Madara's intricate scheme. How did Madara perceive his existence? Was it a mere game? Fueled by rage, Obito retaliated in a frantic quest for vengeance. Yet, Madara only offered him a frosty stare. Soon after, a Limbo clone attacked Obito, driving him forcefully to the ground and breaking his bones. Just as the Limbo clone was about to deliver a final blow, Obito vanished using Kamui and escaped to the Kamui dimension. Seeing Obito escape, Madara didn't bother pursuing him. The most important thing now was to defeat the 9-tailed beasts and the Kage-level ninja in front of him, and become the new Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Though defeating these shinobi wasn't exactly difficult, it wouldn't be easy either. Sharing a glance with his Limbo clone, Madara charged toward the 9-tailed beasts and Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. In an instant, the battlefield was plunged into chaos once more. Back in the Kamui dimension, Obito slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Though he had multiple fractures, thanks to the regenerative powers he gained as the former Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the injuries weren't fatal. With just a few weeks of rest, he could recover completely. But could the shinobi world, or he himself, really afford to wait a few weeks? Should he even go back to fight Madara? After all, Madara's plan was the infinite Tsukuyomi, and wasn't that what he had wanted to? The real world was far too cruel. War was everywhere. Rin was gone. Maybe he should give up resisting. Once Madara cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, he'd be able to see Rin again. To him, this hellish world was less appealing than a dream. As Obito sank into his thoughts, a warm hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, Obito turned his head, and saw a familiar figure speaking to him. "Pretty pathetic, Obito. Even after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, you still ended up in this sorry state. As expected, a loser is just a loser. Even when given a chance, you still couldn't succeed. What are you? Human or ghost?" Obito stared in disbelief at Byakuya. He remembered clearly. He had killed Byakuya with his own hands. Yet now, here he was, appearing inside the Kamui dimension, mocking him in defeat. Byakuya showed an innocent smile and replied, "Defeating just one of my shadow clones made you all so pleased with yourselves? You really thought I'd go down that easily? I'm one of the strongest in the shinobi world. Did you think I'd die that simply?" Obito fell silent for a moment, then asked, "If you're alive, why didn't you stop me or Madara? Weren't you an undercover agent for the allied shinobi forces?" Byakuya tilted his head in confusion and said, "When did I ever say I was on the Alliance's side? I've always been after the 9-tailed beasts, to revive the Ten Tails. I just don't have much interest in becoming its Jinchuriki. You don't want to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Obito stared at Byakuya, completely unable to understand his logic. Are you afraid of being overtaken by the Ten Tails' will? With your mental fortitude, I don't think even that could overwhelm you. Byakuya chuckled softly. That's none of your concern. I have better ways to utilize the Ten Tails' power. Right now, you're just a loser, so why don't you sit with me and watch the battle between Madara and the allied shinobi forces? As he finished speaking, a glowing screen appeared in front of Byakuya, displaying a real-time view of the battlefield. This left Obito completely stunned. This wasn't his Kamui dimension anymore. Without a Kamui Sharingan, how was Byakuya even connected to the outside world? And what was this screen? Just who the hell was Byakuya? Was he even a ninja from this world? Chapter 439, Traces of the Sage of Six Paths. Thinking back to his first encounter with Byakuya. When he first met Byakuya, the latter had been introduced as a regular chunin in the Akatsuki. Yet beneath that facade lay a power so formidable it even made Minato-sensei wary. Later, during subsequent interactions, Byakuya had saved both him and Noara Rin. Then came the meeting after he had become Madara Uchiha. At that time, facing his masked self, Byakuya showed no surprise at all. From his tone and demeanor, it was as if they had known each other all along. Recalling that, Obito suddenly had a terrifying realization and stared at Byakuya in disbelief. Byakuya, did you already know who I was from the beginning? Byakuya gave a faint, amused smile and nodded. You're right. The moment the masked man approached me, I recognized you. Back then, I was curious how your strength had grown so rapidly, but once I saw Black Zetsu at your side, I understood everything. It was obviously Black Zetsu who helped you grow stronger so you could collect the nine-tailed beasts. Obito broke into a cold sweat. He then asked, since you knew who I was, why didn't you expose me? Why didn't you stop the Nine-Tails attack? Byakuya glanced at him and said calmly, are we close? Why would I expose you? Besides, you were the one who never revealed your identity to me. Did you ever truly believe anything I told you? Obito's face paled. He recalled that Byakuya once suggested Rin retire from the front lines. It was he himself who insisted Rin stay, and in the end, he had gotten her killed. In a way, her death was on his hands. Byakuya continued, as for the Nine-Tails rampage, that was your operation alone. You wanted to kill Minato and Kushina. It had nothing to do with me. In fact, weakening Konoha was beneficial to Akatsuki's growth. For that, I should thank you and, I can't give you a crown since I don't have one. Every word struck at Obito's heart, leaving him utterly devastated. He collapsed to the ground with empty eyes and sighed weakly. Seeing Obito mentally collapse and give up, Byakuya lost interest in continuing the verbal assault. They sat side by side, watching the battle play out on the projection screen. With both the Sage Body and the Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha now possessed terrifying power. His oppressive strength was already no less than that of the previous Sage of Six Paths Obito. First, he used Limbo clones to defeat the six-tailed beasts and sealed all nine into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Then his true body continued to battle Naruto and Sasuke. Before long, he used his experience to defeat the second and fourth Hokage, shifting his focus to the remaining Jinchuriki. Seeing the allied shinobi forces repeatedly pushed back, Obito couldn't hold back and asked, Byakuya, when exactly do you plan to act? Are you really going to face Madara Uchiha as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? I know you've been hiding some of your strength, but you can't possibly be his match. You've never possessed the Ten-Tails power. You can't begin to understand how strong a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki really is. Byakuya glanced at him and replied unhurriedly, you're still as impatient as ever, Obito. I'll admit, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is strong, but as long as that old man decides to step in, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is just a joke. What old man? Obito frowned in confusion. Who are you talking about? Hanzo the Salamander? Don't tell me, the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Byakuya nodded slightly. You're smart for once. That's right, I'm waiting for the Sage of Six Paths to act. If he doesn't intervene, I won't feel at ease. Byakuya was speaking from the heart, but Obito clearly didn't believe him. The Sage of Six Paths was nothing more than a legend. Even if he had existed, he'd been dead for centuries. It's not like someone could use reanimation jutsu to bring him back. Seeing Obito's disbelief, Byakuya didn't bother explaining further. He turned his attention back to the screen. As time passed, the Jinchuriki were defeated one by Madara Uchiha. The massive allied shinobi forces were powerless to stop him. Soon, Gaara and Killer Bee fell. Naruto was pinned to the ground with black rods, unable to move. Sasuke, Shursui, and Kabuto tried to fight back but were all blasted away by Madara and fell unconscious. Sasuke, in particular, had his body pierced by a black rod. This also meant that the second Hokage's plan to have Sasuke assassinate Madara had completely failed. To Madara, family and friendship now meant nothing compared to his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. After extracting the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki, Madara took the demonic statue and moved to a new location. He needed a secure place to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and plant god trees across the world to drain its chakra. Watching Madara act so arrogantly, Obito couldn't help but feel bitter. At the same time, he kept glancing at Byakuya, wondering what method he had up his sleeve for a comeback. Was it possible that Byakuya was just another failure like him, too scared to leave? As if sensing Obito's gaze, Byakuya split the projection into two screens, one showing Naruto, the other Sasuke. Right before their deaths, both suddenly erupted with a mysterious power. Not only did it stabilize their conditions, but their chakra increased several-fold. Could it be, the Sage of Six Paths really existed? But why would he help Naruto and Sasuke? Obito turned toward Byakuya, hoping for an explanation. Byakuya didn't keep it to himself and began to explain slowly. Over 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra and Azura. But due to how he treated them differently, it eventually led to conflict. Even after their deaths, Indra and Azura's chakra kept reincarnating and fighting across generations. The previous Azura reincarnation was Hashirama Senju. Indra's was Madara Uchiha. In this generation, their reincarnations are Naruto and Sasuke. Madara is Indra's reincarnation? But what does that have to do with the sage intervening? Obito still didn't quite get it. Byakuya gave a light sigh and said with a playful look, the reason is very simple. The Sage of Six Paths doesn't want to see the Ten-Tails revived or god trees planted. Infinite Tsukuyomi was never a path to peace, it's just a tool to plunder chakra. Once the god tree fully matures, the ninja world will be completely devoid of life. Only you and Madara would believe Black Zetsu's nonsense. Haven't you, Uchiha, ever recorded anything about that thing? Every few decades, it shows up to manipulate Uchiha again. Byakuya's words contained so much information that Obito had to sit and digest them for a long while. Finally, he looked at Byakuya and asked in a low voice, Byakuya, who are you, really? I can't see through you at all anymore. I'm the leader of the Akatsuki. I'm the commander of the allied shinobi forces. I'm also a collaborator in the Eye of the Moon plan. Haven't you always known who I am? Byakuya gave him an odd look, as if Obito were some sort of idiot. The projection screens continued to play. After encountering the Sage of Six Paths on the brink of life and death, both Naruto and Sasuke underwent a transformation. Naruto not only directly entered his Nine-Tails chakra mode, but several truth-seeking orbs also appeared behind him. Meanwhile, one of Sasuke's Sharingan eyes evolved directly into the Rinnegan. So this is the gift from the Sage of Six Paths? Even through the viewing screen, Obito could feel the immense power radiating from Naruto and Sasuke. He recognized the truth-seeking orbs and the Rinnegan, abilities typically exclusive to the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Byakuya gave a slight nod and said, now you understand why I was wary of Madara Uchiha. The Sage of Six Paths is simply too terrifying. Even 1,000 years after death, his power remains this overwhelming. Obito remained silent, deep in thought. On the other screen, Kakashi and Might Guy were locked in a final battle with Madara. With the aid of Flying Thunder God and Kamui, Might Guy, having opened the 8th gate of death, managed to close in on Madara. The explosive power of all 8 gates twisted even the air around him. Faced with that kind of force, Madara didn't dodge, nor did he want to. He took the full brunt of the 8th gate's attack. When the dust settled, half of Madara's body had been violently shattered. But even so, he began to regenerate visibly, his body mending at a rapid pace. The 8th gate was powerful, but ultimately fleeting, as it granted only a momentary glimpse of that level of power. After witnessing the final attack of the 8th gate, Byakuya commented with a trace of emotion, "The 8 gates really are powerful. Even I would have ended up looking as miserable as Madara if I'd taken that hit head-on." Obito muttered, "But they still couldn't defeat Madara. If you don't act soon, the ninja world is finished. Are you really going to take him on by yourself?" Obito kept urging Byakuya to act. Not because he wanted to save the world, but because he wanted to see Byakuya and Madara tear each other apart. Both of them had deceived and humiliated him, treating his life like a joke. If possible, he wanted the two of them to destroy each other in battle. Byakuya smiled cryptically and tapped on the system interface to claim his rewards. Madara was a member of Akatsuki. Although Byakuya couldn't exploit the system to repeatedly earn rewards through multiple Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara's power-ups still earned him considerable bonuses, such as methods to enhance Susanoo, and several Ten-Tails Jinchuriki-specific abilities. Naruto and Sasuke, having received the Sage's power, also brought Byakuya rich rewards. From Naruto, he received the Sage Art. From Six Paths Sasuke, something even more direct, his Sharingan evolved. His Sharingan no longer had 3 tomo. It now had 6. This meant his Sharingan had surpassed both the base Sharingan and even the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was now nearly on par with the Akatsuki beings of the stars. As for the chakra within his body, after multiple reward enhancements, it had already reached the level of the Ten-Tails. Though he wasn't the actual Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the sheer volume of chakra he possessed was nearly equivalent. You could even call him a mini Ten-Tails. Just then, the screen inside the Kamui dimension suddenly went black. Obito was stunned. Byakuya furrowed his brow slightly, then chuckled and said, "So once you reach the level of the Sage, even your sensory abilities multiply dozens of times over? They won't even let me spy anymore." The ones who shut off the surveillance weren't others, it was Naruto and Sasuke. After rescuing Kakashi and Might Guy, they engaged Madara and his Limbo clones in battle. During the fight, they discovered the minor ninjutsu Byakuya had been using to spy on them and shut it down. Seeing Byakuya get thwarted, Obito couldn't help but smirk and asked, "Since we can't see what's happening anymore, why don't we just go out? If we miss the best moment to strike, we might end up stuck here forever." Byakuya narrowed his eyes and replied, "Honestly, staying here isn't necessarily a bad thing. The coming battle isn't something you weaklings should be involved in. Battles between sage-level shinobi are far beyond your comprehension." Just as Byakuya was about to lecture Obito, ripples stirred in the Kamui space. Kakashi appeared, bringing several injured comrades with him. When he saw Byakuya and Obito sitting there calmly, he froze in shock. "Byakuya. Obito? Why are the two of you sitting together?" Kakashi kept his eyes locked on Obito, ready to strike at any moment. Obito snorted coldly and said, "If you want to fight, then fight. No need to pretend. You and I still have unfinished business." Just as Kakashi was about to make a move, Byakuya sighed and said, "Kakashi, this place is actually the Pure Land. You, me, and Obito are all dead already. Since we're all dead, there's no point in fighting anymore." "I'm already dead." Kakashi's expression darkened. Oddly, he felt a sense of relief and a twinge of melancholy. He and Obito had fought for so long in life, and now, even in death, they were still together, an inescapable karmic entanglement. He hoped the days in the Pure Land would be a little easier. Obito, however, looked extremely confused. Kakashi actually believed Byakuya that easily? Just like that? At this moment, one of the wounded ninja brought into the Kamui space noticed something wrong and quickly told Kakashi, "Kakashi, this isn't the Pure Land. My injuries hurt like hell. The dead don't feel pain." That snapped Kakashi out of it. He was in agony. His arm was still bleeding, how could he be dead? But then, why were Byakuya and Obito sitting together peacefully? While Kakashi was still puzzling it out, Byakuya approached and infused yang-release chakra into Kakashi's body. Kakashi's wounds visibly healed in seconds. The others were treated too, their injuries vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Kakashi, I was just joking. You're not dead." After a short pause, Byakuya pointed toward Obito and said, "As for him, he's now my prisoner. I plan to use Jinjutsu to control him, turning him into the key to open and close Kamui. Let him experience what the fourth Mizukage once went through." As he spoke, Byakuya didn't wait for Kakashi's response. He immediately cast Jinjutsu on Obito. It was a fusion of Tsukuyomi and Kotoamatsukumi, a Jinjutsu that not only altered Obito's perception but plunged him into a dream state where he couldn't distinguish illusion from reality. Witnessing this, Kakashi had mixed feelings. There were many things he wanted to say, but in the end, all he could do was ask one question, "Leader Byakuya, when do you plan to leave this place and face Madara Uchiha?" Byakuya turned to look at Kakashi and answered, "When the time is right. After Infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, I'm not confident I can resist it. If you don't want to fall into an eternal illusion, you better stay here, just like Obito." Chapter 440, Kaguya's Arrival. Hearing the extreme coldness in Byakuya's tone, Kakashi suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn. Byakuya was a powerhouse on the same level as Madara Uchiha. Whether he joined the allied shinobi forces or faked his death to retreat, everything was by his own will. How could a mere jonin like him dare to question Byakuya? As that thought crossed his mind, cold sweat formed on Kakashi's back. His tone softened significantly. "Since Byakuya-sama has already made his decision, I won't presume to give any more suggestions. But, the allied forces outside are suffering heavy casualties. May I bring more people into the Kamui dimension?" Byakuya gave a slight nod, "Bring them if you want. But once Infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, every living being in the shinobi world will fall into illusion. No matter how many you bring now, it won't change the result." Kakashi sighed, stating even one more person counts for something, but in the end, the future of the shinobi world lies with you, Naruto, and Sasuke. Byakuya gave no response to that. In the original timeline, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had indeed defeated Madara and eventually sealed the final boss, Kaguya, into the root space. If Byakuya's only goal was survival, he could stop right now. But his ambitions were far greater. He didn't just want to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki, he wanted power that would make him stand out even among the Otsutsuki. Only then could he lower his guards slightly. To achieve that, the usual script for sealing Kaguya had to be rewritten. Shaking off those drifting thoughts, Byakuya left Kamui space with Obito, using his phasing ability to hide in the shadows and observe the battle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Madara. Madara, having used his limbo clones to distract Naruto and Sasuke, successfully planted the divine tree. As its massive vines spread across the shinobi world, the moon transformed into a Rinnegan, casting Infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, night turned to day. All shinobi caught in the white light fell into a deep sleep, wrapped in the tree's embrace. The light pierced even through solid rock, entrapping every living being. Only a handful managed to avoid it, Naruto and Sasuke under Susanoo, and Kakashi and others hidden in Kamui. As for Byakuya and Obito, they faced the full brilliance of Infinite Tsukuyomi directly. Obito, still retaining some 6 paths chakra from being the 10 tails Jinchuriki, resisted it effortlessly. Byakuya had only been testing it, but as expected, it had no effect on him. Maybe it was due to his mastery of yin-yang release, or perhaps his chakra volume alone, already comparable to another 10 tails, was too great for the illusion to control. Once Infinite Tsukuyomi ended, Naruto and Sasuke once again engaged Madara. Their strength was overwhelming. Madara opened a third eye on his forehead and used the Chibaku Tensei, Heavenly Obstruction Meteor, summoning dozens of massive meteors from the sky. Each one carried destructive power equal to a tailed beast's bomb. But Naruto and Sasuke remained calm. They fused their powers to create a battle-ready form of Susanoo cloaked in Kurama's chakra. The armored Susanoo soared into the sky, sword drawn, every meteor was sliced in half midair. Madara frowned at the sight, glaring at the duo. He couldn't understand how they had grown so strong so quickly. He had spent decades acquiring the Rinnegan and the Geto statue. He had planned and plotted his entire life to reach this point. So what gave them the right to match his strength? His gaze turned to the divine tree. Now, even with his current power, he was barely holding out. If things dragged on, defeat was inevitable. There was only one choice left: he had to absorb the divine tree. Without further hesitation, Madara flew to the tree and placed his hand on it. The divine tree immediately turned into a torrent of chakra and flowed into him. Madara became the complete 10 tails Jinchuriki. The power that surged through him made Madara chuckle to himself. But he wasn't the only one who was pleased. Byakuya also received a system reward at that moment. Madara Uchiha has become the complete 10 tails Jinchuriki. You have received the 10 tails origin. Startled for a moment, Byakuya clicked to claim the reward. A mysterious energy immediately surged through him, along with information about the 10 tails itself. After reading it all, Byakuya couldn't help but smile. He had finally uncovered the secret behind the 10 tails and the Akatsuki. The 10 tails was a rare and powerful being across the galaxy, capable of absorbing planetary chakra to create divine tree fruits. But it lacked intelligence and the ability to traverse the stars. The Akatsuki had exactly those skills. So the two races formed a pact. The Akatsuki would guide the 10 tails to new planets in exchange for power and longevity. This led to the Akatsuki gaining virtual immortality, not only through extending life with chakra, but also by backing up their souls. By consuming chakra fruits, they could digitize their essence and embed it within the chakra. Even if their bodies died, they could be resurrected using the karma seal left behind. That was how the Akatsuki could travel across the stars. And the reason Byakuya hadn't reached their level was simple: he hadn't backed himself up. His body couldn't yet be discarded or destroyed. The method to do so was clear now: consume a chakra fruit. But as soon as he learned this, Byakuya instinctively felt something was wrong. If he ate the fruit, would he still be Byakuya? Or would he become the 10 tails? Would the him that came back through the karma seal still be him? His mind filled with countless questions. But for now, there was no chakra fruit in his grasp, so the issue could be put aside. Better to focus on Kaguya's arrival. At that moment, the battle between Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke had reached its climax. Even as the 6 paths Madara with the third eye, he still couldn't defeat them. Just as Madara was contemplating a strategic retreat, Black Zetsu silently appeared behind him. With the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, Black Zetsu's hand pierced Madara's chest and grasped his heart. Madara turned around in disbelief. Black Zetsu, even you betrayed me? Black Zetsu looked at him coldly. Madara, when you ambushed Obito and succeeded, did you ever consider that I was watching you the whole time? Madara was silent for a few seconds. Then he asked, "Aren't you, my will?" Black Zetsu sneered. Your will? I am the child of Kaguya Akatsuki. When did you ever get the illusion that you created me? Was it because of your barely qualified Rinnegan? As Black Zetsu and Madara exchanged words, Naruto and Sasuke were completely speechless. Counting the earlier betrayal of Byakuya, they had now witnessed 2 backstabbings in a single day. Were all these world-ending villains just a bunch of backstabbing, infighting maniacs? Not far away, Obito's lips twitched slightly. He honestly hadn't expected even Madara to be betrayed. Byakuya noticed Obito's expression and said coolly, "I told you long ago that Black Zetsu was suspicious. You all just didn't want to believe me." Obito glanced at him and said, "So that's why you deliberately let Black Zetsu ambush you?" Byakuya nodded seriously. "I've always felt there was something wrong with your Moon's Eye plan. Someone among you was definitely being manipulated. I was trying to find the real mastermind all along." Byakuya then chuckled, looking at Obito. You were just a puppet dancing in Madara's palm, so it couldn't have been you. And Madara himself didn't seem like the one either. The way he used you was so crude. If it had been me, Rin wouldn't have died. She would have been by your side, executing the Moon's Eye plan with you. Once I eliminated all the wrong answers, only the seemingly impossible one remained, Black Zetsu. Though he was supposedly your subordinate, he was constantly acting on his own. Whether it was contacting me or giving you orders in Madara's name, it was all him." Obito fell silent. He had lost completely this time. Withdrawn as he was, he retreated into the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi and didn't even react to the illusory tear Byakuya had created. Madara extended his hand, intending to destroy this traitorous Black Zetsu. But it was already too late. His body began to twist rapidly and was soon enveloped by a mass of white flesh. In no time, he transformed into the Ten-Tail's beastly form, which then began shifting into the form of a woman. That woman was none other than the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Akatsuki. Kaguya looked beautiful, but she was deadly. The moment Naruto and Sasuke laid eyes on her, their chakra began to tremble. That was the overwhelming power of Kaguya Akatsuki. Byakuya was momentarily stunned, not just because of her beauty, but because he noticed something off about her condition. Kaguya didn't seem like she had merely returned, she had fused completely with the Ten-Tails. She was the Ten-Tails now. This state made Byakuya more certain than ever that the Ten-Tails' power carried enormous hidden risks. Once freed from her seal, Black Zetsu climbed onto Kaguya's sleeve and pointed at Naruto and Sasuke. "Mother, these two carry the chakra of Indra and Azura. Defeat them, and this world will belong solely to you." Kaguya glanced at her surroundings and frowned at the devastated landscape. The shinobi world was her nursery. She had only been asleep for 1,000 years, yet it had been destroyed to this degree? If there was going to be a battle, it absolutely could not happen here. With that thought, Kaguya prepared to activate Amenominaka and transport everyone to the expansive truth-seeking orb dimension. But just as she began the process, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Her gaze snapped toward the spot where Byakuya and Obito had been, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished and reappeared at the location. However, when she and Black Zetsu arrived, Byakuya and Obito were already gone. Black Zetsu frowned in confusion and asked, "Mother, what are you looking for here?" "Indra and Azura's vessels are over there, not here." Kaguya shook her head, as if recalling something. "I sensed a kin's presence here, and also detected traces of space-time displacement." Black Zetsu blinked, then seemed to recall something. "That must be the Kamui dimension. While you were asleep, one of Indra's descendants awakened the Kamui ability and can perform space-time jumps." "Kamui, is it?" Kaguya accepted the explanation and let out a sigh of relief. If there were other Akatsuki still in the shinobi world, that would be a real problem. Though she had killed a Shiki of the main family and possessed the strength to slay her kin, if she had to face several of them at once, she wouldn't stand a chance. Unless she could use the divine tree to cultivate some talented white Zetsu to counter them, she would be at a disadvantage. But just as Kaguya let down her guard, a ripple of space-time surged around them. A long sword forged of yin-yang release tore through the void, heading straight for her. The sword moved so fast that even Kaguya barely sensed it in time. She instinctively dodged several hundred meters backward, but her sleeve was still sliced through, and the sword wind left a visible mark on her wrist. "Who are you?" Kaguya stared warily around and soon locked onto a shadow emerging from the darkness. When she saw who it was, Black Zetsu couldn't help crying out, "Byakuya? It's actually you!" In Black Zetsu's memory, Byakuya had already been killed by his yin-yang release. Anyone killed by that technique couldn't even be resurrected by Edo Tensei. So how is Byakuya still alive? Did he never show up in person to begin with? Byakuya smiled and cheerfully greeted him. Black Zetsu-senpai, long time no see. Last time, you stabbed me in the heart. Don't you think it's my turn now? Cold sweat poured down Black Zetsu's face. He instinctively looked to his mother for help. Kaguya squinted and examined Byakuya carefully, then asked Black Zetsu, "Black Zetsu, do you know who he is? He doesn't seem easy to deal with." Black Zetsu stammered, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, mother. Byakuya was once my subordinate. After I used him, I killed him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Do you know him? Is he from the main family? Kaguya shook her head and replied, judging by the amount of chakra in him, he should be one of my kin. But I don't know him, and he doesn't have the scent of a chakra fruit. He's probably a native who's become extremely powerful. And it seems he's known about me for a long time. Black Zetsu was struck by a sudden chill. Even his mother, Kaguya, was wary of Byakuya's power. That meant at any moment, Byakuya could have crushed him like an ant. And yet, he had actually dared to attack him? After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu asked cautiously, then, Mother, what do you plan to do? Kaguya stared intently at Byakuya and answered, Of course we fight. The shinobi world is my nursery. I won't allow any outsider to interfere. And if I obtain his chakra, I might finally have the power to deal with the main family shinobi. Chapter 441, Byakuya Akatsuki? Once Kaguya locked onto him, Byakuya felt an unprecedented sense of danger surge within. Kaguya was, without question, the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. Her technique, all-killing ash bones, could even annihilate members of the Akatsuki clan outright. Although Byakuya considered himself a formidable fighter even among the Akatsuki, he wasn't confident he could survive an attack from that ability. Forming hand seals, he swiftly used Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with his clones, Byakuya launched a coordinated attack on Kaguya. Kaguya didn't hold back in the slightest. She immediately unleashed 80 God's vacuum attack, obliterating all the shadow clones in front of her. Each clone that was struck instantly dissipated into smoke. That was when she noticed the real Byakuya concealed among the clones. She opened a spatial rift and appeared behind him, grabbing him with the intention of absorbing him immediately. But the moment she touched him, Byakuya's body turned into an explosive tag, erupting in a fierce explosion. The blast, of course, couldn't harm Kaguya, but it was enough to leave her disheveled. Even her pristine kimono, white as moonlight, was now stained with soot, leaving her looking quite a mess. Looking ahead, she spotted Byakuya standing several hundred meters away, watching her with a mocking gaze. Kaguya's expression darkened. She realized that this ninja born from the shinobi nursery was not ordinary. But apart from her two traitorous sons, Hagoromo and Himura, there should be no one in the world capable of harming her. She instantly teleported again, reappearing in front of Byakuya with the intent to strike. This time, Byakuya did not evade. He slashed his Inyang-style longsword directly at the incoming Kaguya, striking her arm and leaving a distinct cut. Kaguya tightened her gaze. She wasn't surprised that he could hurt her. His chakra, while not quite at Ten-Tail's level, was very close, but she had the upper hand in sheer power. So why was she being outmaneuvered? Her gaze shifted to Black Zetsu resting on her sleeve, as if asking what to do next. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, then gave advice like a conniving strategist. Mother, Byakuya is the most cunning ninja in the shinobi world. It's perfectly normal that you're at a disadvantage in terms of combat tactics. But you can leverage the terrain to your advantage. Kaguya nodded slightly and activated Amanamanaka. In an instant, the world around them shifted. The two were now in a volcanic domain filled with lava, the air thick with the stench of sulfur. Byakuya was honestly a little stunned. He knew of Kaguya's Amanamanaka, which could forcibly transport all combatants into one of the realms of her starting sphere of dimensions. But this power felt borderline broken. What if she transported them to outer space? Would he be lost forever? Still, despite his surprise, he wasn't worried. He had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and had spatial coordinates in the Shinobi world he could return to at any time. Plus, the information from the Ten-Tails included many space-time secrets. For fighters at his and Kaguya's level, moving through different realms wasn't much of a challenge. Sensing the volcanic energy around him, Byakuya quickly launched several fire-style senjutsu techniques. Giant fireballs, dozens of meters in diameter, materialized instantly and hurtled toward Kaguya's location, burning so brightly they were blinding. Kaguya glanced at the fireballs but made no effort to dodge. In her mind, these were simply masses of chakra. Chakra was nothing more than her food, completely harmless to her. But in the next moment, the fireballs struck her face directly. The searing heat, over 1,000 degrees, melted and scorched her form, disfiguring her momentarily. Moments later, she regenerated and returned to her original appearance, but her gaze toward Byakuya was now laced with fury and confusion. Why had his technique harmed her? Wasn't that fireball just composed of chakra? Byakuya noticed her confusion and smiled as he explained, "My dear princess, ordinary ninjutsu indeed has no effect on you, the progenitor of chakra. But what if it's senjutsu? Senjutsu isn't composed of chakra alone." Senjutsu, Kaguya murmured as if recalling something. Back then, that child Hagoromo used senjutsu too. So you were sent by him to seal me away again? But I won't let Hagoromo act so willfully this time. Before her words even finished, she activated Amenominaka again, this time shifting them to the ice world. Here, Kaguya ruled supreme. With just a thought, massive glaciers surged forth and entombed Byakuya in ice. But Byakuya unleashed his chakra outward, instantly shattering the ice. His gaze toward Kaguya now carried a hint of helplessness. Couldn't she at least let him finish speaking? He hadn't come to seal her, he just wanted to talk. Still, one look at Kaguya's expression told him that negotiation was impossible. As the progenitor of chakra, sealed away by her two sons for 1,000 years, Kaguya had long since lost the ability to communicate with others. And now, with his chakra levels being abnormally high, she had naturally marked him as prey. If he wanted her to calm down and listen, he would first have to teach her a painful lesson. With that in mind, Byakuya summoned Sage Art, Susanoo. A towering Susanoo took shape in a breath's time, wielding a yin-yang-style longsword as it charged toward Kaguya. Kaguya was unafraid. She flew toward him again, using 80 God's vacuum attack once more. The colossal Susanoo was destroyed in an instant, but just as quickly, it reformed and struck Kaguya with its longsword, slicing her cleanly in half. For Kaguya, being bisected was not a serious injury. She regenerated almost immediately. Byakuya knew this well. He understood that he couldn't defeat her easily, as his only option was to wear down her chakra completely to eliminate her threat. All the while, he had to be cautious of her potentially placing a karma seal on him and taking over his body. This was one of the reasons he didn't want to get entangled in a prolonged battle and preferred to talk things out. Another was that he wanted more intel from her about the Akatsuki clan. As he cleaved her down again and again, Kaguya's gaze began to clear. She looked at Byakuya with confusion. The first time he cut her in half, she had been terrified. She feared that he would seal her away again with 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, the same way her sons had once defeated her. But despite having multiple chances, Byakuya hadn't sealed her. Could it be that he wasn't one of Hagoromo's agents? She stopped midair and asked cautiously, "Byakuya, you're not one of Hagoromo's shinobi?" Byakuya sighed with frustration and replied, "Of course I'm not some errand boy for the Sage of 6 Paths." His 2 sons' reincarnations are still hanging around in the shinobi world. They're the ones who inherited Chibaku Tensei. Then why did you attack me? Kaguya narrowed her eyes. Byakuya patiently explained, "Dear princess, you attacked me first. And Black Zetsu stabbed me in the back yesterday. I think I'm entitled to some explanation from him, don't you?" Kaguya didn't respond, but turned her gaze toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked awkward and finally said, Byakuya is telling the truth. I did attack him yesterday. But it was all for your resurrection, mother. I feared he would try to stop the Eye of the Moon plan. Byakuya nodded, then said, I will indeed stop the Eye of the Moon plan. From that standpoint, we are naturally enemies. But let me ask you, Kaguya, what is your goal in activating the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kaguya pondered for a moment and slowly said, I consumed the chakra fruit, and I fear retaliation from the main family. As one of the pair sent to plant the divine tree on the ninja world, Kaguya's initial attack on Ishiki may have been out of fear of being devoured by the Ten-Tails, or a desire to monopolize the chakra fruit. But the moment she devoured the fruit, her only goal became resisting the main branch of the Akatsuki clan. Byakuya nodded again and asked, then how do you plan to resist the Akatsuki main family, Lady Kaguya? With those white Zetsu created by the divine tree? No matter how powerful they are, they wouldn't be able to handle beings like us. Hearing this, Kaguya fell silent. Byakuya was right. No matter how strong white Zetsu became, they couldn't rival the Akatsuki main family. At most, they could buy time so she could strike down any intruding Akatsuki one by one. But all of that hinged on a condition: the number of invading Akatsuki must be no more than 3. If more than 3 arrived, then even with the chakra fruit as her backing, she wouldn't be able to hold out against their overwhelming divine techniques. Seeing Kaguya's silence, Byakuya knew his words had hit home and pressed further, Lady Kaguya, you've always thought that Hagoromo and Himura betrayed you, but did you ever tell them anything about the Akatsuki main family? Kaguya shook her head, her expression dazed. I don't think I did. Byakuya clapped his hands, walked up beside her, and said, you activated the infinite Tsukuyomi to harvest the ninja world's chakra, yet never told Hagoromo and Himura the truth. Of course, they would rebel. As their mother, did you ever consider what they might have thought? Kaguya once again fell into silence, unable to answer. Before arriving on the ninja world, she was merely a servant of the Akatsuki branch family, sent here as an offering to be devoured by the Ten-Tails. After defeating Ishiki, she had been harvesting chakra to defend against the main branch. After giving birth to her sons, she had never thought through such deep questions. Hagoromo and Himura had never had a proper conversation with her either. Watching Kaguya's contemplative expression, Byakuya knew his talk no jutsu had succeeded, but not because his words were particularly persuasive. Rather, it was because he possessed the power to actually threaten her. He couldn't permanently seal Kaguya, but he could restrict her movements. If push came to shove, he could even call on Naruto and Sasuke to help force her back into her sealed fate. Once he felt the atmosphere was just right, Byakuya said, Lady Kaguya, your enemy is the Akatsuki main family. I'm also constantly on alert for threats from them. In that sense, we aren't enemies. If you're willing, I can serve as a mediator to help you speak with Hagoromo. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone, but if you're not willing, then you'll have to go back to staying on the moon, enjoy another 1,000 years of imprisonment. Kaguya's expression immediately changed. She clearly didn't want to be sealed again. Black Zetsu, seeing her reaction, realized that his mother had been completely played by Byakuya. He forced himself to ask, then Byakuya, what's the price? Given your personality, you wouldn't do this for free. Byakuya smiled and said, of course not. As compensation for playing peacemaker, I want Lady Kaguya to join the Akatsuki and abide by the rules of the Akatsuki. But in return, you won't face the threat of the main branch alone anymore. Black Zetsu frowned and said, you want to restrict Mother within organization's rules? She's the progenitor of chakra, the ancestor of all shinobi. I absolutely won't allow it. Byakuya's expression darkened. Coldly, he replied, Black Zetsu-senpai, I don't believe you have the authority to decide for Lady Kaguya. And if you keep interrupting, I won't hesitate to join forces with Hagoromo and Himura. I can still take on the main branch with their help. At that moment, Kaguya, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, I want to give it a try. I don't think I've ever truly spoken with Hagoromo before. So before that happens, do I need to join the Akatsuki? How do I join? All it takes is signing a contract. Byakuya pulled out a pre-prepared contract and handed it to her, saying, Lady Kaguya, just leave a chakra imprint here. Kaguya nodded, took the contract, and placed her imprint on it. As the contract was sealed, a pleasant digital voice rang out in Byakuya's mind. Kaguya Otsutsuki has joined the Akatsuki. You have obtained Kekiimura, Chakra Fruit, Amanamanaka, and the Rinna Sharingan with 9 Tomo. Without any hesitation, Byakuya immediately clicked to claim the reward. This time, his body didn't undergo any dramatic changes. Aside from a slight itching between his eyebrows, as if a third eye was about to emerge, everything felt entirely natural. At first, Byakuya had been confused, but then he realized it made perfect sense. He already had nearly all the bloodline limits within him. And the ultimate form of those limits was Kekiimura. The chakra fruit was essentially the combined essence of the nine-tailed beasts and the demonic statue of the outer path. He already possessed those powers. And if he wished, he could even replicate his body's data using chakra to create Kama. That wasn't hard either. After all, the core concept behind Kama wasn't all that different from Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. It was just a more advanced technique to record one's essence through chakra, used for possessing others. Turns out, he had already reached the level of an Otsutsuki-class lifeform. As Byakuya reflected on this, Kaguya too could feel the surge of power within him. She didn't know his secrets and simply assumed he had been hiding his true strength. Clearly, Byakuya couldn't be a native of the ninja world. He had to be from a different clan altogether. And unlike her, Byakuya had even escaped pursuit by the main family. She just didn't know what price he had paid. Could it be that he had already lost his own planet and Ten Tails? Still, now that she had joined forces with Byakuya, at least for now, she wouldn't have to worry about the main family's threat. Chapter 442, The Shinobi World will ultimately belong to the Akatsuki. On the battlefield of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances. After Black Zetsu stabbed Madara Uchiha in the back and brought Kaguya forth, the two had already prepared themselves for a fierce battle against her, intending to fulfill the mission entrusted to them by the Sage of Six Paths. But now, Kaguya had mysteriously disappeared. They couldn't sense her chakra at all. This left them unsure of what to do next. Should they first deal with the troublesome god tree vines around them, or go search for traces of Kaguya? The Sage of Six Paths, still in his soul form, felt equally frustrated. When he sensed the Ten Tails' resurrection and someone becoming its Jinchuriki, he had returned from the Pure Land, hoping to use Naruto and Sasuke to once again seal his mother. But now, Kaguya had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Kaguya knew he still existed, and so purposely hid herself in the starting sphere dimension? But without recovering the chakra within Naruto and Sasuke, she couldn't return to her peak state. Elsewhere, this entire situation was also being monitored by Jigen, known in his mortal form as Ishiki Otsutsuki. After being ambushed by Kaguya, he had been silently observing everything in the shinobi world, waiting for a chance to retaliate. Now that the Ten Tails had been revived, he lay in hiding near the battlefield, hoping to steal some of the chakra for himself. To Ishiki, both Kaguya and the Naruto-Sasuke duo were enemies he needed to defeat. Watching them exhaust each other would be the best outcome. However, just moments ago, he sensed a vast and mysterious chakra clashing with Kaguya. Could it be that, aside from Kaguya and her descendants, the shinobi world was hiding another Otsutsuki, or even a native deity? Could this be his opportunity? Under the watchful gaze of many, Byakuya and Kaguya stepped out from the starting sphere dimension. The two walked almost shoulder to shoulder and appeared directly before Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing this, both were deeply confused. Naruto couldn't help but ask, Byakuya, weren't you ambushed by Obito and killed? Byakuya gave a dismissive smirk and replied indifferently, the one who first obtained the demonic statue of the outer path and the nine-tailed beasts was me. The one who completed the tailed beast collection was also me. Why would a failure like Obito be capable of defeating me? Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed slightly. They then cautiously asked, "So, are you our friend or our enemy now? Did you join Black Zetsu and Kaguya?" Byakuya gently shook his head. "I am not Kaguya's subordinate. On the contrary, I persuaded her to join the Akatsuki. Kaguya is now one of our comrades. She will no longer act against you." Naruto glanced doubtfully at Byakuya and Black Zetsu. He had long realized that the old man in the kunai pendant who had accompanied him for so many years was Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu had deceived him. He now found it difficult to trust anyone again. Noticing Naruto's expression, Byakuya began explaining, "Just now, I spoke with Kaguya for a long time in the starting sphere space. I discovered that all of this may simply be a misunderstanding between Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths. The two of them never truly sat down to talk. After reasoning with her and moving her emotionally, Kaguya finally agreed to have a proper conversation with the sage. But whether that happens or not now depends on your side's willingness." Though he addressed Naruto and Sasuke, Byakuya was actually speaking to the Sage of Six Paths, who he knew was nearby. He understood that Naruto and Sasuke's powers came from him, and the sage had been avoiding meeting his mother all this time. Upon hearing Byakuya's words, Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom had previously been beaten down by Byakuya, immediately realized what had happened and looked toward Kaguya with newfound sympathy. Given what they knew about Byakuya, it was likely his reasoning had involved some physical persuasion. In other words, while they had been dawdling around, Byakuya had already defeated Kaguya and made his decision. He wasn't asking for their opinions, he was notifying them. Still, they didn't know what to do next. As they hesitated, a figure stepped out from the void. It was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, manifesting in his soul form. Upon seeing him, Kaguya was momentarily stunned. She reached out her hand, as if unsure what to say. Naruto and Sasuke both turned toward the sage with confusion and reproach. "Old man, didn't you say you were dead and couldn't appear in the shinobi world?" The sage looked slightly awkward and replied, "My power is indeed almost depleted, but appearing like this is still possible. I just don't know how long I can maintain it." He then looked toward Kaguya and Byakuya, saying, "Since you've managed to persuade Mother Byakuya, I'll take this chance to speak with her. I only hope I can convince her to leave the shinobi world alone." At that, Byakuya gave a knowing smile and replied, "Sage of Six Paths, you've always believed Kaguya was a nightmare bent on harvesting chakra from this world. Have you ever considered she might have had her reasons?" "Mother had her reasons?" The sage blinked and looked at Kaguya, baffled. She had never mentioned any of this to him. From the moment he was born, his mother had been the sole divine figure of the shinobi world, one who could decide the fate of all beings and had only ever sought to gather all chakra to herself. Byakuya said nothing more, instead gesturing for Kaguya to speak. Kaguya took a deep breath and said, "Hagoromo, you look even older and more mature than I do now. Let me tell you about the crisis we face." She then explained everything about the Akatsuki main family. The Sage of Six Paths fell into deep thought. He finally understood why his brother Homura had chosen to stay on the moon with their mother. Kaguya had been silently guarding the shinobi world all this time, bearing the pressure from the main family alone. After a moment of silence, the sage bowed slightly and said, "Mother, I admit I acted rashly back then. I apologize. But you also should have told me and Homura the truth from the start." Kaguya mumbled awkwardly, "I thought you weren't strong enough back then. But when you were, it was already too late, you had sealed me. I didn't have a choice." At this moment, Kaguya resembled a young, inexperienced mother, fumbling through an explanation. The sage sighed softly. His mother seemed still naive and confused, not understanding the power of unity even after all these years. Thankfully, Byakuya had managed to bring her back to the right path. Otherwise, the power he had saved for a millennium might have been wasted here. Perhaps from now on, managing his mother would have to fall to Byakuya. After all, Byakuya had somehow arrived in the shinobi world with power comparable to both himself and Kaguya. Just as the sage was about to speak, Byakuya beat him to it, offering cheerfully, "Hagoromo-sama, since Kaguya has already joined the Akatsuki, would you be interested in joining as well?" "Why would I join the Akatsuki?" The sage found it strange, but still accepted Byakuya's invitation and joined the Akatsuki. Byakuya immediately received new rewards. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sage of Six Paths, has joined the Akatsuki. You have obtained 6 Paths Sage Mode, 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei, Ten-Tails Chakra, Minor. After clicking to claim the reward, Byakuya's strength surged once again. If Kaguya had still posed a threat to him just a short while ago, now even Kaguya Otsutsuki could no longer endanger him. His chakra had surpassed that of the Ten-Tails, reaching an entirely new level. After briefly digesting the power, Byakuya's gaze shifted into the distance. He had sensed an extremely well-hidden chakra signature. Both the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya noticed Byakuya's expression and asked in confusion, "Byakuya, did you sense something off? Why that look on your face?" Byakuya nodded and replied, "Just now, I had a feeling that we were being watched. And I think I know who it is." "Who is it?" the sage and Kaguya asked with suspicion. Their sensory abilities span nearly half the ninja world. How could they have missed anything? Byakuya said slowly, "Do you remember the Ashiki Otsutsuki whom Kaguya once ambushed? I don't think he died, he's still lurking in the shadows, watching us." Before he even finished speaking, Byakuya shot off into the distance, leaving only an afterimage behind. "Kaguya-sama, Hagoromo Dano, Ishiki Otsutsuki seems to be trying to escape, follow me, quickly." Hearing this, Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths exchanged a glance, locked onto Byakuya's chakra, and immediately tore through space to pursue. All three, Byakuya, Kaguya, and the Sage, were of Otsutsuki tier. They swiftly crossed space and arrived in a hidden dimension near the ninja world. At that moment, in the strange dimension, Jigen, the mortal vessel of Ishiki, looked grim as he faced the three. When he had seen Kaguya and the sage speaking peacefully, a sense of doom had already taken root in his heart. His plan to play the predator to their prey had failed. But he hadn't expected Byakuya to detect him. After all, this body of his wasn't much different from that of an ordinary shinobi. Looking at Kaguya, who had once ambushed him, Ishiki slowly spoke, "Kaguya, I bet you didn't expect me to still be alive. Too bad this time I couldn't deceive you or find a suitable vessel. But I've already reported your betrayal to the main family. You can wait for them to come and wipe you out." Before he even finished, Ishiki began releasing the Kama seal. Although doing so would reduce his lifespan to only 3 days, if he didn't restore his Otsutsuki body now, he wouldn't even last 3 minutes. The three exchanged a look, then launched a coordinated attack on Ishiki. Ishiki's abilities were Daikokuten and Sukuna Ikona. Daikokuten allowed him to store objects in a timeless dimension and summon them at will, much like Kamui, while Sukuna Ikona let him shrink or enlarge non-living matter. Facing the three, Ishiki didn't dare hold back. He immediately summoned the black cubes he had prepared in advance. These cubes were extremely heavy, and when they fell from the sky, they smashed directly onto the bodies of the trio. Any normal Kaguya-level shinobi would have been immobilized. But Byakuya, Kaguya, and the sage weren't ordinary shinobi. They easily pushed aside the cubes and continued their assault. Ishiki was powerful indeed. Even against the combined onslaught, he barely managed to keep up. Seeing this, Byakuya was somewhat speechless. The reason they couldn't take Ishiki down instantly wasn't because he was too strong, it was because Kaguya and the sage were too green in battle. They had almost no combat experience and could only rely on brute force. No wonder Kaguya was so afraid of the main family's warriors. After observing Ishiki's combat patterns, when Ishiki shrank his body again, Byakuya shouted to Kaguya, "Kaguya! Switch the space to a gravity zone, now!" Kaguya was briefly stunned but did as instructed, altering the space around them to one of intense gravity. In this new environment of dozens of times the normal gravity, both Kaguya and the sage were pinned down and could barely move. Ishiki was also forced to cancel Sukuna Ikona, returning to his normal size. Seizing the opportunity, Byakuya calmly approached Ishiki and summoned truth-seeking orbs. The truth-seeking orbs were one of the few things that could harm an Akatsuki. Under their power, Ishiki's already diminished life force began to drain, and his body soon began to dissolve into dust on the wind. In the moment before death, Ishiki didn't surrender. Instead, he said, You're not from the main branch. Are you interested in becoming an Akatsuki god? I can tell you the secret to further evolution, if you're willing to accept my legacy. Byakuya ignored him and continued erasing his life force. He already knew Ishiki's secret. Hidden somewhere in the ninja world was the corpse of the Akatsuki god that Ishiki had discovered. Through this body, Ishiki had learned many divine arts. That was why, despite being alive, Ishiki hadn't contacted the main family for help. He wanted the inheritance for himself. Byakuya refused not because he didn't want the treasure, but because he had already sensed its location. When the time was right, he would lead his subordinates to seize the Akatsuki god's legacy. For now, he had been away from the ninja world for too long. It was time to return and dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi. Watching Ishiki's body crumble to dust, both the sage and Kaguya finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had at last eliminated the final mastermind lurking deep within the ninja world. Now, it was time to bring everything back on track. After exchanging glances, they tore through space and returned to the ninja world, still shrouded under the infinite Tsukuyomi. As they moved, they cast the rebirth technique to bring back those who had died in the war, while also working to dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi. Before long, nearly everyone had been freed from the illusion. Byakuya caught sight of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, and immediately teleported over. The three also noticed him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Byakuya, I knew you could do it. You stopped Madara Uchiha and saved the entire ninja world. Byakuya smiled and replied, It wasn't just my doing. But now, we can finally start making the dream we spoke of back in that cave in the land of rain come true, step by step. Prologue, Aftermath. 5 years later. Konoha City. This is such a drag. I thought once everything was settled, I'd finally get to relax, Kakashi muttered, exhaling a deep sigh as he stared at a towering stack of paperwork. Dark circles under his eyes revealed the toll the job was taking on him. That sounds like something I'd say, Shikamaru replied with a slow rub of his chin. He leaned back against the wall, gazing out thoughtfully. But who would have imagined the world could change this much in just 5 years? Villages turning into cities, it's surreal. Indeed, the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War marked not just the end of an era but the beginning of an entirely different one. In the short span of 5 years, the entire political and geographical structure of the ninja world had undergone a radical transformation. The former countries that once operated with delicate borders and political tension no longer existed as independent entities. Instead, they had been unified under a single sovereign regime and were now designated as provinces within a vast empire. Similarly, the once isolated shinobi villages had evolved into fully recognized cities. Though they retained elements of their past, like the training of shinobi and the leadership of a kage, they now operated with a corporate-style governance, focusing more on administration and development rather than military defense. One might wonder how such sweeping changes could be executed in such a short period. The answer lay with the man now recognized as the first and only emperor of this restructured world, Byakuya. He had established the empire's capital in the Land of Rain and claimed the seat of ultimate authority, ruling over all the provinces. While resistance did flare up in the early days, the people, still reeling from the devastation of war, had little energy left to fight. And so, with no further bloodshed, the world was reborn under one banner. Kakashi stood from his chair and approached the wide window of the Hokage office, his gaze falling upon the ever-changing landscape of Konoha. Skyscrapers and modern buildings rose steadily, their shadows stretching across the remnants of a simpler past. While the village's rustic charm was slowly fading, the advances in technology and infrastructure made the transition almost inevitable. Such rapid progress would have seemed impossible in the days of peace, when nations often became complacent. But under Byakuya's leadership, his stringent reforms, the mandated ninja training, and the Empire's heavy investment in ninjutsu research and technological advancement, the world had maintained its edge. Even in peace, they sharpened their blades. The looming threat of war between provinces was no longer a concern, but a different anxiety had emerged. Hidden threats, creatures or beings beyond their understanding, had been discovered. Rumors of alien entities more powerful than even Kaguya-level shinobi had circulated, and the Empire wasn't taking chances. With war now outlawed, humanity had turned its energy toward other pursuits. Medicine, science, education, and most notably, exploration. The world beyond the former ninja lands beckoned. Adventurers, scientists, and dissenters alike pushed outward into the unknown. Some wished to escape Byakuya's rule, while others were handpicked by him to lead expeditions into new territories. "I just hope this peace, bought with betrayal and sacrifice, can last," Kakashi murmured to himself. As Hokage, he understood better than most that peace was a fragile illusion, fleeting and easily shattered. But for now, at least, the world was no longer trapped in the grip of manipulation and apocalyptic schemes. That had to count for something. Capital City, Amigakure. Like every other Kage who had borne the burden of leadership, Yahiko now found himself drowning in administrative responsibilities. As the appointed Prime Minister of the Empire, Yahiko managed the vast majority of political affairs, internal coordination, and diplomatic tasks. While Byakuya bore the title of Emperor, he had no interest in daily governance, preferring to remain an enigma behind the curtain. "Still working hard, Yahiko?" Nagato's voice broke through the silence as he stepped into the office, setting a steaming cup of tea on the desk. After the war, Byakuya had returned the Rinnegan to Nagato, or at least, a pair exactly like the ones he once wielded. Though these weren't originally his eyes, it had been made clear that no one else had the right to possess them either. Yet Nagato couldn't help but wonder, had he truly chosen to give them back, or had they simply been replaced? Without the Rinnegan, he was just an ordinary jonin. Having built his life around mastering the abilities of those eyes, he had never invested much in other techniques. In a world that no longer feared sudden war or assassination, rank meant little. Titles like Jonin or even Kage had become more ceremonial than practical. Now, Nagato served as Yahiko's advisor, no longer a warrior, but a counselor. "You should take a break. It's not like you can't delegate your responsibilities," Nagato said as he settled into the seat across from Yahiko. Yahiko raised a brow. "Delegate like Byakuya?" Nagato gave an uneasy smile. "And no. I mean, Byakuya just dumps everything on others. That doesn't count. Anyway, you should go see Konan. You know she's expecting again." With the world no longer teetering on the edge of destruction, people were free to explore the softer, quieter aspects of life, things like love, family, and stability. Like many others who had fought and survived, Yahiko had finally allowed himself to pursue his long-buried feelings. After the war, he proposed to Konan. She accepted, not only because of their long-standing bond but also because she was reaching a time in her life when settling down felt right. They'd had a daughter together, and now she was pregnant with their second child. "Yeah, you're right," Yahiko said with a small smile. "I'll delegate some tasks and take a few days off. Speaking of which, you should think about settling down too." Yahiko was well aware of Nagato's feelings for Konan. At first, he had hesitated to propose, afraid of damaging their friendship. But it had been Nagato himself who had encouraged him to go after what made him happy. "I will," Nagato said quietly. The only woman who came to mind was Akane Uzumaki. But her heart was still healing after being turned away by Byakuya. Her rejection had cut deep, and she hadn't moved on yet. Whether something would ever blossom between them, only fate could say. Nagato's eyes drifted toward the open window, his expression thoughtful. "Yahiko, what do you think of this peace? Is this what we were fighting for?" Yahiko paused, his tea halfway to his lips. He stared up at the ceiling, his gaze distant. Even if Byakuya forced this peace on everyone, at least now, children don't have to go to bed wondering if their parents will come home from battle. Nagato nodded. It's not the peace we dreamed of, but it's the one we needed. Human emotions are too varied, too complex. You can't make everyone happy. He looked over at Yahiko again, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Say, don't you think Byakuya isn't from this world? I mean, who is he really? Yahiko let out a long sigh. I doubt we'll ever find that answer in this lifetime. High above the clouds, far beyond the reach of the human eye, a solitary figure stood suspended in the air, calmly watching the land below like a divine observer. Below him, another land unraveled, one not yet tamed by peace. It was chaotic, tormented by monstrous beings and disasters that stretched beyond normal comprehension. Massive walls guarded what little civilization remained. Byakuya watched with narrowed eyes. He understood better than anyone, the peace they had achieved was temporary. Are you planning to conquer this land too, Byakuya-sama? The voice came from a strikingly elegant woman with alabaster skin and hair tied into a neat braid. Kaguya Akatsuki stood beside him, her eyes filled with calm reverence. The honorific Sama wasn't born of fear, it came from genuine respect. She called him that not as a servant to her superior, but as a wife to her husband. Yes, following the war and the unification of the known world, Byakuya had finally ventured into the foreign realm of love. The only woman who had stirred any emotion in him was Kaguya. Despite being over a millennium old, and the mother of 3, including one who had betrayed Byakuya in the past, Kaguya remained beautiful, powerful, and magnetic. Age is but a number. She was the only one who could match his power, and more importantly, the only one who could see through the cold exterior to whatever remained of the man within. As for that fucking parasite, that unfilial child Black Zetsu, Byakuya had no interest in allowing him to linger like a shadow between himself and Kaguya. After asserting himself as the so-called daddy figure, Byakuya promptly tore him away from her and cast him into a dimensional void under the excuse of proper discipline. In truth, he simply didn't want the creature's sour presence ruining the mood, especially during his increasingly intimate relationship with Kaguya. No, sir, Byakuya did not entertain those kinds of kinks. Still can't bring yourself to say dear or honey, huh? Byakuya muttered to himself, careful to keep the thought buried away from Kaguya's perception. She was still learning, still inexperienced when it came to human emotions. Despite her ancient origins, she behaved like a socially awkward, introverted woman, often oblivious to the subtleties of common behavior and affection. I suppose it's time I bestow peace, this world as well, Byakuya said aloud, shifting his gaze to the devastated lands beneath the towering walls. Then, half under his breath, he added, even if wiping out 80% of the population sounds tempting, I'd rather let them squirm around a bit longer. By now, Byakuya had trained and refined every aspect of his power. He no longer resembled anything remotely human, he had surpassed those limitations long ago. What he had become now was something divine, a being transcending mortality, logic, and perhaps even the very concept of time. After fully mastering his space-time techniques, he gained access to interdimensional travel, much like the Akatsuki. But where they had relied on rituals and genetic tricks, he had carved his own path, clean, methodical, absolute. And he still held the system. That strange, omniscient mechanism that had guided him since the beginning was now fully under his control. With it, he intended to extend his dominion far beyond the world he had already unified. All that's left, he murmured, eyes narrowing, is to have them join the Akatsuki. The end. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for being part of this experience. Make sure to check out the other stories on the channel. Peace.